Hello and welcome to Six Pack. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Deku went on a pirate journey? Part 1. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Hatsume yelled, "Come on, come on, come on," while pulling Izuku by the wrist. "May, can't this wait until after class?" Hatsume continued to run after kicking down the doors of Aldera Prep. "Nope. It was supposed to be for your birthday, but I can't wait that long, baby, now." Izuku huffed and wheezed for air as the school vanished behind them. Hatsume yanked him forward as he stumbled. "Ow, May, slow down." "Nope, no time." Hatsume stopped abruptly and her face took on a thoughtful expression. Izuku was propelled forward by his momentum and eventually landed on his hands and knees. "Actually," Hatsume replied, "come to think of it, we've got all the time in the world." Izuku observed Hatsume's sweat and grease-stained shirt, her dirty hair, and the dark bags under her eyes while she cackled maniacally. Izuku said tremblingly, "May, when was the last time you slept?" I think it was a Tuesday." "May, it's Monday." She said, "It won't be for long," in a sing-song voice. Izuku grimaced. "May, please take a shower and get some sleep. We can do whatever it is tomorrow." "Nope. Time waits for no man." Izuku was about to respond when Hatsume grabbed hold of his wrist. They arrived at an old parking lot after she took him through a rundown area of the city. Two frogs were lounging in a murky puddle, and weeds were growing in the asphalt cracks. A boxy figure hidden by a white tablecloth sat between a rusted, empty dumpster and a car on cinder blocks with its tires removed a long time ago. Hatsume bounced on her toes as Izuku approached the hidden invention with hesitation. "Come on, hurry up, I want to see this baby in action." Izuku tentatively prodded it. "It's not going to explode, is it?" "It'll be fine. I rode that baby all day and night and not once did it explode on me. I'd trust you more if you let me wear a blast suit first. But baby making with protection is so boring." Izuku let out a sigh. Leaning away, he cautiously and slowly lifted the tablecloth, saying, "Well, here goes." "Quit being a tease and strip already," sighed Hatsume. "You know, there's something weird about what you just said, but I can't put my finger on it." "Nope. Done waiting." Hatsume pulled the cloth aside, revealing a shiny, polished DeLorean. Everything about it, from the hubcaps and wheels to the bundles of wires that ran along the outside of the car, was a tribute to a movie they had watched together. "It's a time machine?" Izuku asked, smiling despite the sudden wave of existential dread that made his stomach turn. Hatsume slapped the top of the time-traveling vehicle and exclaimed, "It's a DeLorean. This bad boy does some serious shit when it hits 88 miles an hour." Izuku said, "You built a DeLorean out of a time machine?" and rolled his eyes. Hatsume gave him a fierce look. "You said that backwards and you know it." Izuku laughed to himself, carefully opened a door, and took a quick look inside. "Oh wow, it's got the display panel and everything." "Yep," said Hatsume, gesturing to the glowing box that was positioned between the front seats, "and there's the flux capacitor." With awe and wonder in his eyes, Izuku stroked the flux capacitor, 3 strings of lights covered by a glass panel, and then recalled that he had half of his body inside of something Hatsume had created. Wow! He recoiled as though he had been bitten. "May, this is too dangerous." "It'll be fine," sneered Hatsume. "If traveling back in time would break anything, we would have already done it and already broken the thing. Since nothing is broken, everything is fine." Izuku slammed the door shut and said, "That, or nothing broke because we did the sensible thing and didn't mess around with a time machine that could break the universe." "Do you really not want to meet All Might when he went to UA?" Hatsume asked as Izuku left. Izuku opened the passenger door and fastened his seatbelt. "Come on, we're wasting time, I think." We really do have all the time in the world." "I know, right? Let's go." Izuku looked from Hatsume's gaunt figure to the open road ahead as she roared up the DeLorean without fastening her seatbelt. May, do we actually need to drive this thing?" "Of course. How else are we supposed to get up to 88 miles an hour?" Izuku turned completely pale. "May, no." May pressed down on the accelerator. "May, yes." Hatsume yanked the DeLorean out of the parking lot, causing the tires to squeal. The streets were thankfully deserted, but Izuku's stomach did backflips and cartwheels when he saw how the DeLorean fishtail-ed while Hatsume managed to control it. "May, this is too dangerous, you're going to run off the road." "Roads? Where we're going, we don't need roads. Can this thing fly?" "Nope, Tried, got too bored. Then we need roads. Mei swerved into oncoming traffic as a car honked chaotically at them. Whoops! Exclaimed Hatsume. We're clocking 70 now, we're almost there. We almost crashed. Mei, stop before we get killed, or worse, arrested. Isn't that backwards? What would All Might think? Izuku began to breathe heavily deeply. Garbage bags and rotten food were all over the place after the DeLorean crashed into a trash can by the side of the road. I couldn't live with myself if he turned me in. Would he even give me his autograph? Izuku, concentrate. We're making history here. Concentrate. You're the one that needs to. Mei, look out. Too far out to turn back, a truck turned onto the road. Hatsume smiled as she glanced at the speedometer. I think we can make it. No, Mei, we'll hit that truck. Time to see some serious shit. Mei, please, I don't want to die like this, to boldly go where no man has gone before. Izuku's eyes were shielded. I didn't even get to shake All Might's hand. To infinity and... The DeLorean was engulfed in a dazzling corona of electricity and fire. It crashed into the semi-truck as it ripped at the limits of time and space. The point where the two vehicles made contact was squeezed by space. Izuku had the impression that flaming, icy, thorny, ruthless hands were kneading his body, sucking it into a straw, and stretching it like putty. Izuku shook his head and blinked as the world gradually returned to focus. He was faced with an endless expanse of rolling gray clouds when his brain finally began to function. Unsettling shadows were created by the sporadic lightning strikes that illuminated the clouds from within. Izuku soon realized they were falling between the shrill whistling sound that came through the window and the dizziness that made his stomach turn. Hatsume sagged forward in the driver's seat, her body limp and eyes closed. A ragged cut on her forehead dripped blood. Izuku cautiously shook Hatsume's shoulder, fighting the urge to faint with terror. Mei, are you okay? Please say something? Hatsume turned her head and moaned. MMRPH, can't sleep, gotta finish baby for Izuku, he'll love it so much. Izuku's rapidly increasing anxiety about how quickly the DeLorean was falling toward the storming clouds clashed with the deep-rooted habit of covering Hatsume with a blanket and taking away anything that could wake her. Izuku went into panic mode again when he saw another lightning crack that was close enough to rattle the windows. Mei, we're falling. Wake up. Hatsume's eyes opened, but they were glassy and unfocused. Falling? Is the flight module acting up again? Give it a kick and it'll be fine. The car was covered with darkness. The air became charged with static, and Izuku's arms began to stand on end. They would not be fried, Izuku prayed. Mei, the car doesn't fly, you said so. We traveled back in time, but we're super high up in the air and I don't know what to do. Please tell me you have an idea. Travel, back, that's right, we're going back in time. Are we at 88 yet? Serious shit. They broke through the clouds as fast as they had entered them. A single flash of lightning illuminated the landscape below, burning the image into Izuku's mind like a photograph, but the rest of the world was enveloped in darkness. An island was encircled by raging seas. A wooden gallows stood out in stark relief at the center of the island, its glare from the lightning creating sharp, shadowed lines as the buildings blended together in an amorphous blob. Izuku could feel the island slowly approaching, even though he could no longer see it. Izuku thought it only fitting that they somehow appeared over a small island and missed an entire ocean of landings that might be possible. Mei, please, do something. Anything. Too tired, need to keep working. Mei shut her eyes. Desperate for any chance of rescue, Izuku scurried over her after unbuckling his seatbelt. He couldn't see a switch that initiated the time travel, but buttons on the front changed the time. When he tried to recall what Hatsume had done, he discovered that his eyes were closed. He looked at the speedometer. At the very end, the needle remained inserted past 140. This island was illuminated by another flash. It was close enough this time to distinguish individual buildings in the ring around the platform, dwarfing the surrounding ocean. Izuku watched the storm-lit island rush toward the windshield while leaning back in defeat. He was going to be the reason they died. He urged her to give it a shot, didn't stop her when she became too careless, and now he was helpless to save them both. Like everyone said, he was a quirkless, worthless Deku. Izuku felt something break inside of him. Please, please let me save her, I'll give anything, he yelled into the storm. Below him, the platform came to life. Izuku could see two individuals on the platform as close to the ground as he was. First, the unholy combination of a clown and a pirate, with his sword held high above his head, gazing in utter shock at the car crashing into him. The second was a young man, no older than Izuku, who was trapped in a stockade. He was wearing a straw hat and a red vest, and he was smiling wildly while the sword hung around his neck. Desperate to protect Hatsume from the impact, Izuku threw himself over her. The car was engulfed in lightning. A body flew headlong into the flux capacitor between the seats as the windshield broke. The sight of the limp, silent body draped over him made Izuku wince. Then the world changed with a shudder and a sudden rush of static. Through the cracked windshield, the wind howled. Izuku opened his eyes slowly and moved the body away from him. He was met with clear skies and daylight. Izuku could see the ocean below them clearly because there were no clouds to block out the scenery. Over the horizon, a mountain with a river flowing down its side loomed, almost reaching them and rapidly rising in altitude. Izuku could just make out an island off to the side. Izuku's glance around the area came to a shrill stop when he bumped into a set of legs. The image of the body, with blood slowly trickling down where glass had cut it, was clearly visible to Izuku's eyes without the stormy sky's shadow covering everything. Bile rose in the back of Izuku's throat, and he nearly leaned over the window to vomit until he realized how high up they were. Izuku's thoughts were racing. They obviously went back in time, but their only means of avoiding death was gone now that the flux capacitor was damaged. They were directly above the sea this time. Izuku might be able to free Hatsume and pull her to the island if they could withstand the impact. Izuku's resolve solidified despite the logical part of his mind calculating the distance he would have to travel with an unconscious body, as well as the potential ocean currents and marine life that would attempt to pull him under. He pleaded for a chance, and one was granted to him. He was not going to waste it. Izuku noticed a brown dot growing quickly in size beneath him as he looked down. They were overcome by a sense of macabre humor as Izuku grimaced. The only explanation was that they had somehow changed their direction from falling toward an island to a ship. Izuku understood, however, that it might be a lucky break. If he was extremely fortunate, enough of the ship might survive to serve as a makeshift raft, and at worst, there would be wood to cling to. Days before the more imminent collision with the ship below, Izuku's thoughts drifted through half-baked plans of gathering rainwater and catching fish. Izuku was thinking when there was a tap on the window. Outside his window, a man drifted, his features blurred as if the wind were trying to carry them away. Izuku could not hear a word he said, but his lips moved. "What did you say?" Izuku yelled back, rolling down the window. The wind carried the man's words away as he spoke again and again. Izuku cupped his hand to an ear and leaned closer, but the man rolled his eyes and disappeared. In an attempt to locate the man, Izuku glanced down and noticed a hand clutching the vehicle's underside. The car lurched to a halt as the fingers strained with effort, then sank slowly in the direction of the ship. Izuku fell out of the car as soon as the wheels struck the deck, marveling at the wooden planks under his fingers. Izuku said, "We're alive," in a faltering voice, "We're alive." "You sure are." Izuku's head jerked upwards. The stocky man smiling down at him had a magnetic presence that drew his attention. Izuku was reminded of All Might by the man's radiant aura and smile, his shirtless red coat billowing in the wind. He extended his hand and Izuku reluctantly accepted it, saying, "The name's Gold Roger." Izuku's bones were almost reduced to powder by his hold, but Gold Roger appeared to be kind to him. "I'm Izuku Midoriya. Are you a hero?" The men around them snickered, but Gold Roger took the question seriously and rubbed his mustache. "Depends on your definition of hero, kid." "So a vigilante." Even though Izuku was tensing up, the man in front of him looked at the car. He said, "So, Izuku, what's your story? Looks like something straight out of Vegapunk's laboratory, but something tells me it's not his." Izuku remembered her name and said, "May made it." Unbuckling her seatbelt, he scurried to the driver's side. "May, wake up. Come on, please answer me." "That's a nasty bump on the head she's got," said Gold Roger, "but something tells me she'll be okay. We need a doctor. Is there one on board?" Gold Roger peered inside and gestured to the other body, saying, "Our carpenter can sew stitches, but she needs a real doctor." "Lucky for you, we were on our way to get one. What about this one?" "I don't know," acknowledged Izuku. "I think we crashed into him while we were falling. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kill him." Gold Roger poked the torso, causing the legs to twitch. "Kill him?" he asked. At the sight, Izuku almost jumped out of his skin. "Doesn't look dead to me." Gold Roger took the child by the shirt and tugged while the rest of the crew guffawed and snorted. His neck grew longer and longer until it was almost half the length of the ship, but his head remained trapped in the broken flux capacitor. The head then flew free and snapped into position over the child's shoulders with a crack of metal and glass. The child looked around and blinked. "Huh. I thought there would be fire." Deiden said there was lots of fire in hell. He noticed Izuku and inquired, "Did you get a haircut?" No. Luffy looked at Gold Roger and said, "Who are you?" Huh, weird. Gold Roger, he said, grinning amusedly, "And you are?" "I'm Luffy, and I'm going to be king of the pirates." "Well, I was, but I'm dead now." "What did the end of the world look like?" "I wanted to see it for myself, but I died." Shishishi. "I haven't been there myself, but I'll let you know when I get there." "What? But you said you went there when they cut your head off, didn't you keep the One Piece there?" As he studied Luffy, the pirate captain's eyes narrowed. Gold Roger's gaze was fixed on Izuku. "Now that's interesting. Your voice isn't supposed to be here yet." The laughter left his face. "And your story doesn't make sense," he responded. "You speak of gleaming towers, roaring machines, and tablets of infinite knowledge, but the world tells me that none of those things exist, nor will they ever. You and her both. Where did you come from?" Izuku pondered whether the captain had a quirk that allowed him to see his origins. Izuku replied hesitantly, "The future." Luffy's eyes strayed to the other members of the crew while Gold Roger's stare pierced Izuku's skull. Luffy yelled, "Hey, you're that clown guy. Did you die too?" "Shishishi, how did you do that? Did you trip off the platform after killing me, or did the Marines get you?" After spotting a recognizable large red nose. Buggy was left out in the open as the crowd dispersed. "What? Me? What the hell are you talking about?" Luffy stretched his neck to get a better look. Buggy retreated until he struck the rail. Luffy said, "You look different. Did you get a haircut?" While scratching his head. "Don't be ridiculous, I've never seen you before in my life." Buggy was elbowed in the ribs by the red-haired child who was standing next to him. "Hard to mistake you for anybody else, what with that giant nose of yours?" Buggy's nose turned red, and so did his face. "Did you just make fun of my nose? I'll gut you for that." Luffy looked more closely at the young man as he laughed off Buggy's feeble attempts to beat him to death. His face broke into a broad smile, and his entire body shot forward, colliding with his head and almost sending them both into the ocean. "Shanks!" yelled Luffy. "You said I wouldn't see you again until I got strong enough to fight you. Does that mean I'm strong enough? I beat up a lot of people, like that one shark guy who was really mean, and, hey Shanks, your arm's back." Shanks gave him a bewildered blink. "My arm? I've always had it." Luffy squinted at him and said, "Really? And here I thought that Sea King ate it. That other scar's gone too, the one over your eye. Come to think of it, you look different. Did you get a haircut too?" Shanks said, laughing uncomfortably, "I don't think a haircut gets rid of scars." Luffy's forehead furrowed and he snarled in agony and exasperation as he considered the circumstance. "Huh." Luffy suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, "It's a mystery scar." Sure. Yeah, too bad I'm dead now, it would have been fun fighting you for real." "You're dead?" "Yep, clown guy got me." Buggy yelled, "Hey," at him in offense. The fist hammering the back of Luffy's head was ignored. "Gold Roger's here, clown guy's here, you're here, so we must all be." Luffy looked from Shanks to Gold Roger. He appeared completely lost. To Shanks, he said, "You're not dead, how did you get here?" "Confused too," Shanks said. "On this ship?" Luffy turned back to Gold Roger and asked, "Is this ship hell? I thought there would be more people here. Everyone says you're the devil. Does that mean you run this place?" "I am captain of this ship," Gold Roger replied. "But this ain't hell. We're coming up on paradise, and hell's on the other side." "Paradise? You mean like heaven?" "Deiden says that pirates don't go to heaven." Disappointed, Luffy inquired, "Does that mean I wasn't a real pirate?" "Did you fly a Jolly Roger?" "Yep." Gold Roger leaned forward and gazed at Luffy's straw hat, saying, "Then you were a real pirate, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Interesting. Where did you get that?" "Shanks gave it to me." Confused, Shanks said, "I did? Is that the same hat?" he asked, glancing between the two captains. Gold Roger lifted Luffy's hat and displayed it beside his own. Even the red band that held the straw together and the individual strands of straw had the same appearance. Luffy grabbed both of them from Roger's hands and attempted to put them on his head, but the unstable stack of hats would not stay in place. "Hey, give that back!" Luffy exclaimed. Gold Roger took one back with a guffaw. "Shanks gave it to you, you say? You must be something special if he gave it to you." Luffy took the hat in his hands and, for the first time, became serious. "I was supposed to give it back to him, once I got stronger. I guess I never will." "Oh, I wouldn't say that." Gold Roger's eyes gleamed with laughter. "You're not dead, Luffy. You're in the past." Luffy cocked one side of his head. The past? Of course I'm in there. I did a bunch of stuff, and that's the past. And you're doing all that past stuff now. No, I'm not. All that past stuff already happened. Gold Roger gave a frustrated grunt and said, and it's happening again, with you in it. Geez, how'd I explain this? A rough, salt and pepper-haired man named Silvers Rayleigh gave Gold Roger a shoulder pat. He pointed to the DeLorean and cleared his throat, saying, I got this, Captain. Mystery box. Ooh. Luffy nodded and declared definitively, it's a mystery box. Gold Roger frowned irritably at his first mate. Really, Rayleigh? Rayleigh returned the grin. I dealt with you long enough to understand how idiots work. After awkwardly bandaging Mei's head during this conversation, Izuku eventually plucked up the courage to speak once more. So, about that doctor? How soon can we get there? In just a bit, replied Roger. Of course, you'd be stuck with us for a while. If you'd like, we could take you to Logatown, though we wouldn't be able to help you with the doctor. Izuku gave Mei a downward glance. On the one hand, he felt uneasy about spending any more time in the suspicious company of the ship. But Mei's pale, blood-stained face and a lack of money convinced him. I'll stay. Good, it's a bit too late to turn around anyways, we're already caught in the current. Izuku looked over the railing and saw the water crashing against the hull, asking, the current? The water swirled in white, foamy waves as one looked farther ahead, and then the water rose, and upward, and upwards. What is that? Breathless at the sight of water pouring directly up the mountainside, Izuku questioned. Gold Roger said, reverse mountain, first time? Had a quirk made it? Why? And why were they sailing up a mountain? Did the doctor live up there? Izuku stared numbly at the geological impossibility in front of him. His mind was racing with so many questions that he didn't even notice the crew bustling around him. One of them slapped him on the back and said, don't just sit there, Bean, pull. Cling to something. Izuku scrambled for something to grab onto, and as he ran wildly for the mast, the ship struck the rising surge of water and shook, sending Izuku sprawling onto the deck and breaking his nose. Izuku rolled, hissing in pain, and looked for Hatsume, who had slid to the side of the ship and had been startled awake by the sudden shock. Hatsume drowsily pulled herself up the railing and leaned over it, and Izuku scrambled towards her, her eyes wide with horror. It was too late. The ship lurched as it struck a boulder, and Izuku screamed and dove in after Hatsume, who flipped over the railing and fell into the water below. A submerged wooden beam, splintered and wedged between two rocks, scraped Izuku's leg as he drifted past, and a stray fish caught in the violent waters slapped Izuku across the cheek. Water slammed into him from all sides as it lifted him after the ship, stung the back of his throat, and filled his nostrils with salty brine. The current whipped them both around like rag dolls, but as Izuku felt the strength leaving his arms, the waters pushed them both together, and he clamped on and pulled her onto his chest, keeping her head above water even as his eyes sank below the surface. Izuku hunted for Hatsume, gasping for air and flailing wildly, swam for it, and saw pink locks of hair floating. Hold on, Mei. With his final breath, he yelled, I'll keep you safe, I swear. Izuku rubbed as much water out of his eyes as he could, and when he opened them, he saw a stretch of jagged, sharp rocks with white froths of water dancing over them, and a skeleton, its ribcage shattered against the rocks, clung to the closest rock ahead of them. Izuku looked for the ship, but with all the salty spray in his eyes, he could hardly make out the dull gray shapes whipping past him at frightening speeds. With a grimace, Izuku turned his back to the rocks and braced for impact when he felt a hand grab him by the collar and pull him out of the water, causing him to wheeze and rasp for breath as the collar of his shirt tightened like a noose around his throat, causing his fingers to sting painfully and spots to flash in his vision. He flopped against a wooden deck just as he felt Mei slip from his fingers, coughing up seawater and shakily sitting up. Luffy looked down at him and said, What did you swim for, Shishini? There's just too much current for that. In a daze, Izuku merely pointed at Mei and uttered, She fell in. Gold Roger said, And you jumped in without a second thought, from behind him. You're brave, young one. The crew howled with laughter as Izuku coughed as the taste of strong, malty beer flooded his mouth, and other pirates smiled, slapped him on the back, and told him he was a real pirate. Someone pushed a wooden flagon into his hands, and he drank it without thinking. Have you regained your footing yet? Come on up and see this, Gold Roger said from the ship's prow. A moment of wonder and awe tugged at Izuku's heart as he stood up and saw a vast expanse of ocean, illuminated by brilliant rays of sunlight. Where are we? Izuku inquired. Welcome to paradise, child, said Gold Roger with a smile. Gorgeous, isn't it? Here's to hoping you can handle it, he said, lifting his own flagon to a toast. The rocking was the first thing Izuku felt as he drifted on the edge of consciousness. His sleep-addled brain initially mistook it for an earthquake and dug up confused plans to hide under his desk. As the rocking persisted and Izuku's brain recovered from some of its sluggishness, he realized that it was too rhythmic and too persistent. Without any background information to comprehend the odd phenomenon, Izuku's brain chose to put it on hold until he was fully awake. His legs were also battered, and he vaguely noticed a long scratch along one leg. He tried running first, but didn't manage to get away. The second thing he felt was the pain. The dull, stinging throb of day-old bruises was an old friend of Izuku's, and he could tell much by their character. The lack of prickling burn wounds meant Kachan hadn't taken a crack at him. His arms took the brunt of it, indicating that he was protecting something, most likely his hero notes. Izuku was startled awake with a sense of dread when he realized that someone had expertly treated his wounds. The third thing he felt was the bandage. Not his own awkward wrappings with the roll of gauze concealed in the bottom of his toothpaste box, but flat, tidy, and tightly wound. He glanced around the room, which had a single window at the side and was dimly lit, but even in the dark shadows, Izuku could see that the walls were made of wood. The mattress was strangely soft, but it didn't have the memory foam's springiness, and it smelled slightly of wet bird. "'Bout time you woke up," went a gruff voice. Izuku turned and saw a man sitting beside his bed. Although his features were obscured by the shadows, Izuku could tell that he was short, no more than 5 feet. "Who are you?" Izuku inquired. "Crocus. I am currently the ship's physician." The word ship twirled in Izuku's mind like a loose pebble, triggering a memory and causing an avalanche. A view of the ocean from a mountaintop, drowning in the current, the grainy, smooth wood against his palms, the crack of lightning engulfing the DeLorean, a swirling vortex of thunderclouds, and the headlights of the approaching truck. DeLorean. May. Izuku shot up, and his head swam, and Crocus swatted him back down with one arm in annoyance. "Slow down, boy. Like your friend, you probably suffered a concussion." "May. Where is she? Is she all right?" A fresh bandage was wrapped around her head, and Crocus leaned back so that Izuku could see the other bed clearly. Izuku attempted to stand up again, but the doctor pushed him into the pillow. "Take a nap. She will be all right. I'll get you breakfast while you wait right there." Breakfast consisted of a slab of bacon thick enough to beat someone with, a handful of plump orange berries Izuku didn't recognize, and a crumbly biscuit drowning in gravy. Nevertheless, the first bite triggered a hunger pang in his stomach, and he licked every morsel off his fingers. Crocus muttered as he searched a cabinet, tried to tell the captain that it'd be best to give you gruel, but Roger looked at me like I was nuts. "Not real food. Oh no. What else should a man who has lost half of his teeth eat? It's easy on the stomach and gives you energy quickly but steadily, but if it's not dripping with grease, it's not food." Crocus watched him like a hawk, but did not move, and Izuku sat up, slowly this time. Izuku said, "Thank you," with hesitation. Crocus held a wooden tube to Izuku's chest, which looked to him like a crude stethoscope. Crocus prodded him in various spots before nodding and saying, "Pa, just doing my job." "All right, no concussion, breathing is fine, and nothing is broken, you go now." At the door, Izuku paused and asked, "May I stay? To ensure May's well-being, and—" "Do you suppose I'm here to decorate? I'll watch your girl for you," Crocus roared. "Before I toss you back overboard, please clear out." Izuku scampered out of the office and froze in his tracks when he saw the Oro Jackson. Aside from a few photographs, he had never seen a wooden ship before, and it seemed impossible to him. Every plank of the ship radiated strength, and Izuku felt a thrum beneath his feet, a soft humming of the wood as the ship plowed through the water, the masts towering above him, seemingly touching the clouds, and the canvas they carried ballooning out as it caught the wind. The rest of his clothes were gone, replaced by a shirt with stripes of blue and white, and baggy shorts that were a little too long and loose for him, with twine tied around his waist to keep the shorts from falling around his ankles. Izuku looked down and realized at last that he had neither shoes nor socks left, and he wriggled his toes, felt the smooth grain of wood against his skin, and became suddenly afraid that he would wind up with splinters all over his feet. Izuku looked up to see a big-chested man hauling rope past him after a gentle shove sent him sprawling to the deck. "If you're going to stare around all day, do it somewhere out of the way," the man called back to him. "Clear the deck." Izuku nodded and rushed away, his heart leaping up to his throat as he saw more sights of the ship in a dizzying kaleidoscope of strange sights. A woman jerked on a fishing rod and pulled a fish the size of a small whale out of the water, holding it over her shoulder with one hand as it flailed around. Two men shook dice at a rickety wooden table, one cheering when the dice stopped rolling and the other pushing a pile of gold coins. Izuku scraped his knees on the deck as the ship lurched. A colossal spray of water blotted out the sun before falling in a rainbow shimmer. The woman tossed the fish below deck without breaking stride. One man cocked back a fist and smiled cheekily at the dice, which now displayed different numbers, while a lean man with graying hair cuffed them both as he approached Izuku. Sensing the tension, the man leaned on the railing beside Izuku and gazed up at the sky while Izuku looked anxiously at the newcomer. The ship struck another wave, and Izuku barely managed to catch himself. "Have you never been on a ship before?" Izuku gulped and said, "And no sir. The name is Rayleigh. Nosier. Here's what you'll do because I don't have time to watch a pipsqueak like you. Observe. Pay attention. Study up. Additionally, stay out of the way. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir. Stop referring to me as sir. I'm not some fucking marine," said Rayleigh, rolling his eyes. "You appear somewhat prepared to jump in again, but I would threaten to toss you overboard." Izuku blanched and struggled to speak, fumbling over his own tongue. Rayleigh sighed in frustration and stood up to stretch. "Calm down, kid. We won't devour you. You are free to move around because Roger is your guarantor. We'll release you at the first secure port we find, so don't cause any trouble." After saying his final goodbyes, Rayleigh left Izuku to his own devices. Since he had nothing better to do, Izuku followed his instructions to the letter. It took some time to find a place that no one went to because occasionally crew members wandered the railing, searching for fish that were schooling close to their deck or adjusting the ropes that held the sails in place. Izuku lost himself for a time in the orderly commotion of the ship. While some men used long wooden brushes to swab the deck, others sanded down stray splinters, or carried up barrels and kegs from storage, while the majority of the men lounged on deck, fought with fists and blunted blades, or played dice games with piles of gold and silver changing hands. Izuku's thoughts drifted home as the novelty of the ship's occupants wore off, wondering how anxious his mother must be before realizing that she wasn't even yet alive. He thought about the broken flux capacitor and assured himself that May would somehow fix it. Surely she could locate the parts they require. Considering parts, Izuku searched the ship for anything May could salvage. Having spent years dumpster diving at the beach at May's request, he was an expert on salvageable scrap, but the Oro Jackson seemed to be devoid of any technology of any kind. There was no motor at the aft, no GPS or speaker systems. The steering appeared to be completely manual, judging by the way the man's arms bulged as he struggled the wheel towards port, and not a single cell phone or gaming system was visible among the crew. Perhaps someone with a strong technomancy quirk is nearby. Or it might be a group that's committed to the aesthetic, Izuku murmured to himself. Although it was 40 years ago, I believe I would have heard of a group like this. There was a loud cry of hailstones as the ship went dark. Reverberated throughout the ship, and in a matter of seconds, everyone had clubs and swords out. Izuku's heart raced in his chest, and he wondered if this was how he would pass away. A sphere of ice the size of his head shattered against the deck in front of him, and Izuku stared numbly around him while the crew waited. Hailstones. Was that what they said? Hailstones, when he could still feel the summer afternoon heat on his arms? Izuku was hit by an icy splinter on his arm, and more hit the water with loud splashes. Wide-eyed, Izuku clambered across the deck, while pirates swung clubs and swords through the air, slicing and slamming the ice balls into smaller pieces, while others ran with barrels strapped to their backs, collecting ice chunks. Hailstones smashed everywhere, and Izuku's heart leapt into his throat. He tried a door, but it was locked. In a panic, Izuku looked around and saw the gambling table, with its dice and cups left behind. He dragged it over to the wall and huddled beneath it, but the wood held when a hailstone struck it with a loud thud. Izuku shivered under the table for what seemed like an eternity as death reigned all around him, but it was actually more like a minute. The hail ceased, and a thick fog rolled in. "Everyone, keep an eye out," someone yelled. "Watch out for rocks, there's a lot of fog." Rocks? Out at sea? Izuku blinked, but a shadow loomed in the mist where he stood, and too soon a rock appeared, only a few feet from the deck. Izuku yelled in alarm, but it was ignored, but another pirate called, "Hard to starboard." The rock scraped against the hull as the ship lurched sideways, and then another rock came into view as they passed it. The helmsman threw himself at the wheel, and sailors tugged on ropes as the ship danced towards port, barely avoiding the rock. Even though he was close to the bow, Izuku saw another rock that was shorter than the others. When they were almost on it and the watchman didn't scream, Izuku became frightened and yelled, "Another rock, port." Izuku grabbed at the railing as he flew up and over the deck, his feet finding wood, and he scrambled back onto the ship as it bounced in the water, barely beginning to turn before it rammed against the rock. "Hey, youngster, next time, call it out a bit quicker," the helmsman yelled down. "On that one, I almost lost my arm." "Sorry." A boy about his age, with red hair and a tanned complexion, grinned at Izuku as he squirmed in on himself and flinched when a hand gently slapped him on the shoulder. "Briggs is a little grumpy, but don't worry about him. Well done for identifying that rock. If we broke Tom's ship's keel, we wouldn't hear the end of it. By the way, his name's Shanks." Izuku took his hand and flinched at the young man's smothering hold. Izuku. Unusual name. In any case, I heard that with all those hailstones falling, you were above deck. Have you attempted to capture one? Gaping at him, Izuku thought, caught one? He would have gone splat if he tried. Izuku struggled to respond, but Shanks interrupted him with a shoulder clap. "You must meet Buggy, so hurry up. He just has a short fuse, so don't worry about the knives." Knives. Before Izuku could object any more, Shanks pulled him below deck, past crowds of crew members crammed past him, and squeezed around a corner before opening a narrow door. "Hey Buggy. I located him." Buggy jumped up as the door slammed against the wooden walls, and Izuku turned white as he stared at the slashed digit as the knife he had been sharpening sliced clean through his thumb and the severed digit hit the floor. "Come on, Shanks. I was occupied, at least you could knock first. Don't pretend that you aren't eager to learn about the future. From the future, he is." Shanks turned to face Izuku and said, "You're from the future, aren't you?" His thumb. We need ice for that," Izuku stammered as he pointed to the thumb. "This?" Buggy smiled as he asked, taking the thumb and putting it on backwards, wriggling it back and forth and laughing at how awkwardly it bent. The color returned to Izuku's face immediately. "Wow, is that your quirk? Immunity to cutting and the capacity to separate and reattach your limbs? Is it part of your quirk that caught you off guard? Does the quirk itself cause it, or is it a reflex? If you crushed it off, would that work?" "I haven't tried it, and I'd rather not break any bones," Buggy said with a grimace. "I'm a man of chop chop." To illustrate, Buggy severed his arms and legs and performed a floor jig. "Slice me and dice me, and I can beat you up with my pieces." Izuku's backpack was gone when he reached for it. "Interesting. Does your quirk also include your nose?" My nose? Is there something amusing about my nose?" Buggy squawked. "Well, it is unusual looking," Izuku said, faltering. "Is rubber used to make it?" "Rubber?" Buggy's face turned as red as his nose. "You fool, it's a nose." "Really? With it, you sort of look like a clown." Buggy's hand moved slowly in the direction of his knife. "And what is a clown?" Shanks grinned and asked, "Are clowns terrifying?" After noticing an expectant expression in Shanks's eye and glancing back and forth between the two cabin boys, Izuku reluctantly replied, "Yes. When people see them, they run, screaming." "Really?" Buggy said, stopping his hand. "Clowns do what?" Izuku initially considered circuses, unicycles, and getting pie thrown in their faces, but he threw those ideas out the window. He then went through a short list of frightening clowns, including Pennywise, who was both terrifying and not really a clown. Izuku's face was dripping with sweat, and his mind was racing with ideas that were too quick to comprehend. Clowning around in rainbow wigs, rubber noses, and white face paint was frightening. A whole city was terrorized by a single clown. Destroyed hospitals, robbed banks, and set a whole pile of cash on fire. Buggy first appeared fascinated, then repulsed. Burn money? Why would anyone do that? A crazy person. In any case, one guy made an attempt to threaten him. After placing a pencil on the table, he asked if anyone would like to watch it vanish. Skeptically, Buggy remarked, "And that's meant to be frightening?" "He made it disappear in the guy's eyeball," Izuku said, smiling nervously and artificially. "Slam." Then he said, "Ta-da." Guffawing, Buggy said, "That's hilarious. Did he do anything else?" Izuku soon ran out of dark night scenes to repeat, and the remainder was a bewildered mix of ordinary circus clowns and Pennywise. Midway through the explanation, Buggy produced parchment and jotted down everything he said. Juggling knives on a unicycle while standing in a large tent. What about swords? Would they work? Tigers, too. Lions? Large, perilous creatures. I have no idea how I would manage to fit an elephant on a ship. Izuku therefore pondered what he was letting loose on the world during his first afternoon on board the Oro Jackson. A heavy knock on the door stopped any thoughts of the possible collapse of causality. "Oi, shrimps. Dinner is prepared." Before Izuku realized what was happening, Buggy and Shanks both ran out of the room, and he had to fumble his way across the ship alone until he found the mess hall. And what a mess it was, with Gold Roger sitting at the head of the table, dragging entire plates towards him like a bear, Rayleigh plucking choice cuts and steaming vegetables like a heron, and dozens of greasy, sweaty men hunching over a long wooden table, snatching food off every plate and stuffing it in their mouths while a bewildered chef ate a turkey leg and tossed plates into the empty spaces as food vanished. From his corner of the table, Shanks waved to Izuku, saying, "Hey, Izuku, I saved you a seat." Given the small amount of room at the table, it would be generous to call it a seat. Izuku pressed between Shanks and Buggy, suffocating in the hot, noisy environment as the clown-like cabin boy dug into a turkey breast and Buggy's elbow dug into his ribs. Shanks, his mouth full of meat and potatoes, pointed to the plate and said, "Help yourself," through his partially eaten food. A plate piled high with tuna steaks appeared, and like locusts, entire swarms of silverware descended and devoured them. Izuku felt like an old man trying to cross a busy intersection, watching the flurry of hands and food, everything moving too quickly for him to process. He reached for a plate in front of him, and a rubbery hand darted halfway across the room and snatched it. Izuku eyed the chicken bones with strips of meat hanging from them, but after that display of gluttony, he had no appetite. Suddenly the eating stopped, and pirates walked away, belching and patting swollen bellies, while some went around picking up dirty plates. Izuku stood clumsily and followed Shanks out of the mess hall, or at least he tried to, but after a turn in a hallway, he lost his way and went back above deck to get away from the cramped system inside the hull. For a moment, Izuku reveled in the sight as the sun sank toward the horizon, illuminating the ocean in a shimmering orange hue. The combination of the sea's salty tang, the wind rustling his hair, and the soft warmth of the waning sun caused Izuku to feel at ease, allowing his worries and simmering hunger to melt away in the wake of the Oro Jackson. An exclamation of, "Zoro! Sanji!" Luffy leapt over Izuku onto the ship's bow and leaned around the figurehead, breaking the silence of the moment. Izuku turned around to see Luffy peering over the railing with his rubbery neck, opening barrels, and checking under crates. "No, Nami is also not present. Where is everyone?" Luffy said, "Hey, you were in the mystery box too," after squinting at Izuku as though he had never seen him before. "Zoro, have you seen him? He is easily lost." "I haven't seen Sanji, Usopp, or Nami all day, but they also don't typically get lost." "Zoro?" Izuku inquired, "Do you consider him a friend?" "My first mate is him." Luffy bit his arm to illustrate, and the rest of his words were muffled. "He walks around with 3 swords and holds one in his teeth, like this," Luffy said cheerfully. As he throws it around, he says, "High teeth." "I see. You mean they weren't in the mystery box with you? You know we're in the past, right?" Izuku said, taking a deep breath. Izuku took a deep breath and said, "How old were your friends when you left them?" Luffy gave him a blank stare and picked his nose. "I never really asked them, so I dunno." Luffy questioned with a horrified expression, "Did we miss all of their birthdays?" "I don't know theirs either. Their cake was never mine." "Do they look like you?" After hemming and hawing, Luffy said, "Yes, but why?" "What is your age?" "Just turned 17, Luffy said, pointing proudly to himself. "I now have to set sail to locate my brother." That fact made Izuku scowl. Had the legal age of adulthood actually been 1740 years ago? Izuku dismissed the idea, stating, "We're 20 years in the past. The implication is that you will be born in 3 years." Izuku knew he was losing Luffy quickly based on the glazed expression in his eyes. "Your friends aren't anywhere," Izuku said, letting go of tact. "They're not even yet real. You won't see them again for 20 years if we can't get the time machine to function again." "You got it. I'll simply wait 20 years after that." Izuku gazed in amazement at Luffy's bright smile. "Do you know how long that is?" Luffy's expression darkened. "Very long, longer than I've been alive. But regardless of how long it takes, I know they'll be waiting for me." Izuku attempted to comprehend Luffy's reasoning when he said, "You'll be 20 years older when you see them." "All right. I will remain myself. Additionally, they will remain the same age. All of them will be younger than you, twice as old." Luffy's forehead furrowed once more. "How in the world is that possible? I've never witnessed anyone age gracefully." Izuku finally gave up trying to explain time travel and considered his own predicament. He and Mei made 2 jumps back in time, 40 years. He would see his mother again, but he would be older than her, with wrinkles and gray hair. Izuku was brought back to reality 40 years ago, when he had no money, his phone had disappeared under the waves. Mei was in a coma, The DeLorean had a hole in its flux capacitor, and he was no longer distracted by the new sights, the hazardous weather, or his fellow crew members. Izuku whispered, "I'm stuck here," as his vision blurred and his hands trembled and sweat trickled down his back and chest. His head was swimming even as he took desperate breaths. "I will never return home." Izuku almost flew over the railing as Luffy leaned forward, his face an inch away without the other realizing it, humming to himself and frowning as if trying to solve a complex puzzle, then raised one finger and flicked it against Izuku's forehead while Izuku was having his panic attack. "Ah, for what purpose was that? You remind me of Kobe." "Who?" An additional companion. But he had no desire to be a pirate. Luffy made a disgusted face and said, "He was stuck with some ugly pirate lady until I beat her up." Luffy had wanted to be a marine. After pausing to consider Luffy's story, Izuku gathered himself nervously and said, "There's nothing that I can do." Kobe made a similar statement. "Until he didn't. He is currently a marine. I believe. After that, I sort of left." Luffy laughed quickly and left. Izuku said, "Is there really anything I can do?" as the sun sank behind the waves and the Oro Jackson headed for the next island. Izuku never considered himself to be unhappy. He still had Mei and her inventions, his mother, and his hero notes, even though his quirkless genetics had crushed his hopes and dreams to find powder, immolated, and pissed on at the ripe age of 4. His classmates and even some teachers frequently made fun of him for his condition, and strangers looked at him with pity or hostility the moment they realized he couldn't shoot fireballs out of his pinkies. Now, though, his mother was in elementary school, Mei was still unconscious, and his hero notes were now more water than paper. In addition, he had skipped breakfast because he couldn't find his way back to the mess hall, skipped dinner, and remained up all night listening to the noisy snoring of the crew crammed into the sleeping quarters and his own nervous thoughts. To put it succinctly, Izuku was exhausted, nearly starving enough to plead for food from an unknown, potentially dangerous stranger, and utterly lost in time and space. Izuku, a master at denying his suffering, had successfully passed the first stage, had no one to bargain with, no energy or spine for rage, and had moved into a 3-bedroom suburban house with a 30-year mortgage right in the middle of a depression town. He had half a lifetime of debt to pay off. Izuku gazed off the railing of the ship. Izuku's eyes only saw sights from home, even though the sun was shining brightly in the sky and a light breeze carried a cool scent of rich seaweed and ocean spray. The face of his mother. A Katsudon bowl. Bakugo, too. Just looking at him is making me feel bummed out. Shouldn't we just leave him alone? Izuku was overwhelmed by the words, but he ignored them. A shadow moved across him, but he continued to stare until someone poked him in the shoulder. When Izuku looked around, he saw only 2 fingers floating in midair. They took hold of his nose and twisted, just enough to give Izuku a slight ache. Buggy yelled, "Gotcha," as his fingers reconnected with his hand. "Ah, that one's a classic." Izuku glanced at the cabin boy and returned his attention to the waves. Floating before him, Buggy's detached head yelled, "Hey, I'm talking to you." Izuku remained motionless. "What the hell am I supposed to do?" he whispered as Buggy's head drifted away. Buggy gave him a quick tap on the shoulder. This time a whole body was fastened to the fingers. Buggy inquired, "So, what's got you so down?" Sighing, Izuku remarked, "I wish I could go home." "Well, what's stopping you? Just get a ship and sail there." "It doesn't even exist yet." Buggy snapped his fingers after going cross-eyed. Izuku's terrified expression made Buggy panic. "Oh, right, you came from the future. Have you tried stabbing someone? That always makes me feel better. I'd let you borrow one of my knives, just don't get too much blood on it, okay?" Buggy said. Izuku remained as motionless as a statue. Buggy scowled at him and jabbed at his forehead after a few quiet moments. Izuku was pulled back up by 2 sets of hands after he had fallen halfway over the railing. "Easy, Buggy," mentioned Shanks. "Crocus will use your head for a bedpan if you toss him in a second time." "What did I do?" complained Buggy. "I barely even touched him." Shanks took Izuku by the shoulders and pushed him away from the railing, saying, "Why don't we try this again, okay? Sorry about that. I sent Buggy over first because I thought it would be funny, and it was." "Fuck you, Shanks. Out in the open? With all the crew to see? At least buy me dinner first?" Both Buggy and Izuku turned as red as the clown cabin boy's nose, and the few pirates within earshot roared with laughter. "Anyways," Shanks replied, "you're trying to get home, right? Where are you from?" "Musutafu." "Huh. I've never heard of that island. Well, what's it like? How big is your village?" Izuku was forced to describe his hometown. Both sides grew increasingly perplexed as he described concrete roads and structures hundreds of feet high. Buggy yelled, "Now I know you're making things up, ships that can fly in the air?" "Why not?" replied Shanks. "We know sky islands are a thing. Why wouldn't someone make a ship that can fly? Bet you could fly over the Red Line, or even the Calm Belt." "That's just crazy talk. It's one thing to code a ship and have it float up, but to actually sail? You'd be blown wherever the wind took you." "Wouldn't that be amazing?" asked Shanks, laughing. Buggy struggled to answer, but Izuku's rumbling stomach prevented him from doing so. "Did you get breakfast?" Shanks asked, turning to face Izuku. Izuku shook his head shyly. Shanks reached into his shorts back pocket and took out a lumpy biscuit. "Here, I'll just filch another one from the pantry." Izuku cautiously inspected the questionable pastry, but his stomach overruled his judgment. He nibbled at the dry, tacky biscuit warily. He ate the entire thing out of greed even though it had less flavor than a saltine cracker and just chewing on it made his mouth hurt. Shanks said, "There, feel better? I find food always helps." I guess so. Thanks." Izuku's thoughts returned to his lost home just by being reminded of his suffering. Then Shanks noticed the shift in attitude and said, "Want to climb up to the crow's nest? I bet we'll spot the next island soon." Izuku said, "Where are we going?" "No idea. There's 11 different routes we can take coming off Reverse Mountain, and it's random which one we get. Have you seen a log pose before?" Shanks pulled Izuku to the helm after he shook his head. The helmsman slapped Shanks, but the cabin boy slapped a glass orb off the helm and smiled cheekily at the grizzled, scarred man. Observing the log pose with interest, Izuku remarked, "There aren't any directions on this." Shanks turned it around to demonstrate how the needle always pointed directly ahead and said, "You just follow the needle. The magnetic field's all screwed up in the Grand Line, and each island has its own pull. The needle points towards one, then resets when we spend enough time on it. The only other way to find an island is to use an eternal pose, which always points towards a specific island." Izuku questioned, "You can't find islands on a map?" That made Buggy and Shanks laugh. "People have tried mapping them," Buggy continued, "but no one's ever been able to do it. Some say the islands move. Others claim it's a curse over the entire Grand Line, messing with people's heads while they try charting islands. The sea will turn you around without you even knowing it." Buggy looked at the log pose and responded, "See? We're going the wrong way now." The helmsman roared, "Give that back," and slammed Buggy over the head. The whining helmsman wrenched the wheel away, and the ship swung around. "And that's why you never sail without a log pose," said Shanks. "So, race you up to the crow's nest." Izuku barely had time to blink before Shanks pulled himself up a rope. "Hey, wait till I'm ready. You cheater." Buggy yelled after him as his body lifted into the air, his boots gone. As the two of them flew up the ship's mast, Izuku looked up at them and then looked at the mast. The side was carved with rungs, which Izuku ascended gradually. By the time he reached the top, his palms were blistered and his arms were burning. "Well, looks like you beat Buggy up here." "What? No he didn't. I was up here first, you liar." The wind blew so hard against the sails that it almost blew their words away. In the small platform on top of the mast, the ship's rocking, which was only a slight shifting beneath his feet at deck level, felt much more intense. Till his knuckles went white, Izuku held on to the side. As Shanks noted, "Your feet are still on the deck, that means even the landlubber beat you up here." "Up yours, Shanks. Most of me is up here, that's got to count for something." Izuku saw Buggy's disembodied feet stamping angrily on the deck as he looked down. "Can't you carry your own feet?" Izuku questioned. "I've tried," complained Buggy. "It's like trying to lift yourself up in a bucket. No matter how hard I pull, I can't get my feet in the air." Izuku leaned on the crow's nest side. "Ah, so your body's mass resides in your feet, while the individual pieces have zero mass, but then how do they move? And wouldn't the wind blow them around?" "Actually, since they have zero mass, they wouldn't accelerate when force is applied. But then, how can you apply force with your disembodied limbs if they have zero mass? Does that mean it's actually spatial distortion? That would explain why I don't see internal organs." Shanks and Buggy exchanged glances as Izuku muttered to himself. Shanks questioned, "Do you have any idea what he's saying?" "Not a clue. Should I try poking him?" Shanks eyed the long drop to the deck and the low sides of the crow's nest. "Only if you feel like swabbing him off the deck." "I mean, it would be funny." Buggy raised his hands, and Shanks shot him a blank stare. "All right, sheesh, You don't have to take it so seriously. Izuku was startled out of his digressions by a shout from above. Hey! Exclaimed Luffy. I think I see an island from up here. Izuku raised his head. Like a rubber band, Luffy was wound around the very top of the mast. The wind-powered pirate hovered beside him, a hand covering his eyes. Nicely spotted. You kids better get down, cause this'll get ugly. As Shank's eyes glistened with anticipation, Buggy swallowed. Do we get to go along this time? The other pirate nodded, but Buggy gave Shanks a betrayed look. Don't get too far ahead of the others and pick your fights. I'll have our new doctor tie you to your beds if you get so much as a scratch. Luffy exclaimed, Hey, I want to come too. Those islands are shaped like meatballs. I bet there's meat. The wind departed with the lookout pirate as he drifted down, saying, Take it up with the captain. While Luffy and Buggy just leapt from the crow's nest, Shanks slid down a rope. The crew had assembled in front of Gold Roger with swords and axes by the time Izuku managed to descend the rungs again. Roger went. Ready the cannons. We'll soften the place up a bit before going in for the kill. One person questioned, Are they really rock pirates? I thought you wiped them all out. Their captain's gone, and most of their best split off like Whitebeard, but there's still some holdouts flying their flag. Roger cracked a maniacal grin and replied, I'm up for burning another rock pirate flag. How about you boys? He was met with a thunderous cheer, and the pirates rushed to their battle stations. While others prepared grappling hooks and boarding planks, others loaded cannons and aimed them out the starboard. Izuku made his way through the throng and approached Gold Roger. Are we getting dropped off at this island? Izuku asked as the pirate captain turned to face him. Gold Roger laughed and replied, Here, I'm not that heartless. Whiskey Peaks is an old pirate haven. You'd be lucky to make it off that rock with your friend. Besides, she's not even awake yet. Izuku looked over at that island. So, those pirates, are they villains? Yes. Roger's expression was solemn. Any chance you've heard of the rock pirates in your future? Nope. Good. Gold Roger grinned at the far-off islands while drawing his sword. Why don't you stay with your friend? You can help keep her safe while we take care of these assholes. With a grateful nod, Izuku sprinted for the only room he could always find on the ship. When Izuku explained, Crocus almost pushed him out of the room, but the doctor tsked and sat back down. If you're stuck with me, then you could at least grind up some poultices. We'll need them after this fight. Izuku opened the cabinets as Crocus pointed. Jars of oil and fat were packed in bundles with dried and fresh herbs. Izuku examined the thick, broad leaves in his hands after removing one bundle. This is aloe vera, right? Is this for burns? Crocus's eyebrow went up. You know a thing or two about medicine. As Izuku trailed off, a bit. I got into a lot of scrapes when I was younger. I was clumsy. Crocus stood beside Izuku's shoulder, crushing leaf after leaf into a stone mortar as his eyes narrowed. Grind in some turmeric. Izuku said, prevents infection, while he sprinkled in a little yellow powder. Good. It's not the best, but it keeps well on voyages. The walls shook with a loud boom. Izuku recoiled at the noise. As the cannon shots continued, he stiffened. Focus, said Crocus. Now, finally mince some tear balm. Izuku hesitated. I haven't heard that one before. Best herb to have in an apothecary. Acts as a performance enhancer for everything else in the mixture. Always mix it in after the main ingredients, but before any filler. Izuku extracted a handful of light, airy grass, pale blue and smooth to the touch, under Crocus's tutelage. The grass appeared to shrink in on itself as soon as he slashed it with a knife, and resin beads formed around the wounds. Quickly now, said Crocus hastily. Don't let it disappear on you. The tear balm almost melted as Izuku made some rash cuts. On the counter, the remaining resin created a soft, gelatinous blob that jiggled when touched. Always make sure your hands are clean when handling tear balm, warned Crocus. It enhances everything, including contaminants. You could poison someone with a pinch of iron powder if you're not careful. Izuku carefully mashed the gel into the aloe vera after scooping it into the mortar. When he stopped, a strong smell of turmeric wafted from the pestle. Wait until the gel loses its luster, then mix in some tallow. We'll coat bandages in it once they get back. The glossy areas of the paste became dull after 2 minutes. Izuku mixed it in after opening a jar. Izuku questioned, won't adding fat make the paste weaker? It does. That's why we used tear balm first. Izuku carefully pushed the cream into a fresh jar that Crocus had brought out. Wound strips of linen were kept in another cabinet, and although they were not as tough and stringy as gauze, Izuku developed the old habit of cutting out bandages. You know, Crocus replied, you'd make a half-decent doctor if you put your mind to it. Izuku blushed at the compliment and looked for a way to respond. Thanks. Is May going to be okay? As he cut another strip, Crocus sighed deeply. Kid, when was the last time she got some sleep? At least a week. Why? Crocus looked at Izuku's stunned expression and remarked, don't get so worked up. She's sleeping. She'll probably wake up in a day or two. Yep, that would do it. Oh. Thanks, you can thank me by cutting more bandages. Better to have them ready before pirates are bleeding all over the place. There was a loud thump at the door. Crocus complained and rose from his seat. Crocus threw open the door and yelled, someone better be dying out there. He was met by a smirking, disheveled man with a club above his head. There sure is, said the pirate with a smile, you are. The club went down. Crocus grunted in pain and dropped sideways onto a bed. The pirate walked in, followed by a short woman holding a dagger in each hand and a lanky, sallow man with a hook nose. Rats, no treasure, complained a pirate. He smiled as his gaze shifted to May. But Sleeping Beauty over there might do. Help me with her, will you? Izuku came out of his panic as they got closer to May. Snatching the mortar from the counter, he threw it at them. A pirate's head bounced off the stone. Izuku stumbled. KK, keep your hands off her, out loud. Where the stone had hit him, the pirate rubbed. Little kids shouldn't throw things at people. That kinda hurt, ya know. His insult was met with laughter from the other pirates. The club whistled through the air in front of Izuku, and he winced. He searched for anything else he could use to protect himself. He glanced at the knife, which still had tear bomb beads on its blade, but the pirate tossed it away with a languid club flick. With nothing else to do, Izuku clenched his fists and slithered forward. We're really doing this? Don't say I didn't warn you, the pirate said, smiling down at him. Izuku screamed and rushed forward before his fear could overcome him. The club struck him in the shoulder and threw him into a cabinet before he had even begun to swing his fist. He landed on bundles of leaves as the wood splintered against his back. Izuku screamed as a piece of wood scraped against a rib and dug into his back. Why don't you lie down? I'm sure your doctor can fix you right up. It was whispered by another pirate stage, didn't you knock their doctor on the head? Whoops. I guess you're right, silly me. Izuku wiped away tears as the pirates jeered at him. He noticed a string of dried peppers hanging over him, and his eyes stung much more than the tears should have. He closed his hand around a tuft of tear balm and clenched it. He had a crazy, desperate thought. He mashed the peppers together in one hand. He crushed the grass in the other until resinous beads formed between his fingers. After combining the crushed herbs, he opened a jar and threw it inside. He shook, then opened the jar and got to his feet. Halfway out the door with May, the pirates stopped to gaze at him. Izuku shouted wildly and threw the oil at them. Their eyes were his target, but the oil never reached that height. It splattered across their arms and chest. Huh? May was lowered as the pirates raised their weapons. You got guts, kid, but you really should have stayed down. The pirates gazed down at their hands, one of them. Hey guys, what was that stuff? My hand's itching. The others cast a downward glance at themselves. Their skin turned red at the first sign of contact with the oil. The pirates shifted and attempted to scrape the dark patches away. Ow! Get it off! Get it off! Water! Get some water! A pirate dabbed at their brow. Everywhere their fingers went, their face flushed. It's in my eyes, my fucking eyes. Izuku noticed that the color of his palms was changing and that his own hands were stinging. Izuku searched through the herbs until he came across aloe vera, hyperventilating as the pain burned its way up his arms. He felt almost immediate relief as he crushed it in his hands while combining it with the tear balm still on his fingers. The pirates were not as lucky. Wherever the oil had come into contact with them, blisters developed, and red spots spread throughout their body. As their eyes turned red, one pirate threw themselves overboard and howled, while another attempted to rub the oil off but instead made it worse. But the third pirate was only interested in Izuku. He strolled over to Izuku after smashing a bedpost with his club. You little shit. You know, I was going to let you sit there and watch us carry off your little lady friend, but now, I'm going to crack your skull like an egg and scramble everything inside. Izuku could only stare as the club rose far above him. Izuku's entire body begged him to roll aside and continue fighting, but he knew he couldn't. He had no quirks. Feeble. Using the peppers cleverly didn't help either. Gum gum. Pistol. The pirate looked at a shout coming from outside the cabin. He was struck in the face by a fist that swung into the room. Luffy wandered in a few seconds later. He pushed his foot against the unconscious pirate. Luffy said, "Hey, do I have to drop you off at a marine base? I don't feel like doing that again." Izuku stood up unsteadily. "And no, that's fine, thanks." "Sure. Now, give me meat." Shishishi. As he charged Luffy, the other pirate yelled and shook himself. With his leg outstretched, Luffy tripped the man, bent in half sideways, and punched him so hard in the back that he flew overboard. "You're not meat, silly." Crocus groaned and shifted in the bed. He rubbed his bleeding temple and sat up. "That's what I get for sailing aboard a pirate ship, stupid Roger." "Why, you're alive." "Yes, I'm alive," Crocus yelled. "It'd take more than a love tap on my head to put me under. Now, clean up this mess you made. And if you get that cursed chili oil of yours anywhere near me, I'm making you lick it up. Got it?" Whiskey Peaks was blazing wildly by the time Izuku had finished cleaning up, and the Roger pirates were dragging barrels of alcohol and sacks of cash onto the ship. As the injured filed into the room, Crocus forced Izuku to serve, bandaging, cleaning, and even suturing an arm while the doctor watched. Izuku was dead on his feet, covered in blood, and itching terribly from a speck of oil he had missed hours earlier. Roger walked confidently into the room and inspected everyone. "Heard you fend off a few pirates. Nice work," he said, grinning at Izuku. Izuku objected. "I didn't do anything, not really, Luffy's the one that beat them up." Gold Roger laughed and remarked, "You did well for your first time. I dunno, I'd fear your chili oil of doom a lot more than a fist to the face." "But I didn't do enough," exclaimed Izuku. "I just sat there and watched while he was going to kill me." Gold Roger gave a shrug. "Well, you're still alive. Just don't do that next time and you'll be fine." The captain of the pirates turned away. After a moment of hesitation, Izuku reached out and took his coat. I want to learn how to protect people, so, please teach me." Gold Roger turned around. "You sure you want to? It won't be easy." "I'll do whatever it takes." Then, after a brief silence, as though he was hearing something that only he could hear, he said, "You and Luffy can train with Rayleigh then." Izuku watched in shock as the captain walked away. He then gave a fist pump. He was filled with hope. Roger did not believe he was insane. He claimed to be able to do it. Crocus gave him a backhand to the head. "Are you going to help me clean up or not?" Before the sun rose and things took a turn for the worse, Izuku's day began with a bucket of water. Izuku went above deck to meet Rayleigh, soaking wet and followed by a laughing Buggy. Roger's first mate told Izuku to swab the deck after raising an eyebrow at his gangly build and slender arms. Izuku pressed salt water into the deck with a bucket in one hand and a mop in the other, just like the other cabin boys. Shanks gave him advice, and Luffy, half asleep despite the movement of his arms, mumbled and drooled about meat. Rayleigh kept an eye on them as they worked. He saw Luffy's arms spread out over the deck and approached with a pair of handcuffs. He questioned Luffy, "You haven't built any muscle for a while, have you? Wear these." Luffy fell to his knees as soon as he touched them. "It's so heavy," Luffy gasped, tongue lolling. Sea Prism Stone is any devil fruit's greatest weakness. Learn to work through it, and you'll grow even stronger. Izuku would have muttered theories about the unfamiliar terms at any other time, but the burning numbness in his arms rendered him blind and deaf to everything except the squelching sounds of his heavy, sopping wet mop squeezing dirt out of the wood and the slosh of water on the wooden boards. Izuku heard Rayleigh say, "Don't be stingy with the water." Rayleigh took a swig from a bottle and continued, "It keeps the ship watertight and stops mushrooms from growing. The wrong mushroom out in the Grand Line can kill an entire crew. Or worse." Where he walked, Izuku sensed the difference. The damp boards hummed, sunk in place, and the dry planks shook beneath his feet, shifting just enough. Luffy roared, "Ow, this is boring," and kicked his bucket. The cabin boy attempted to stab Buggy after it fell on his head. "When are we going to fight?" He was handcuffed on the back of the head by Rayleigh. "Doesn't matter how well you can fight if you fall over after 5 minutes. Now keep scrubbing. Give me any more lip, and I'll make you swab with your feet." Luffy performed a handstand and used his toes to grab the mop, saying, "Ooh, that sounds fun." A few minutes later, panting and exhausted, Luffy fell onto his back. Everything hurts." Izuku had to agree as he lay down beside his fellow time traveler. Although Bakugo's beating hurt, the exhaustion that burned through every muscle in his body was more painful than any pain he had ever experienced. Overhead, a shadow hung. Izuku looked up at Rayleigh's puzzled expression and gulped. "It's not nap time yet, little shrimps. Or are you giving up already? The idea of surrender came to him. He doesn't have a quirk from cleaning ships or moving barrels. He recalled the club-wielding pirate, his near-death experience, and his observation of them carrying Mei out the door as he lay there, gazing up at Rayleigh. Izuku stood trembling in front of the first mate, gritting his teeth and swinging onto shaky feet. Izuku uttered, I'll keep going, panting. He gave Luffy a foot bump and said, looks like you got some spine after all. What about you? Luffy crossed his arms and scowled at him. This is boring and I'm starving. Let me know when there's something to punch. With a shrug, Rayleigh took off the handcuffs. Suit yourself. Luffy walked off in search of meat, groaning and flexing his aching arms. Rayleigh smiled as he looked over at Izuku. Seeing that I haven't scared you away yet, why don't we move on to some real training? Izuku questioned in frustration, you mean this wasn't training? Oh, it was, but you won't be pushing pirates around by swabbing decks all day. Let's see how well you can throw a punch. As Izuku and Shanks faced off, a small group of Roger's crew gathered around them in a ring. Izuku stood tensely, fidgeting on his feet and balling his fists in front of him. Shanks, on the other hand, leaned back and extended his arms. Avoid being too harsh on him, Rayleigh cautioned. I want to see what we're working with first. Sure, said Shanks. Go on Izuku, let's see how hard you can hit me. Izuku said, why you sure? I got slapped by a Sea King once. Whatever you got, I can take it. Izuku cautiously moved forward, keeping an eye out for any movement. Shanks didn't even observe his approach. Izuku rolled his fist back and threw it at Shanks as soon as he was within range. The cabin boy was so surprised that he didn't even attempt to block it. Izuku retreated, hissing in agony as his wrist ached from the impact. Shanks rubbed his cheek for a moment. I give that one a 4. One pirate yelled, a 4? I've seen feathers hit harder than that. An additional, a 4 for effort, Shanks said. He threw his weight into it. Lads, 90 pounds soaking wet, not much weight to throw around. PFF'd. I could have dodged that in my sleep. More taunts from the crowd caused Izuku's cheeks to flush. You've never punched someone before, have you? Rayleigh asked, after shaking his head. No sir, stumbled Izuku. Rayleigh gave an eye roll. Kids these days. Well, I guess you're from the future, so this generation gets a pass. You telegraphed that punch too much, and you hurt your wrist by angling it. Punches need to be a short, quick snap, like this. An inch away from his face, Rayleigh's fist blurred. The crew laughed and jeered as Izuku yelled, staggered back, and fell on his ass. Izuku jumped back up and mimicked the punch, blushing. Better. Now, let's see what happens if Shanks tries dodging. This time, Izuku took a bolder step forward. Shanks didn't even blink when he threw a feint. Izuku slammed his next blow. The quick jab missed Shanks by a mile as he leaned aside. Izuku leaned forward and overextended in surprise. Shanks slammed a fist into Izuku's stomach just before he fell, taking the wind out of him without using any force. Izuku collapsed, gasping for breath. Shanks said, wow, you don't have any muscle on you. Guess that means you're on barrel duty for a while. As promised by Shanks, Rayleigh put Izuku to work lugging barrels of fish, pickled vegetables, and water from below deck following a little more light fighting and a few bruises from Shanks' clumsy counters. Izuku was already sore from earlier, and every time he hefted a barrel over his shoulder, he felt like his arms would burst. By the time the chef called for him to take a seat for dinner, his shirt was soaked and his hair was matted with sweat. The first smell of roasted fish made Izuku's stomach growl after going an entire day without eating. However, the speed and violence with which the pirates ate again prevented Izuku from moving forward. The food came and went before his chopsticks could reach the smallest morsel, and he watched helplessly. Izuku watched food disappear before his eyes, and his hands trembled. His thoughts vanished as drool trickled down his chin, leaving behind nothing but the intense hunger that was burning like a stake in his stomach. Izuku let his chopsticks fall. Like a python, his hand scurried at the closest heap of food and snatched up a handful of meat. He took a swallow. The food stuck in his throat, and his eyes widened. Shanks slapped him hard on the back as he screamed and scratched at the table. On his plate, 2 chicken wings clattered. Rubbery hands snatched them up as Izuku tried to eat them more slowly. Even the bones were swallowed by Luffy. The near-death experience put Izuku off, and dinner passed before he could summon the strength to grab another bite. Izuku got out of his chair with a groan, all his muscles tense and hurting. Crocus waited for him on the deck as he followed the crowd outside. Your friend's up. Izuku ran to Crocus' room, forgetting his hunger and pains. Izuku sat down beside Mei as she sank her teeth into a biscuit. Izuku inquired, "Are you feeling all right?" "Starving. And bored. Grumpy doctor won't let me out of bed." In response, Crocus said, "That's because you'll fall over before you take 5 steps. Now, what do you remember?" "Izuku, I'll need your help making sure she isn't missing any memories." "We used the time machine, right? I remember a truck." "Yeah. We made it back just before we hit it." Mei surveyed the room thoughtfully. "Are you sure we didn't hit it? I thought I hit my head." Izuku told her about the second trip back, landing on a ship, and climbing a mountain. I guess we did. But the DeLorean didn't have a dent in it, so maybe it was going back that did it?" she asked. Hey old guy," exclaimed Hatsume. "Piss off, I'm not old yet." "Yes you are. Anyways, where are we?" With a frown, Crocus searched his cabinet for his bitterest herbs. "Just past Whiskey Peaks, in paradise." "And where is that?" "The Grand Line. And where is that?" Crocus gave her a crazy eyes look. "Don't tell me you've never heard of the Grand Line, girl," he said, preparing a tincture and presenting it to her. "Drink that, and don't complain." Hatsume clicked her tongue and drank it down. Could use a bit more of a kick." "Oh, I'll give you a bit more of a kick. Is your tongue made of steel, girl?" "I wish it was. Then I could mount a rocket launcher on it." A hand was placed on her shoulder by Izuku. "Mei, don't get any ideas." "Ah, come on, you know it'd be cool, your head would explode." "As amusing as this conversation is," Crocus replied, "I have better things to do than listen to you two lovebirds. Either help me with some poultices, Izuku, or you can turn your body to mush with Rayleigh." Hatsume checked her phone while Crocus walked Izuku through the steps of creating a tree bark pain reliever. "Hey, how come we don't have any service? Aren't we only 20 years in the past?" 40, said Izuku. 2 jumps, remember? "Izuku, the satellites are centuries old. Did you never check your phone?" "I lost mine. You didn't try to borrow anyone else's?" "No one has one. There's no electronics at all on this ship. They're really committed to the pirate aesthetic for a group of vigilantes. That, or we're in a completely different world." When Izuku's brain failed, the tiny IT someone in his mind raised their hands and rushed out. "Another world," Izuku echoed dutifully. "We hit a truck," noticed Hatsume. "How does that make any sense?" At Izuku's incomprehensible expression, Hatsume continued, "You know, guy gets hit by truck, enters another world, and gets a harem of highly marketable anime girls. It's the ultimate isekai trope." Izuku recognized the reasoning behind Hatsume's deduction as he cleared his head and went over everything he had gone through. Despite speaking Japanese, there is no knowledge of Japan, no technology, no geography that defies physics, and impossible plants. Izuku croaked, "We're in another world, looks like it," said Hatsume with a gleam. Heads were placed in Izuku's hands. "We're doomed." "Nah, getting back will be super easy, barely an inconvenience." From between his fingers, Izuku glared at her. "I'll ignore that obscure reference in favor of asking how we're getting back." "It couldn't be simpler, Izuku. All we need to do is make a truck and run into it." With a frustrated sigh, Izuku questioned, "What if that just takes us to yet another world?" Hatsume suppressed a yawn and shifted her blankets. "Then we keep doing it until we find our world. That, or we find something along the way to help us aim. In fact, I should get on that right now. Got a few parts in the trunk I can tinker around with, and..." Hatsume yawned, and Izuku followed suit. Crocus pulled up the sheets and gently pushed her onto the bed. "As exciting and existentially terrifying it has been listening to you two catch up, you both need to sleep." But babies," Crocus, looking at Izuku's body as it sagged in on itself, said, "But nothing. I'll let you out in the morning. As for you, don't overdo it. Tear a muscle and I'll give you the nastiest tincture I can make. Got it?" Izuku said, "Got it," with a yawn. Izuku fought back his fatigue even though his feet felt like lead and the deck's wooden boards appeared increasingly inviting for lying on. His mind wandered from the hammock that was waiting for him to the realization that he was no longer living in his own world as he walked. He might have been 55 years old before, but he would have seen his mother once more. Right now, he might not see her again for 1,000 years. He stopped in front of the door leading to the quarters below deck. He had previously been so drained from starvation that he felt limp and wrung out like a dish rag, but now, anxiety and powerlessness now filled his body with restless energy. A burning desire to do something, anything, ignited every cell in his body. What could he do? though. Even though Izuku had developed a considerable aptitude for electronics while working as Hatsume's errand boy, he was unable to create even a calculator, much less gadgets that were intended to break the boundaries of time and space. What could he do, then? Izuku's gaze strayed to the cannonball piles that were still above deck following their battle with the rock pirates. A new wave of pain shot through his body like a rogue thunderbolt, bouncing off his ribs like a xylophone and crashing directly into his brain when he wrapped his hands around one and attempted to lift it. Izuku's entire body trembled and perspiration streamed down his face as he flinched away and gasped for air. Izuku retreated a step. Before his eyes, Mei was slumped over the DeLorean's wheel, bloodied. One more step. She was dragged out of bed by 3 pirates. One more. He was dwarfed by a wooden club that was still dripping with crocus blood. Izuku paused. Turned. With its mottled surface dotted with shadowy pockmarks, the cannonball gleamed in the faint moonlight. Feeling the cold iron against his feverish skin, Izuku ran his fingers over it. He raised. His body screamed once more, but Izuku silenced its anguished voice this time. The awkward weight of the cannonball left the deck as he raised it. Move. His legs swayed and his shoulders groped. Move. Izuku's neck veins protruded, and his teeth clenched. Move. His foot slipped. Izuku managed to keep the cannonball off the ground despite his knees slamming into the deck. Izuku took another step, putting his foot back under him while gritting his teeth and screaming. Move. 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 Izuku's world shrank to the iron in his hands and the wood underfoot. The rough metal tore at his skin, causing blood to drip from his fingers. Muscles tore as Izuku pushed them well past their limits. Every movement pushed his bones closer to breaking, causing them to creak. However, Izuku continued to move. Step by step. Izuku stepped forward once more and collided with something. Izuku looked around, startled out of his reverie. The cannonball had tapped the railing, and he had arrived at the opposite end of the deck. There was an empty cannonball box at his feet. After a moment of numbly staring at the spot, he put his burden down. As soon as the weight was lifted, Izuku felt a wave of relief and euphoria that was so intense that he paused to enjoy it. To take a breath. To experience that glowing afterimage of pain and fire that warmed every muscle in his body, from his neck to his toes. Izuku Midoriya felt healthy and fully alive for the first time in his life. Every time his muscles twitched, his heartbeat, or air swung through his lungs and throat, he exulted. Izuku turned around after a moment and a lifetime. On one side of the ship, a mountain of cannonballs loomed. Izuku's achievement seemed insignificant and foolish when he looked back at the single cannonball he had moved. But it had stoked Izuku's passion. Izuku felt a smoldering, burning sensation that pushed his feet forward. He grabbed another cannonball. Walked away. Place it beside the other one. Izuku's body broke apart, fragment by fragment. Skin tore, muscle fibers snapped, and bone cracked. And Izuku's body reconstructed itself, piece by piece. Bones fused back together, muscles grew back, and skin scabbed over. Izuku's body became ever so slightly stronger each time it endured the Phoenix's cycle. Izuku held them at waist height following the 3rd cannonball. Izuku carried them over one shoulder by the 6th. Izuku carried 2 at once after 10. At one point, Izuku dozed off in the middle of his stride and woke up to discover 6 more cannonballs in his pile. The fire in Izuku's chest continued to burn hotter and hotter, erasing his doubts and anxieties until nothing was left. Izuku carried the final cannonball as the sun rose. The metal felt light in his hands, but his legs bowed awkwardly and his arms trembled under the weight. A door opened. Strolling out onto the deck was Gold Roger. He saw Izuku toss the final cannonball into the air and place it atop the pyramid. Izuku paused. Between the empty box 50 feet away and the pile at his feet, he peered. Then the sun came up and he saw Roger. Izuku could see the same fire burning in his chest in the captain's eyes. Gold Roger turned away with a smile. Izuku's own lips stretched into a smile as the captain walked away. The other pirates nodded in admiration as Izuku devoured breakfast with such zeal. With a crunch, a whole boiled egg, shell and all, vanished. He consumed a whole boat of gravy and ground fish bones to powder between his teeth. One pirate remarked, "Wow, Rayleigh's working him to the bone. Lad looks ready to blow away in a stiff breeze. Gotta give the kid credit, he's putting in the work. We'll make a pirate out of him yet." Rayleigh waited for him back on deck. Izuku moved to join Buggy and Shanks, who were already hauling barrels. Rayleigh moved in front of him. Izuku questioned, "Am I doing something else? Like moving cannonballs?" Izuku recalled the night, and they were horrified. Oh no, was I not supposed to move them? I'll move them all back right away. Rayleigh pushed Izuku's forehead with one finger. As he landed on the deck, Izuku yelled, his whole body aching and limp, as if he had ground every cell into hamburger. Ow, sorry for whatever I did. Rayleigh gave a headshake. I thought you were supposed to be the smart one. Izuku said, huh? What did I do wrong? Take a look at your arms. My, Izuku said, glancing down. He could see his bones protruding from his arms, which had shrunk so much that they were sticky with dried blood. Izuku looked at the rest of him and went pale. His legs resembled toothpicks, and ribs protruded from his gaunt chest. His belly, on the other hand, protruded like a gigantic balloon and shifted with every breath. Oh God, what did I do? Rayleigh gave him a shoulder pat and said, calm down, kid, you'll be all right. Eat, sleep, and you'll be fit to fight a marine captain in the morning. Izuku looked at him disbelievingly, but he was too exhausted to argue with the advice. Okay, Izuku said drowsily, I guess I'll go to bed then. Rayleigh yelled, not right here, as Izuku stumbled to his feet. I'll let Crocus deal with you. Izuku was sufficiently awakened by the slight chill of fear to reach Crocus' room. After glancing at Izuku's gaunt body, the doctor struck him in the head with a bundle of herbs. You idiot. You're lucky all your bones are in one piece. Am I going to be okay? You'll live. What kind of doctor would I be if I couldn't treat something so simple? Crocus snorted at Izuku's horrified expression. Should have asked that before you spent the whole night hauling half your weight in cannonballs. He steeped 2 sets of herbs in boiling water after grinding them together. When it was cool, he gave Izuku a cup. Izuku's eyelids began to droop a few seconds after he finished drinking it. The fire in Izuku's chest was still burning when he awoke. Izuku, full of vitality, jumped out of bed. Before Crocus could stop him, he hurried outside and seized the closest barrel. For a brief moment, he raised the barrel off the ground with a heave. Then Izuku found himself crumpling under his own weight in fish after gravity objected. With one hand, Rayleigh raised the barrel off him. What, spent a whole night moving rocks around and think you're invincible? Izuku accepted the offered hand sheepishly and proceeded to lift more manageable weights. Days went by. While Izuku continued his training, May and the DeLorean holed up in the cargo hold. Shanks began avoiding his blows, the barrels became steadily heavier, and he even sparred with Buggy for a few minutes. Izuku gained skills in cleaning the bilges, tying knots, hauling fishing nets, and climbing the rigging. His skin was tanned by days in the sun, and his palms developed calluses. He moved cannonballs at night. He never looked like a skeleton, but he was unable to fall asleep without exhausting himself. Rayleigh sent Izuku to bring cannonballs upstairs after realizing he wasn't going to stop anytime soon. When he tripped, he almost punctured the deck, and half the crew swore at him for waking them up. Crocus essentially force-fed him a numbing agent that, with its bitterness, killed all sense of taste for 2 days after he dropped another on his toe. A few curious looks were drawn to his labors. While Shanks accompanied him on a few outings, talking about the places he saw and asking Izuku more about his home in return, Buggy muttered to himself about how crazy he was. He was encouraged to carry more by other pirates, who also placed bets on how far he could travel with 6 cannonballs strapped to his back. When Crocus learned, he attacked them all. Luffy also hummed and scratched his bewildered head as he watched. A week or so later, Luffy stomped forward and stepped in front of Izuku. Luffy questioned, "Why are you doing this?" Izuku blinked. He struggled to come up with a reason. He was carrying cannonballs, but why? What was the purpose? It wasn't like it would make his journey home easier. Most likely, it wouldn't even make him a hero. Most likely wouldn't, but Izuku held on to that slim hope. Because of this, he declared, "I want to be a hero." Luffy cocked one side of his head. And why do you want to do that? Izuku's thoughts came to a halt at that question. Why wouldn't I? It's the right thing to do. Luffy's tongue protruded. Blah. You sound like my grandpa. Is that really the only reason? Izuku was tempted to refuse. However, a tiny, nagging part of his brain informed him of the reality. That was not all he desired. He desired. I want to be like All Might. Izuku responded to Luffy's blank expression. He's amazing. He's saved hundreds of people, and beat tons of villains. His casualty rate is nearly 0, and he's been voted #1 for 12 years. Luffy yelled, "Boring," as Izuku began to babble, and protecting everybody sounds like a ton of work. That's like, a lot of people, and heroes don't get meat. They don't? Nope. Heroes are supposed to share. That's what heroes do. Other people take their meat, and they never get any. That's why I'm not being a hero. I want all the meat. I guess I don't mind getting any, as long as I got to save people. Nope. Don't wanna. Izuku questioned, you don't have anyone you want to protect? Luffy hesitated. He lifted one hand to his straw hat and picked at a cut that had been repaired. I have my friends. My crew. But I'm plenty strong already. I beat up this one shark guy, and this one super fast cat guy with sharp claws. So, I guess that's okay. Izuku trotted past with his cannonball as Luffy moved aside. Izuku almost dropped it as Luffy's neck stretched past him as he turned a corner. According to Luffy, everyone in my crew has a dream. What's yours? I want to be a hero. Nope, too boring. Being a hero's easy. Don't you want to be more than that? Izuku paused, taken into account, and he heard the whisper of that tiny flame in his chest. With that one slim chance, he could be a hero. So, wasn't there a sliver that he could be more? Quote, I aspire to be the most popular hero. The finest. All right, make it louder. After looking around and coughing, Izuku said, I want to be the #1 hero. Quote, say you'll. Quote, I'm going to be the best hero. Quote, Luffy smiled. That's cool. I wish you luck in that endeavor. Quote, Izuku took a few more steps, then glanced down at the cannonball, leaving it on the stairs and running for Rayleigh as Luffy's head whipped back to his shoulders. Hey Rayleigh, see do they have any weights? Quote, you can play around later, said Rayleigh, rolling his eyes. Today is your first opportunity to experience action. Izuku watched as a huge ship shaped like a white whale was beached on the shore of an island made up of a group of snow-capped plateaus, with a pirate flag flying over its harbor. More bad guys? Izuku inquired. Rayleigh simply replied, Whitebeard. The rocking of the waves had nothing to do with Izuku's feeling that he was going to throw up everything he had eaten in the last year. A pirate remarked, looking a bit green around the gills, as they rowed in the direction of land. Though that could just be the hair. Why yeah, maybe. Izuku was elbowed in the ribs by Shanks. Relax. Just stick with us and punch anyone you don't recognize. Yeah, Buggy replied. Don't worry, you're probably not going to die. As the Oro Jackson weighed anchor within sight of the wintry shores, Izuku cast a sorrowful glance back at it. As they broke through the waves of the ocean, the boat he was riding in at the time pitched and heaved, a rickety wooden rowboat with a slight leak in the front. Izuku estimated his chances of returning to the Oro Jackson as they got closer to the snowy Drum Islands beach and contrasted them with his chances of surviving an isekai pirate-style D-Day Normandy invasion. Izuku felt a rubbery hand grab him by the collar halfway into the water. Now drenched and still facing certain death, Luffy dragged him back in. Luffy inquired, do you jump off every boat you get into? Silly Izuku, you're supposed to stay inside. He tried to swim for shore because he was so eager to get into his first real fight, the pirate rowing said with a laugh. Izuku shuddered and avoided looking at the pirate flag that was hanging over him. Over the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's cheerful Roger, a skull with a crescent mustache, fluttered with pride. The whale-shaped boat appeared to be big enough to pick its teeth with an anchor and swallow their flimsy rowboat. The boat crashed into the beach, lurching. Around them, dozens of boats landed, and the pirates who jumped out of them brandished axes, knives, and swords. Luffy pulled Izuku along despite his hesitancy, making him either run or be pulled through the snow. As the pirates from Roger huddled together, Izuku, what's the plan? Are we going to sneak up on them somehow? Set their boat on fire while they're distracted? Use aerokinesis to siphon the oxygen out of their air until they pass out? He was ignored by the pirates. Whitebeard, are you going to cower in your hidey hole all day, or are you going to face us like a real pirate? They yelled, raising their weapons in unison. Izuku gazed with a sense of dawning horror at the cheering pirate horde. They were going to shout out where they were, so why did they sneak in on rowboats? The Whitebeard pirates smirked as they hefted their own weapons as they emerged from bars and taverns. There was a void in the middle as their commanders moved forward. When Izuku saw their captain come out, he swallowed and drew back behind Luffy. With a huge naginata slung over his shoulder, Whitebeard strode to the front of his crew, looking as imposing and majestic as All Might but without any of his amiable exterior. He looked downcast at the Roger pirates and said, "Did Roger get lost again?" The pirate replied, "Wouldn't be much of a fight if Roger mopped the floor with you all. Thought we'd make things a bit more even." Whitebeard's eyebrow went up. "Give them hell, my sons," he yelled, pointing his naginata forward. You lot, I've scraped tougher stuff off my toenails this morning. Well, if it's a fight you want, who am I to deny you? With a shout of triumph, the Whitebeard pirates charged forward. The Roger pirates hurried to meet them, raising their own battle cry so they wouldn't be outdone. Izuku hurried forward with the others, braced for impact, and swept up in the crowds. As pirates hit and fell along the battle line, the two forces collided with a sickening thud of fist on face and the clang of steel against steel. Before the pirates in front of him were hurled away by a steel club the size of his leg, Izuku had a few extra merciful seconds to write a will in his mind. The slab of metal smashed through the air above Izuku, who ducked and yelled. Izuku was winded as he rolled across the churned snow after the shockwave knocked him off his feet. The pirate snarled, "Well, look at you," while he hefted the incredibly large mace in one hand. "All skin and bones, this one. Are you really a member of Roger's crew, or did you get lost on your way back from school, little kid?" An unexpected fist slammed the man in the face before Izuku could explain to the pirate that, yes, he had become very disoriented after leaving school and asked him not to splatter him like a housefly. The pirate brushed the hand from his jaw, but he didn't even move. "Oi!" exclaimed Luffy, "I'm going to kick your ass. A devil fruit, now that's more like it." Izuku seized the chance to run away from the battle as Luffy threw himself at the other pirate. Off to the side, he discovered a clearing where a few dozen pirates were either unconscious or moaning. 3 Whitebeard pirates were closing in on them as Shanks and Buggy stood shoulder to shoulder with their weapons raised. Shanks yelled, "Hey Izuku!" and waved, "Just in time, why don't we make this an even fight?" Izuku froze, unsure whether to try to assist or flee. A plume of blue flame erupted in front of him before he could decide. Out of the fire came a smiling face with yellow hair tufts. "Oh, you're new," exclaimed the flaming pirate. "I'm Marco, and you are." A fiery fist leapt at Izuku's face, and he yelled. Izuku instinctively ducked sideways and ran away, but as he did so, he noticed a flickering blue light in the corner of his eye. Blue fire rushed overhead as he dove. "Hey, come on, no running now. Aren't you a pirate?" Izuku tried to tell him no, but the words came out like a collapsed Jenga tower, a jumble of unintelligible words. He stood up awkwardly, his thoughts racing. He considered running, but the waves of the ocean were 100 feet away. Not even a tenth of the way would get him there. When he looked around, he saw that Marco and he were alone in an empty clearing because the other pirates had fled. Izuku's heart racing, he lifted his fists and cautiously observed his opponent. Marco said, "Strong and silent type. Cool, I get it. All right then, here I come." Marco's arms sprouted fiery feathers, and his feet developed avian talons. Marco leapt with his wings flapping and his talons pointed at Izuku's chest as a blast of hot air melted the snow surrounding them. Izuku spun to one side. Marco's wings flew past him, stinging his cheeks with fire. Izuku steadied himself and looked for a gap, but as he gazed at his opponent, he came to a somber realization. Blue flame encircled Marco's entire body. Izuku would only burn his hands even if he could punch him. Izuku searched the surrounding sands and noticed the gleam of metal. Axes, pistols, and fallen swords were partially buried in the mushy sand. Izuku rolled, snatched up a pistol, and raised it in response to Marco's second charge. His ears ached from the gunshot, and his wrist twinged painfully from the knockback. Marco gazed down at his chest's tidy, circular hole. He remarked, "Right through the heart, nice shot." Izuku swallowed his nerves and threw the pistol away. Marco's face changed, and blue feathers and a long, thin beak appeared. Izuku was amazed by the versatility and usefulness of Marco's quirk, even as he scrambled frantically for another weapon. Shapeshifting, impermeability, fires, and flight. All Might would have to compete with that. Izuku closed his fingers around a hilt. With a heave, he extracted a sword with a notch from the dirt. Izuku gasped and held it unsteadily in front of him while he waited for Marco to move. With a sideways tilt of his avian face, Marco questioned, "You don't know how to use that, do you? Guess we'll make this quick then." Marco disappeared. A blue blur sped ahead of Izuku, kicking the sword out of his hands as he let out a yelp. He was hit across the cheek by a second foot. Izuku knelt in the sand and tasted blood. Over him, Marco stood. Izuku looked up at him and felt a wave of heat. "You better get stronger for our rematch, all right," said Marco, grinning piteously down at him while holding up his fist. Izuku looked up at his impending defeat and felt the fire within him stir. When Marco dropped his fist, Izuku leapt forward, growling. He shot his own fist forward, slamming it into Marco's chest. Izuku's wrist caused the fires to split. Izuku held his fist there as his skin burned, turning red and twinging painfully. Marco said, "No hockey. Shame. You would have gotten me with that." Marco closed his chest around Izuku's fist as he attempted to back away. After yanking, Izuku struck Marco in the face. Izuku's hand brushed through him innocuously, his features blurring into fire. Marco swore and ducked away after cocking a fist back and saying, "Night-night, Greenie." A long, bloody gash was made in Marco's side by a gleaming black knife. Cradling the bloody dagger, Buggy's hand sailed back to its owner. With two swords in hand and a smile on his face despite the gash running down his thigh, Shanks strolled up beside him. "Hey, no fair," yelled Marco. "We were just wrapping up." "We're pirates," Shanks rejoined. "When do we ever play fair?" "Are you sure about this?" "He's a Logia," said Buggy, gulping at the sight of Marco's flames. "Mythical zone, actually," commented Marco, grinning. "But fine, you two want to play. Let's play." Marco vanished before Izuku could even comprehend what was happening. He moved so quickly that he almost teleported in front of Shanks. As Buggy dashed in with his knives, Shanks parried, his blade awash in a black sheen. Izuku was momentarily filled with wonder and amazement as he observed the spinning blades and fluttering flames. He reached for his hero notes with an itch. He decided that now was not the time to write a 10-page thesis on the potential composition of the blue flames. However, after remembering that he was in a different world and surrounded by hordes of pirates out for blood, Izuku looked back and forth and saw pirates beating each other with their fists and swords clashing. Izuku sped past them all, keeping low to avoid detection, in the direction of an area where the fighting subsided. Izuku made the quick decision that he would much rather be somewhere else as soon as he stepped into the serene area. Atop a stack of Roger pirates, Whitebeard towered. His scarred chest was bare, and the butt of his naginata pushed a lifeless body to the side. Izuku attempted to retreat, but a boisterous crowd slashed out and threw punches at him. Whitebeard gently shook one of the pirates and pulled him up by the collar. "Come on, you didn't even bring Rayleigh." The pirate laughed, wheezing. Someone had to keep Roger from spoiling the fight. Whitebeard threw him aside with a frustrated grunt. An attending pirate handed him a flagon, which he drained in a single gulp and wiped from his face. He roared, "Anyone else brave enough to fight me?" In the hopes that Whitebeard wouldn't use his general existence as a pretext to add him to the pile, Izuku made himself extremely small. Fortunately for him, Whitebeard's focus was diverted. Luffy yelled, "Right here, old geezer." With his arms crossed, he waited while hurling the pirate's unconscious and bruised body at Whitebeard's feet with the mace. Whitebeard cracked his knuckles and smashed his naginata into the sand, leaving it upright, saying, "You've got balls, boy, I'll give you that. Too bad you don't have much else. I have this gum pistol." Luffy threw his fist forward. With disdainful ease, Whitebeard grabbed his wrist. Whitebeard shook his head and remarked, "You're 20 years too young to think you can challenge me," as Luffy tugged and fought. "Screw you, I'm going to be the king of the pirates." "A king?" Whitebeard asked in a disdainful tone. "No one rules us, boy." Whitebeard gave a yank. Luffy's rubbery arm pulled him forward as he flew. Whitebeard wound a punch with his free hand. He slammed his fist into Luffy's jaw, turning it to black. Across the beach came a loud crack. With Luffy's head reeling back, blood sprayed into the air. After gently shaking him and keeping an eye out for any signs of life, Whitebeard let him fall into the sand. The pirates turned to look at Whitebeard, and the fighting slowed, then stopped. The smell of sweat, blood, and the salty tang of sea spray were all carried by the wind as it howled across the beach. Izuku's stomach dropped when he saw Luffy's motionless body. He wondered if he heard his nose cracking or his skull cracking. Luffy clenched his hand. He rolled onto his feet, sand streaming off his fingers. Luffy staggered and lifted his fists, wiping a trickle of blood from his mouth. Whitebeard crossed his arms and looked down at Luffy, asking, "Ho! You're not giving up?" The word, "never," was spat out by Luffy through swollen lips. "Then what are you waiting for? I'm right here." Luffy roared forward and charged. "Gum bazooka," he yelled as his arms almost crossed the beach. Whitebeard was hit in the chest by both palm strikes. The pirate captain remained motionless in spite of the powerful slap and the rush of air. Luffy was struck in the stomach by Whitebeard's knee as it rose. Whitebeard grabbed Luffy by the scruff of his neck as he rolled over and screamed in agony. He dragged him up and struck Luffy's chest with another fist. Whitebeard pounded Luffy repeatedly. Every inch of exposed skin turned black and purple as Whitebeard methodically pounded down every inch of his opponent, causing a shoulder to pop as he dislocated it. The blood beneath Luffy's feet turned red, and teeth flew. Whitebeard dropped Luffy to the ground when he looked more like a lump of hamburger than a human. Izuku stood motionless, gazing at the person who ought to have died by all rights. Izuku just stood there and watched him die. He was filled with regret and shame. The sand rustled as Whitebeard turned away. Luffy slowly stood up, and the captain halted and turned. Luffy raised his fists and stared down Whitebeard, both eyes swollen shut. In a mocking tone, Whitebeard questioned, "Are you really that committed to controlling everyone?" "Rule, screw that. I'll be the free pirate of them all. And everyone will be free. Free to follow whatever dreams they have and eat all the meat they want." Whitebeard's face grew softer. "I see, but if you're going to make that happen, you'll need to get a lot stronger." "I will. Just you wait, old man, I'll kick your ass. I'll hold you to that." Whitebeard dug into the sand and retrieved his naginata. Whitebeard lifted his blade at Luffy, and Izuku's eyes widened in horror. "Always remember this, kid. Remember, and grow stronger." Luffy smiled, gap-toothed, and looked up, staring hazily at the glinting weapon overhead. Izuku acted impulsively, his heart thumping in his chest. Leaping at Luffy, he ran forward as fast as he could manage. Izuku felt a blazing hot line slide across his shoulder and down his back as they crashed into the sand. "Watch it, twerp," exclaimed Whitebeard. "I could have sliced your head off." Izuku stumbled to his feet and dragged Luffy over one shoulder, his heart pounding in his ears. Izuku ran blindly ahead, the world shrinking to a pinprick of light as adrenaline shot through his veins like lightning. Izuku gritted his teeth and rumbled through the wet sand, but every step sent a new wave of pain across his back. A figure loomed in Izuku's hazy field of vision. The path is blocked by a man brandishing a sword. Izuku punched and screamed. The man shrank to his knees and yelled in pain. Izuku struck the man's head directly. He ran on, stepping over the unconscious pirate. Izuku felt blood trickle into his eyes. He was unable to identify whether it belonged to Luffy or himself. Only when he crashed headlong into a man's chest did he stop running blind. Izuku looked up, his eyes brightly blinking. Roger got down on his knees and gave him a pat on the good shoulder. "Get some rest, kiddo. I'll be having a few words with Whitebeard." Izuku gasped and fought to keep his eyes open as he fell into the dirt. He vaguely saw Whitebeard spinning his naginata as Roger strode forward, his sword writhing in purple light. Izuku blacked out as the two blades collided, releasing a hockey shockwave. Bink's brew is ready to be shipped. Where the sea wing blows is unknown. Our guide will be the waves. You're on the other side of the tide. Izuku's left ear whirled with the odd tune. Half of his face was buried in the sand, as was his right. Izuku moaned and attempted to rise, but he was pushed back into the sand by a hand. "Oh no you don't," a woman in her later years yelled. "I did not sew you up just so you could run around and tear those stitches. Now hold still, I have a few left." Izuku opened his mouth to say something, but sand rushed in. Izuku sputtered and coughed, not even sensing the needle's penetration. "There, do something that's stupid again and I'll charge you an arm and a leg for it." "Literally," the crone said, pulling one final time. With caution, Izuku got up on his knees as the elderly physician guffawed. His head swam, but he forced himself to stand up despite his dizziness. A salve rubbed into his shoulder left it tingly cold, frustratingly itchy, and taut as a drum. Blearily, Izuku asked, "What happened?" "That cut on your back will leave a pretty scar, but don't worry too much about it. You should have no trouble moving your shoulder and back. That captain of yours dragged me over here and told me to fix everyone up. Hell if I know." Izuku craned his neck, but the twisted line of pink, inflammatory flesh, knitted together with a thick black thread, was barely visible. "Thank you, doctor. Don't worry about it. You had better talk to your lady friend over there before she believes you're not good enough for her, and I'd better make sure Herlick doesn't kill idiot number 2. Now go ahead and do it. Before I could get the stitches in, I had to use a stick to beat her off you." Izuku frantically searched for Mei as the doctor departed, and he spotted her disassembling her cell phone, shirt off, and placing it on the sand to keep the dirt off the parts that were discarded. Izuku approached and carefully sat down. Glumly, "I can't do anything," Mei said. Izuku objected to her pessimistic outlook, saying, "I can't either. Out there, I almost died. A pirate was knocked out by you. I overheard them discussing it. You knocked someone out and saved that rubber boy. I am incapable of even making a slingshot. You certainly can. Mei, you're incredible. You've always had the ability to achieve your goals. Izuku, there are no circuit boards. They don't even have electricity, let alone soldering guns or prefabricated parts. Without any of my tools, how can I conceive? Quote. If the tools you need don't exist yet, invent them. I require supplies. Many of them. We'll get them after that. We'll find whatever you need. Mei looked up, her cheeks wet with tears, her eyes puffy and red, and she wiped them away before saying, thanks, Izuku. We will produce the most amazing offspring the world has ever seen. Quote. Izuku turned and saw Shanks smiling at them while he nudged Buggy in the side, saying, see, I told you they were together. A disgusted expression twisted Buggy's face as he said, please tell me they're not going to do it here. I've heard it's best right after a battle, while you still got your blood pumping. Shanks shrugged, wriggling his eyebrows. All that blood goes to a different place, if you know what I mean. I should give that a try. That sounds like the ideal way to have a child, Mei said. Shanks offered Izuku a hand and remarked, you're missing out on the party. As Buggy pretended to vomit off to the side, Shanks laughed and said, maybe after the next battle. Many men are interested in meeting the crazy jerk who stole from Whitebeard for his friend. What about? Mei pointed to her disassembled phone and said, oh, don't worry Izuku, adding, I need to put this together anyway. Saw you get a guy good while getting Luffy out of there, Shanks said, carefully wrapping an arm behind his back and turning him toward the sounds of inebriated singing. Good headbutt. Quote. His face flushed, Shanks leaned against him, positioned Izuku beside a campfire, and took a flagon of bubbling beer for each of them. Cheers. To the kid with balls big enough to challenge Whitebeard, and the kid brave enough to save him. Yelled Shanks, sitting beside Buggy. Quote. Quit cheering already, you're giving me a headache. Buggy groused as he drained his tankard. His eyelids were half closed, and he hiccuped. Izuku cautiously drank, savoring every last drop of the brew, though it tasted too bitter for his taste buds. Go across the seas of gold and silver. We feel calmed by the salty spray. To our delight, day and night. The journey never comes to an end. As the song continued to float through the camp, Izuku nodded. Have you heard this one before? Someone asked, nudging him in the arm. Quote. No, I haven't. What's it? Marco smiled and drained his own mug, while Izuku turned and dropped his. Binks sake. The Grand Line's best slum. How about joining in on the song? The lyrics are easy to understand. Izuku glanced around. The Roger Pirates shared stories, sang, and drank at each campfire with Whitebeard's crew. It's kind of a tradition between our crews, Shanks said, topping off Izuku's mug after noticing his lost expression. After a good fight, enjoy a nice drink. Good pirates, but we're far superior to them. Please, we got you good this time. Marco snorted. Oh, I must have thought of all of you running in fear, with pee stains on your trousers, the moment Roger hit the beach, Shanks retorted. Beer was that. When I stopped for a drink, I spilled some on my pants. Quote. Must have been some shitty beer you were drinking if it smells like piss. Is it a habit of yours to smell other people's pants? You could have some of Gert's underwear from me. That guy with the long hair. Thank you. I enjoy having a nose. Izuku sensed that everything was spinning around him, but that wasn't surprising, was it? The world was always spinning, that's how days operate. Shanks was spinning, too, and there were two of him. Was that his quirk? Wait, there were two Marcos, too. Did he just double the world? Buggy's face moved around Izuku like a hallucinogenic circus as he said, Izuku, I think you had a bit much. Izuku cast a downward glance. A few drops fell onto his cheek as he tipped the mug over his face. Izuku dropped the mug as if it were a sting, saying, oh. I'm drunk. No shit you're drunk. How much did you have? Shanks spoke quickly under Buggy's glare, saying, whoa, I only gave him a couple mugs. Not my fault he's a lightweight. Izuku slurred, I need to be not drunk, how do I? Buggy was splashed with vomit as it leapt up his throat. The cabin boy swore and sprinted for his knives, but Shanks wisely remarked, just like that. As he lifted 10 full barrels into the air, Izuku pondered whether he should be relieved or concerned that he was beginning to relish the chest-burning, arm-numbing feeling of working himself half to death. With a nod of approval, Rayleigh placed another barrel on top. Good form. At least someone taught you how to lift properly. Izuku grunted in response. With your knees, not your back, he said. Rayleigh turned to Luffy, who grunted and perspired under 8 barrels while sea prism cuffs weighed down his wrists. Knees, huh, and here I thought you lifted those barrels with your arms. What about you? Are you going to let this sorry excuse for a landlubber show up a pirate like you? 6 more. Luffy gritted his teeth, eyes blazing. Rayleigh simultaneously threw them all up and said, your funeral, kid. The weight knocked Luffy to his knees, causing him to go cross-eyed, but he got back up shakily. Rayleigh remarked, well done, both of you, I think you're both ready for the fun stuff. Izuku asked, feeling a sudden wave of dread. Fun stuff, what do you? Rayleigh struck his stomach with his fist. Izuku almost dropped his load with a wheeze, but he remained perfectly still. Rayleigh tapped the spot where he had hit Izuku and asked, feel that? Your muscles are all bunched up tight, like those wooden boards you've been swabbing. Tightening your muscles is a cheap but effective way of absorbing a blow that would otherwise knock you off your feet. The trick is making it happen when you're not carrying a ton of barrels. Izuku nodded his head wearily. Rayleigh delivered the same blow to Luffy, who remained motionless as it reverberated throughout the deck. Good, you can put those down now. Luffy allowed them to fall like blocks of Jenga as Izuku carefully eased them onto the deck. You're worse than Grandpa, Luffy snarled. Rayleigh smiled behind his glasses and said, I'll take that as a compliment, brat. Now, both of you have built enough strength for what comes next. Ooh, what? Luffy interrogated. Are we going to punch a boulder? No wait, a mountain. Rayleigh vanished. Unexpectedly, a fist slammed into Luffy's face, sending him flying backward. Just behind Izuku's shoulder, Rayleigh appeared. Kick off the ground 10 times in a second, with all the strength in your legs, and you can gain blinding speed in an instant. Rayleigh blurred behind Izuku's back as he jumped and spun to his right. He took hold of Izuku's collar and threw him over the deck. Rayleigh crossed his arms and remarked, you'll either become very good at dodging or very good at taking my fist to your face by the end of today. It's up to you. Hatsume screamed, ow, I'm so bored. As she drank another tankard of liquid that the other pirates informed him was unquestionably not rum. She held up her empty mug with a shaky, loud belch. Another. Yeah, we cut her off after her second pint, the bartender grinned while refilling her tankard from a barrel. Nothing but rainwater for her until she can stare at me without going cross-eyed. Which, given her eyes, might be a bit of a challenge. Hatsume slapped her head and said, of course I'm cross-eyed, it's my quirk. I can see the orcs taking the hobbits to Isengard with these bad boys. The barman gave Izuku a curious glance. Lord of the Rings reference, he replied, and the bartender's expression only became more perplexed. Saying, come on May, Izuku gave her a shoulder rub. I think you should go to bed. No, May murmured, I think you should go to bed. I wanna make babies. Every pirate within earshot snickered at that, and Buggy let out a frustrated howl. We can make babies later, just like I promised. For now, bedtime, Izuku said after helping her off the stool. You said we would make babies weeks ago, and look, no babies. May, you know we can't do that here, we're on a ship. So, we'll make ship babies. I've got loads of ideas. And I'm sure they won't sink the ship we're on, but for now, bedtime. Babies, bedtime, babies, babies, Izuku said once more. Bedtime, alright, bedtime it is. Hatsume gave him an owlish look and blinked. She pouted and said, you tricked me. Tell you what, said Izuku. Walk in a straight line to the door, and we'll make babies right now. You promise? Absolutely. Hatsume's inebriated stumble vanished, and she strode steadily and briskly to the door. Well, she inquired, was that not perfectly straight? Izuku sputtered, you were faking this whole time. Of course I was. I wasn't going to drink myself silly and throw up all over the place like you did. And I'm bored. Izuku let out a sigh. He lowered himself to a knee and cocked his head. I don't know, that doesn't look perfectly straight. It's a bit crooked right about there. Is not. My eyes never lie. Well, you are a bit cross-eyed. Hatsume let out a gasp. You take that back. Izuku stood swaying as his legs adjusted to the solid ground on a small, forested island. Buggy watched the woods with a wide-eyed gaze of past trauma, Shanks smiled and joked, and Luffy stretched as far as his sea prism cuffs would allow. From a tree branch, Rayleigh called down to them. The majority of you have mastered the fundamentals of the 6 powers, but now is the time to put them to the ultimate test. Given how heavily forested this area is, your Soru must be flawless. If not, you must hope with all your might that your Tekai is capable of taking a tree to the face. Hell is before us, mumbled Buggy. Buggy, you can practice this exercise in 6 pieces since you're listening to me so sweetly and quietly, Rayleigh said ominously. I'll be keeping track. Buggy swallowed. And to make this even more fun, Rayleigh continued, I've added some tricks to keep you guessing. If you pay close attention to your surroundings, you may be able to identify them before you find yourself in the middle of a centipede pit. Rayleigh looked at Buggy and said, there's hornet nests too, I should imagine, and Buggy laughed at them, floating above his own shoes. Even Shanks and Luffy shivered at that, their positive moods vanished in an instant. Most of you shouldn't have to worry about it, though, because they're fairly high up. Come on, Buggy let out a roar. Go through there as slowly as you'd like. Remember that while I wait, I'll be eating your lunch. Luffy's eyes glowed with fire, and Izuku felt just as motivated despite his stomach growling because Rayleigh had told them not to eat that morning for their training. Enjoy yourself, children. As he leapt through the trees, Rayleigh called over his shoulder, and try not to die in here. Quote. Reluctantly, Buggy broke into pieces and floated after him as Shanks ran hot on his heels with his sword drawn and Luffy ran off, his sandals tearing up the dirt with every step. Izuku moved more slowly through the forest, thinking that he would waste much more time heedlessly stumbling into traps. In addition, he had a hazy suspicion that the centipedes in this universe were much larger and more repulsive than the ones he was accustomed to. Izuku was startled out of his reverie by a low growl, and he turned to see a bear lumbering toward him. Oh, phew, Izuku laughed and remarked, it's just a bear. His expression turned horrified as his brain finally processed what he had said. Oh shit, it's a bear. Izuku zipped away with Soru as the bear roared and ran towards him. A branch whipped past his nose, and Izuku hunched over backwards, spine parallel to the ground, as a brown blur raced towards his head. Rayleigh was right, Izuku muttered, pausing to examine the branch that almost severed his head. With that kind of speed, it's nearly impossible to react in time. I'll break my nose on something if I jump without thinking. Izuku sighed as he heard a ferocious growl behind him. Oh right, the bear. Izuku jumped quickly into the air to avoid the branches of the tree as the bear's claws ripped through the bark behind him as soon as he moved. Izuku yelled in surprise as he kicked in the air, gaining enough distance to evade the snake's teeth as it darted out from a nearby tree. He flipped and landed perfectly on his feet, then grinned at the snake and yelled, better luck next time. Quote. The bear gave Izuku the stink eye as he turned around after hearing an agitated growl. Look, I'm sorry I'm forgetting about you so easily, Izuku replied. I'd usually be terrified of a bear, but after those piranhas the size of my head, and those giant ants trying to bite off my ankles, a bear is just, well. Izuku ducked, allowing the claws to go over him, then leapt up and delivered an uppercut to the bear's muzzle, which whimpered and fell backwards with a heavy thud as it roared and swiped at him. Phew, okay, I can do that now. As Izuku watched, more bears poured in, including half a dozen in white jackets. A bear cub emerged from the underbrush and shook the fallen bear. Another bear walked in from behind, looked shocked at the scene, and removed a transponder snail. With a series of low, rumbling growls, the bear took out a crumpled piece of paper, read it, and then nodded to his fellows before extending a paw and having another rush to insert a big, round rock the size of Izuku's head into it. Using as much Soru as he could, dodging and ducking around rocks thrown like cannonballs, Izuku kept ahead of the bears until he lost them at a ravine. A thrown boulder smashed through the undergrowth, leaving a circular hole through the foliage, and Izuku ran for his life. Izuku leaned against the dirt wall, panting, and said, bear cops. All right, they do exist. You had better move before Rayleigh devours everything. Izuku froze, looking for the trap he had just set off, when his foot struck a tripwire. A jerk. I suppose I was lucky. Izuku continued to walk when he heard the sound of water rushing. He looked back and yelled as he saw a flood of water, with piranhas crashing down towards him, snapping eagerly in the waves. With a few shaky geppo, stepping on the air itself, Izuku stumbled onto the shore of the new river, his feet barely clearing the water as it surged beneath him. Please tell me I'm getting close. He was met with a low growl. Izuku moaned and turned to face the 6 bears behind him, one of whom was hefting a rock in its paw. Enough about the bears by now. Quote. Izuku drank a generous amount of his heavily diluted beer to break up his story. And then I led the bears into the centipede pit, flipped out of there, and ran like crazy until I made it here, he said. Rayleigh said, "Ah, the bears, with affection, Garp got wasted on this one island one weekend. If we ever come across him, blame him. You engaged in bear combat." Luffy inquired. "All I encountered were numerous traps." Quote. "PFF, you're one to talk," complained Buggy. "Before that last trap, you were here. I had to avoid mafia magpies in the interim." "Really? Magpies?" Quote. "You all seem to have had a good time. I wish I bumped into something," Shanks remarked with a smile. "I simply walked through the forest and emerged." "Lucky bastard. You kids did well," Rayleigh said, giving them a warm look while sipping his own beer. "There was pretty much anything that Paradise could throw at the four of you. It's a completely different beast in the New World. At least one type of hockey is necessary for any pirate who wants to survive for a week on the opposite side of Fishman Island." "Why are you lecturing us again when we already have hockey?" moaned Buggy. Quote. Buggy yelled when Rayleigh threw a rock at him, leaving a red welt on his forehead. "Do you really think you have hockey? That one would have been avoided even by the greenest pirate beyond the red line." Izuku's brain hit the brakes as Buggy rubbed his forehead and complained angrily. "Hockey? What is that?" Quote. Branches trembled, birds squawked and flew in a flapping cloud, and a bowl of smoked salmon rattled off the table before Luffy caught it with his outstretched mouth. Rayleigh stood, cocking his arm back as a black aura enveloped it from the shoulder down. "Is your question addressed by that?" Rayleigh inquired. "How did you do that, though? And how did your collarbone withstand the force you exerted on the ground?" Izuku asked, his mind racing. The shoulder was the only part of the color shift. Unless there was something inside that wasn't visible from the outside. Quote. "Hockey isn't something that you understand, Izuku," Rayleigh said, giving Izuku a forehead flick. "You do something like that you have a deep-seated sense of." "How can I accomplish that?" Quote. "Well, I was hoping that while you were out for a walk, you would figure it out. We'll have to unlock yours the hard way, though, since you didn't." Izuku didn't sleep well that night after witnessing Rayleigh's grave expression. "Steady, just a little more. Are you certain this will work, May?" Quote. "Izuku, it's a crossbow. Those items were manufactured in the Middle Ages. How difficult is this?" Quote. May tied some corded fishing line on each end of the crossbow's twin arms, and Izuku bowed them back, straining his arms. "May, that's a crossbow that shoots grenades. Nobody has ever made that, I believe." "Exactly. May came up with this original idea. You can now relax." The arms were slowly released by Izuku, and then the entire crossbow started to vibrate violently as the makeshift bowstring settled. Izuku grabbed May, used Soru to make them both disappear, and ducked behind an overturned table. The crossbow exploded with a loud, sharp crack, sending splinters flying across the room, and when he peered out from behind the table, he noticed a splinter driven into its surface. "We didn't even load a grenade in, and it already exploded," Izuku stated. "Yes, that way, I wonder, we could turn it into a weapon. Simply aim your crossbow at them, and presto." Quote. "That's just a grenade, isn't it?" Quote. "You're right." May paused to reflect. "However, if a grenade was loaded, it would be a double grenade." Quote. "If we really wanted that, we could just glue two grenades together." "Ow, why does this have to be so hard? Do you know how long I spent carving those?" May kicked a splinter across the floor. "Additionally, I had to manually make that bowstring out of fishing line. I twirled threads together for hours." Quote. "May, they have weapons and other things. After we make port, I'm confident we'll find better tools." "Izuku, we tried. Drum Kingdom didn't even have a power drill." "Izuku, I had to use a chisel to carve all those parts." Quote. Normally, an explosion like this one would leave May with a soot-stained smile and she would immediately return to work on the smoking remnants of her invention, but now they were both lost, and Izuku had no idea how to help her. Izuku said, "I don't know what to do. I can't get you the tools you need while you're working, and I can't get you the parts you need from some beach. We're by ourselves out here." "However," Izuku said, "I know you're strong enough to make this work," touching Hatsume's shoulders as she appeared to be about to collapse like her own creation. "In some way, and when you figure out how, no one will ever be able to stop you from inventing again. Did they take away your tools? You'll produce superior ones. Did they turn off the electricity? You have hands, so screw the power. And even if you lost your arms and legs, you could make prosthetics with your teeth. May wiped away her tears and sniffed, "You're right. The only obstacle in the path to Hatsume Industries is this one. Do you want power armor? I'll construct it out of scraps in a cave." Quote. "Okay, Tony Stark, why don't we get your last baby cleaned up?" "Nope, too energized. These babies must be made immediately." Quote. Izuku sighed and dragged splinters from the walls as May ran for the upper deck. Izuku ducked to the right, and just as he thought he had won, a pebble struck him in the forehead. As Rayleigh reprimanded him, "You're dodging, but you're not listening," Izuku removed the blindfold and struck him in the cheek once more. "Did I say you could take that off?" Quote. "I apologize." Quote. "And you," Rayleigh said, throwing another rock at Luffy, who remained motionless as it struck the developing lump between his eyebrows. "You're not even trying. Get rid of that. I'm tougher than a stupid pebble," Luffy yelled back. Quote. "The next one will be between your legs if you continue to act in that manner toward me. Pay attention." Quote. Izuku ducked to his left and took a pebble to the ear as he heard Rayleigh's feet shuffle against the deck. "It's better, but you avoided that. Put your other senses aside. Don't try to avoid it. Allow the pebble to inform you of its next move." "What exactly does that mean?" Quote. He was beamed on the chin by another pebble. "It means focus," Rayleigh yelled. "Hey, I'm very happy that we don't have to do that anymore," Buggy exclaimed from the mast. Quote. Buggy split a piece of his body, allowing the pebble to fly through, and Rayleigh threw it at him. "You failed." Quote. Buggy yelled and tumbled headlong from the mast after Rayleigh's subsequent pebble struck him between the eyes. "Learning to play hockey is a lifelong process. Now that you can predict me once or twice, don't think you can relax." Izuku kept failing to dodge the flying pebbles when he heard one hit something with a metallic ping. Luffy exclaimed, "Ha, I hardly felt that one." Quote. Luffy's forehead was a black metallic sheen, and the broken fragments of the pebble dripped off his brow as Izuku removed his blindfold. "Only a knucklehead like you would learn armament hockey in an exercise designed to train your observation. Is that a win for me?" Luffy inquired. Luffy flew backwards into the rail as the black-colored pebble in Rayleigh's hand struck his head. "You'd better do that all day or start running away. If Crocus has to remove a rock from your skull, he will be upset with me." Maybe the brain damage would help somehow, perhaps it would explain how Luffy got hockey first. Izuku tried feeling the rock, trying to listen for whatever Rayleigh wanted him to hear, but he got a rock to the face regardless of what he tried. Izuku wondered if he'd get a unicorn-like bump from his forehead if they kept it up long enough. "Izuku, are you finished yet?" May yelled. "Hours ago, you promised that we would have children." Quote. "Look out, May, I'm still working on." May was tackled to the ground by Izuku as he ran across the deck. Behind him, there was a loud, meaty slap on the deck. "You all right, May?" "No, I'm not. You crushed the baby I'm working on." "Don't worry, it'll be easy to make again. We could do it right now." "Please don't," said Buggy. "I hear enough just passing by my door. I really don't want to know what you do with all those ropes." Rayleigh smiled smugly at him and said, "Hey, Izuku. How did you know she'd get crushed by that fish?" Izuku turned to face the deck. When it flopped on the deck, a swordfish twice his size attempted to gouge at everyone's legs. A harpoon-wielding pirate strode up and drove it through the head. "On the bright side, we're having steaks tonight," he said, dragging it over one shoulder. "Sorry, that one got away from me." "Did I just do the hockey thing?" Izuku asked as the deck cleared. Rayleigh gave Izuku a shoulder clap. "You sure did, kid. And now that I have an idea of how you did it, we're gonna have your girlfriend help." May and Izuku exchanged a terrified glance. "Is your training always like this?" May asked after he had tied her to the mast and had Izuku protect her from knives that were thrown at her. A knife bounced off the wooden tray he was holding, and Izuku winced. "This isn't so bad. Usually, the knives are sharp. What do we do if we can't make it back home?" May peered out from the DeLorean's hood as the sounds of mechanical tinkering ceased. "We will. No point thinking about it. But I mean, we have to get this car going 88 miles an hour, right?" May averted her gaze guiltily. "Well, not exactly. What does that mean? That whole 88-mile thing is just a movie reference. The car could be standing still, and it would work." "Really? Why haven't we gotten back already?" May grimaced. "Well, I programmed it to only start the time travel process when the car's traveling at that speed. And without a computer to change the programming. So we do have to get up to 88 miles an hour. Yes, and they don't have paved roads. I could always get the flight module working again. Izuku scowled. Couldn't we just spin the tires fast enough to make the car think it's going that fast? Normally, we could. Izuku gave him a forehead slap. You redesigned the speedometer, didn't you? How else were we supposed to get accurate measurements while flying? And that means we need to get up to 88 miles an hour somehow. That's right, and we don't even have a train like they did in the third movie. We could invent one. Izuku let out a sigh. Guess we'll be here a while then. Hey, it's not so bad. These guys are super nice, right? Yeah, I guess you're right. As Izuku gazed at the newspaper that a gigantic seagull had dropped into his lap, his stomach dropped. Shanks stuffed some cash into the bird's bag after it squawked angrily at him. Hey, that's the new bounty list. Did I finally make it on? Buggy said, shove off, as he attempted to approach. I want to see. He could see the smile on Gold Roger's face. Even with Izuku's rudimentary knowledge of this world's currency, the bounty below offered a startling price tag for his head that made his head spin. 5 billion. That was more money than most people would see in their lifetimes, even with the current rate of inflation. What made him debate jumping off the ship again were the list of crimes. Murder, arson, theft, and more. Izuku felt his perceptions of the Roger pirates crumbling around him. He recoiled at every face he saw, and every loud laugh made his heart skip a beat. He didn't care if the next island they discovered was just a sand patch. May and he had left this ship. Land ho! Izuku felt a sense of relief. His despair returned as he looked over the rail. Even a mile from the coast, he could see the miserable hive of scum and villainy in front of him. Threadbare tents and shabby shacks were stacked in a foul-smelling heap that tainted the air and contaminated the water. Ships traded cannonballs and even rammed one another for docking space. Empty bottles bobbed in the waves, and the occasional gunshot broke up the boisterous shouting that erupted from the brothels and bars. Rayleigh took his place beside him. Grimly, that's Jaya, he said. Don't go off, keep one hand on your wallet and the other on a knife, and don't inquire as to what's in Priscilla's spicy buns. This is a pirate haven, and not the pleasant kind. Izuku made the decision to jump ship on the next island as they weighed anchor in a remote cove. Izuku was twitchy as he made his way through the muddy streets of Jaya, practically holding on to May to prevent her from running to the closest shiny object to attract her attention. The leers and chuckles of the pirates lining the streets certainly do not help his nerves. Some pretend to be loading pistols or polishing knives, but as soon as they saw Rayleigh, they vanished like minnows. Rayleigh nodded, surveying the deserted street. That should be enough. Have fun you two. Izuku called back to Rayleigh. Wait, but the pirate vanished down an alley. Izuku turned back to May and sighed, saying, Rayleigh just left us, so we better stick together. Izuku fell silent. There was no sign of May. Alone, concluded Izuku. Izuku ran from building to building, sticking his head in houses and taverns, his heart pounding in his chest. A few times he saw a flash of pink hair, but each tap on the shoulder brought out either a more feminine face that frightened him in a different way, or a rough, scarred scowl. Izuku stumbled into the main square, gasping for breath. He was surrounded by a sea of hostile faces, and none of them attempted to approach him or offer assistance. Down the road a man ran, screaming. The people closest to him fled in a stampede after he yelled something at them. Izuku felt his heart leap. Rayleigh, he would know how to proceed. Izuku pushed through rough shoves and greasy bodies as he ran against the flow, eventually breaking through to an empty street. When he noticed a man walking down the street, his enthusiasm faded. Although he wore a white coat with a Hawaiian floral t-shirt underneath, he had Roger's impressive physique and presence. His beard was bushy but well-groomed. While walking down the street, the man pulled out a rice cracker and began munching on it. He moaned, "MMPH, I only asked for directions, lousy pirates." He looked at Izuku. A rice cracker was halfway to his mouth when he stopped. Huh, a kid. Didn't think they had those in Jaya. Hi, I'm Izuku. The man smiled. The name's Garp. Want a rice cracker? Izuku took a cracker and bit into it cautiously. The stale taste made his face contort in disgust. Garp, I feel like I've heard that name before. Garp grinned angrily. Well, they do call me the hero of the Marines. I've been in a paper or two. Izuku gazed in wonder. Heroes also existed in this world. Before he could ask any of his countless questions, Garp remarked, "You look lost, kid. Looking for something?" Without hesitation, Izuku said, "My friend. She got lost, and I need to find her before something bad happens to her." He had no other option. Garp let out a sigh. "Kid, this is Jaya. If it's been 5 minutes, she's long gone." Izuku felt his heart sink to the ground. He was hit like a hammer by the consequences of losing Mei. No time machine meant no Mei. Without a time machine, he would be stuck here indefinitely. He would never again see his mother, or Kachan, or become a hero like All Might, or attend UA. There must be something, Izuku yelled, struggling to find a solution. Garp's expression contorted. "I'd like to help, but I'm already on an important assignment. I need to find the Roger Pirates." "The Roger Pirates," repeated Izuku. "We got word they were headed this way. So, we got a trap waiting for them. But, without knowing where they docked their ship, we can't close the net." Garp sighed. "So, of course they sent me in to find Roger, since anyone else would get clobbered by him." Izuku found himself thinking about the wanted posters again. How bad are they? For a moment, Garp considered the question. Bad enough that the Marines sent every admiral on this mission. He's not the worst pirate out there, not by a long shot, but he is the most dangerous. If he gets what he's after, he could bring down the world government. Despite his knowledge gaps, Izuku found overthrowing the government to be far too villainous. "If I help you find the Roger Pirates, could you help me find Mei and keep us safe?" "Mei, that girl you're trying to find." Garp stroked his beard and looked at him thoughtfully. "How much do you know, kid?" Izuku paused. He recalled the weeks he had spent with the other pirates on the Oro Jackson, training, fighting, and eating. He didn't think of them as villains, but they were. They wanted posters, they had a hero of the world hunting them, and they destroyed Whiskey Peaks and stole their treasure. "I know where they're docked. In a cove, on the other side of the island." Garp gave the shoulder a clap. "I can't promise I'll find her in one piece, but I'll look. And the moment I get back to Marine HQ, I can put in a good word for you. Young man like you would make an excellent Marine." He grumbled as he said, "Unlike my layabout of a son. Won't even get a real job." "Sounds good, I guess." Izuku thought there was no harm in agreeing because he and Mei would be returning home after they resolved their time machine issues. "But could we find Mei really quick?" A transponder snail was extracted by Garp. As Garp spoke to the cephalopod, Izuku gazed at it in confusion. Garp put the snail in his pocket and said, "Sorry kid, gotta run. Enroll with the nearest marine base." "What do you mean I gotta?" "Calm down, Sengoku, you'll give yourself a heart attack." "Geez, fine, I'll head back." "But wait, what about?" Garp disappeared, leaving Izuku in a deserted street after a dash of Soru. "Mei, please be alright." "You say something Izuku." Izuku spun about. "Mei, you're alive." "Yep, and I have all these wonderful baby-making materials." Buggy regarded them both with deep disdain. "I don't even want to ask what you need all those screws for." "Oh, those are for." Buggy covered Mei's mouth with a disembodied hand. "Don't even want to ask." Shanks remarked, "I hope you've got everything, words in that the Marines are heading this way." Izuku stopped. "Are really?" "Yeah, apparently. Garp's been asking around about us. I'd be down for a good fight, but they're just as likely to torch the whole island." A shadow passed across the group. Glancing back, Izuku saw Garp standing taller than them. "Hey there, just realized I forgot to ask. How did you know about?" "Oh shit," yelled Buggy. "Run for it." Shanks was right behind Buggy as he ran off, but Garp disappeared and then reappeared in front of them. Garp said, "You look familiar," as he looked down at them and picked idly in his ear. "Have we met before?" No, sir. I was just, running home to grab a piece of paper for your autograph. I'm a huge fan of the Marines and definitely not a pirate, nope. And definitely not a cabin boy on Gold Roger's crew." Buggy stammered, swallowing a huge lump in his throat. Shanks looked flat and unimpressed at Buggy. As he waited for the Vice Admiral to answer, Buggy perspired profusely. Really? Well, I don't mind signing something for you. Better make it quick, though, I'm on the clock." Buggy exhaled deeply in relief. He quickly thanked him and fled, but Garp caught hold of his shoulder. As Garp turned him around, Buggy shivered and prayed to all the gods he knew, frozen in mid-step. "That nose, I remember that nose. Biggest, reddest nose I've ever seen." Now where have I seen it before? On Buggy's face, anger fought against paralyzing fear. It's really not that big. Just a bit swollen. Bumped it on the door the other day, silly me. Not that big, chuckled Garp. You could launch that schnoz out of a cannon and use it for a signal flare. And I thought that one kid's butt chin looked bad, but hey, at least he could cover that up. Buggy slammed a knife into Garp's neck with a roar of outrage. The hilt was broken by the blade. Garp massaged his neck, revealing a shiny black area. That one tickled a bit. You really are one of Roger's, aren't you? Too bad you couldn't outsmart Garp the hero, While whispering to Buggy, Shanks said, Garp said he's smarter than you. I will kill you in your... Buggy gritted his teeth in response. Garp's blackened fist in his face interrupted the rest of his threat. The impact flattened his nose, and it grew even larger when Buggy hit the ground unconscious. According to Garp, Whoops thought that might make his nose smaller. Ah well. Drawing his sword, Shanks positioned himself between Izuku and Garp. He told him to get back to the ship, keeping his gaze fixed on the Vice Admiral. I'll hold him off. Garp cracked his knuckles and asked, You think you can stop me? I've used tougher pirates for toothpicks. Maybe, but could they do this? A terrible pressure surged around Izuku. He hurried to support Mei as she stumbled to her feet, her eyelids fluttering. The rippling of the air told him that Shanks directed his enigmatic aura straight at Garp, away from them, as bad as he got it. Garp rolled his shoulders and stood tall under the crushing pressure, saying, Conquerors will. And that's strong at your age. You're too dangerous to run around. I'll make sure Shiryu keeps a tight leash on you. Armament hockey sprayed Shanks' swords as he roared and charged forward. Garp shouted, Fist of Love, as he ducked under the desperate lunge and aimed a punch. The blow knocked Shanks off his feet despite defensive hockey and Tekai. He rolled on the ground, dry heaving and retching, his swords clattering to the floor. Garp stood over Shanks and said, regretfully, You could have been a great Marine. A Vice Admiral like me, or even Admiral if you wanted to. Wheezing, Shanks said, Go fuck yourself, old man. With a sigh, Garp reached down. Sorry about this, but I can't let anyone break the law. Not even children. Izuku stood motionless through this awful scene. He struggled with two opposing emotions. Awe at Garp's strength and might, the way he seemed to shine in his white coat, and horror at the careless way he beat up the friends he had made in recent months. He was also torn between siding with his friends and the hero. The air was rented by a sharp rack. Suddenly, Rayleigh appeared with a sword slicing down at Garp's head, but the Vice Admiral blocked it with a hockey-coated forearm. Slipping from Garp's stunned fingers, Shanks flopped to the ground and used one arm to raise himself. Rayleigh cast one eye back at Izuku. Get back to the ship. Now. Izuku's heart was tilted by those firm words. He grabbed Buggy and took off running. Behind him, Shanks limped, supported by Mei's shoulder. According to Shanks, You should have left me, he said shakily. Why did you stay? Izuku was at a loss for words. That he had sought assistance from Garp. That he gave them the Oro Jackson's location. Izuku dismissed the sense of guilt. They were pirates. Villains. They had fought the heroes and demanded posters. But he was haunted by the cruelty of Garp's punches. However, didn't All Might also fight in that manner? What differences did they have? Was he aiding villains in escaping the All Might of this world? There they are. Izuku was startled out of his vacillating reverie by a deep voice. Fire at will. When Izuku saw a firing squad aimed at them, his eyes widened in horror. Mei is the target. Izuku dropped Buggy and ran between her and the guns, hardening his body as much as he could in the hopes that armament hockey would finally work. He didn't. He was pierced by 3 fire lancets in his chest, 2 more in his right thigh, and 1 in the forearm over his eyes. His clothes were soaked by the trickles of blood that trickled down the bullet holes. Izuku gritted his teeth and ran ahead. In an instant, Izuku leapt onto the Marines, causing them to yell. With numb instinct, Izuku kicked one Marine's legs out from under him, jammed an elbow into another's jaw, punched a third Marine in the gut so forcefully that his boots flew off the ground, and then slammed 2 more with a roundhouse kick. Izuku entered their excessively large backswing and headbutted the final Marine as they charged at him brandishing a sword. Izuku felt panic take hold of him as he caught his breath and looked down at the moaning Marines. Had he just broken the law, really? Was he now a villain? However, they attempted to shoot Mei. Should he have just sat there and watched it happen? A hand gave him a shoulder clap. Izuku winced and turned around. Shanks smiled shakily and said, Nice save. I'll tell the others it was 20 Marines and a captain you fought off. He laughed painfully and added, not like Buggy will ever know. Thanks, she wheezed, just a bit further, if Garp is here, who knows who else they brought. This could get ugly. With a groan, Buggy's eyelids opened. Who shot me with a cannonball? Shanks coughed and gripped his stomach, saying, welcome back to the living, sleeping beauty. I didn't get knocked out. Screw you. Buggy got to his feet, his face turning white. So, I wasn't dreaming about Garp. Nope, we're running for it. Yep, great. I love it when we do something sensible for a change. Not arguing with you this time. One punch is more than enough for me. Izuku wandered over to Mei while Shanks and Buggy were talking. Are you all right? Her eyes strayed to the bleeding holes in Izuku's shirt, and she appeared pale and shaken. She nodded hastily and gripped her arms to keep them from shaking. Ignoring the way it squeezed the holes in his chest, he brought her in for a quick hug because he didn't know how else to help. Everything will be fine. We'll make it out of this somehow. I promise. I'll keep you safe. Mei took a step back without saying anything. Izuku stomped forward, watching for additional Marines while his mind raced. He continued to argue with himself, but the conflicted feelings were muffled by the numerous gunshot wounds that ached with every step. A bullet clattered against the floor after working its way out of his thigh. Nevertheless, he felt more alive than ever. He beat all 6 of the men who fired at him. Mei was saved by him. Was there a real problem with that? When Shanks extended an arm in front of the group, Izuku stopped thinking. Hold up, Marines beat us here. As they emerged from the leafy brush, they discovered a battlefield. While a ragtag group of pirates guarded the deck, white-clad Marines charged at the sides of Oro Jackson's hull, throwing grappling ropes and firing rifles. The area was littered with bodies from both sides, and the cove smelled of gunpowder. Shanks turned to face Mei and scowled, saying, looks like we'll have to fight our way through. Maybe you should hide somewhere until things calm down. Adding, I'm staying with her, Izuku interrupted. He was unable to look away from her. Never again. Shanks paused. I don't think we can make it without you. Guess the 4 of us will have to hide together. More boots emerged from behind them, and branches snapped and leaves rustled. Shanks pulled out his swords and muttered curses. No choice. Let's move. Izuku questioned, wait, couldn't we still hide? Buggy snorted. You crazy. They find us, we'll be surrounded. Maybe you can take a few bullets, but the rest of us sure as hell can't. In a panic, Izuku considered separating and claiming he wasn't a pirate to the Marines. However, the final group he located started shooting without a question. Given that they had previously attempted to kill Mei, could he really trust them? Izuku inquired, how are we doing this? Shanks examined Buggy. You up for a pinwheel? Buggy winced. You're making me the main act. Can't you just hockey our way through this one? Overdid it against Garp. I'm spent. Grr, fine, but you owe me. Midoriya, you better mop up what I don't catch. What exactly is the plan? Izuku asked, scratching his head. Kick ass and don't die. Now move. With a knife and a few fingers, Buggy divided his arms into 4 parts. Flashy crimson pinwheels, he yelled as he dashed into the Marine crowd. The spinning knives cut through the Marines, formations in close quarters. While the lieutenants and captains among them avoided or blocked the slashes, common grunts fell like wheat stalks. Izuku stepped over fallen bodies and winced. Izuku pushed aside his concerns about the carnage and concentrated on the men who were still alive, with Mei running at his heels. He drove his elbow into the side of a man who was aiming at Buggy's back after his fist broke the teeth of a man who was shakily brandishing a pistol. A long, thin chain attached to a man's wrist spun a sword through the air. Izuku threw it away and leapt back, observing his new foe. The Marine walked up, letting the sword spin around him and twirling the chain. Cheap tricks won't work on me, boy. You're out of your... He was struck in the side of the head by a bullet. Izuku saw a sniper wave him forward in encouragement as he turned to face the ship. Izuku swallowed uneasily and continued running while staring back at the fallen captain. After a few blows, the group of Marines attacking the ship dispersed, revealing a barren section of rock that led to the deck. As he ran to the Oro Jackson, Buggy gathered himself and gave a joyful whoop. When Garp landed in front of him, his exclamations of delight were interrupted. Garp growled, I guess I didn't give you a good enough punch. Maybe this'll fix your nose. The Buggy took off. A few teeth bounced off the stony ground, and blood poured from his crushed nose. Garp noticed Shanks leaning against Izuku as he turned to face him. What are you doing here, boy? Didn't your friend get taken by pirates? She's right there. Izuku pointed to Mei with a numb voice. Garp gazed at Mei. Mei returned Garp's gaze. Huh, well, good for you. Hand him over and we'll find a white coat in your size. Might even find a spot for your friend too. Shanks gave him a perplexed glance. Are the Marines good? Izuku asked, turning back to face Mei. Of course we are. Garp smiled at him. We serve the law and protect the people. Then why did the Marines try to shoot Mei? Garp's grin went cold. His gaze wandered over Izuku's bullet holes. It was probably just a misunderstanding. We can talk it out at Marine HQ, while we get your paperwork. Probably, inquired Izuku. Does that mean there's a chance it wasn't a misunderstanding? That they meant to shoot her? Garp let out a deep sigh. Kid, sometimes, sacrifices need to be made in the name of the law. It's not easy, keeping the peace out on the open seas. So, the law says it's okay to shoot someone who did nothing wrong. Garp's silence was sufficient response. Izuku strode forward, balling his fists. I'm going to be a hero one day. The best. Garp's expression lightened. Great, kid, we'll get you signed up right. Heroes save people. They save whoever they can, no matter what. Can you really say that about yourself? Garp said, looking exhausted. It's not that simple, kid. It is. You're not a hero. Don't do this, kid. Don't throw your life away for a dream. For the first time in my life, I feel like I can actually do it. I'm not giving up. Izuku thought of the guns pointed at Mei as he moved forward. Shanks was brutally beaten down by Garp. Buggy, on the ground, insensate and broken. He felt as though he was half drowning in quicksand and that everything was unclear and incorrect. But Izuku felt himself emerging from the muck as he strode forward to defend his friends. Izuku squared his shoulders and grinned, his conscience clear and his mind made up. The heat of the fire warmed his soul as it scourged away any traces of his hesitation. Izuku flashed across the gap between them with a single step. He struck Garp in the jaw with his fist. Across the clearing came a loud, meaty clap. On both sides, the fighting ceased, and all eyes were fixed on the moment Izuku's fist touched the ground. The Vice Admiral remained motionless. You talk a big game, but you throw a weak punch. Put your back into it, like this, he said, glancing down at the fist piercing his cheek. Izuku leaned quickly to the side. He was sent flying like a rag doll by the force of Garp's punch, which barely touched his cheek. Izuku stood up shakily, spitting out blood. His vision became hazy and his fists trembled as he raised them. Garp stretched until he heard his neck pop. Fast little twig, I won't miss a second time. He froze as Garp aimed another punch. Roger's sword impaled the ground where he had stood as he hurriedly retreated. Izuku landed on his back and looked up at the pirate captain. Garp's voice was worn out as he said, Roger, will you give it a rest already? Maybe when I'm dead, and before that happens, I'll see what lies at the end of the Grand Line. Can't let you do that. Roger's swords were glowing purple, and his voice became manic. Make me. The aura of violet grew around Garp's own fists. For the sake of the world, I will. A rubber projectile crashed into Garp just as the two titans were about to clash. Gramps, did the mystery box get you too? And you look different, did you get a haircut? Luffy yelled, putting his arms around Garp. Luffy was peeled off of him by Garp. Did you just call me Gramps? Do I look that old to you? You are old, and my grandpa, which means you're really old. Shut up, I'm not old, and I better not be a grandpa or I'll have to spank my worthless son. Roger glanced from Garp to Luffy. Then his laughter roared. For a full minute the laughter roared, and Garp frowned irritably at Roger. You think it's funny, Roger? Of all the people, and he's a pirate too. Your grandson is a pirate. Roger exclaimed, wheezing and resting on a sword. Of course not. No grandson of mine would ever turn pirate. They'll all be proud Marines, just like their father. Hey Luffy, is your dad a pirate too? Roger said, stifling a laugh. He has the highest bounty in the world. Luffy said with a smile of pride. Him, nah, he's not. He's a, weighs it now, Revo, relatutunarily. Roger processed this for a second. Then he let out a howl of laughter so loud that it caused birds to take flight from halfway across the island. Garp demanded, what's so funny, Roger? It'll make sense in about 20 years, Roger remarked in between chuckles. Oh, if only I could see the look on your face then. Roger ceased to laugh. He stood up straight and gazed out to sea. Ah, I can't believe I missed the chance for a good fight. Oh well, lads, raise the sails, hoist the anchor, full speed off this blasted rock. Garp winced, but Roger grabbed Izuku and the others and jumped clear across the cove before he could react. Roger swung his sword in front of the ship's bow, dumping everyone on deck. The ocean behind the ship surged forward to fill the gap as the water parted, pushing the Oro Jackson along with it. Within minutes of hitting the open water, sails loomed all around the horizon. The Oro Jackson sailed to a halt as marine frigates closed in from all sides. Over the pirate ship, cannonballs rained down like rain and thunderous booms resounded from the frigates. Watch it, that was my favorite mug. And, Tom'll have our hides if they put so much as a scratch on her. The pirates yelled as they punched, shot, and sliced cannonballs out of thin air. Izuku, for his part, kicked aside a cannonball that almost killed his head. A cannonball roared forward from behind them, its ear-splitting boom signaling its approach. When Roger cut it in two, the two parts created water fountains on either side of the ship. Garp yelled, "Roger," over the sound of the waves and the cannon fire. "You're surrounded. Stand down or I'll sink the ship." "Sink my ship?" inquired Roger. "How are you going to do that when I'm all the way up in the clouds?" Frothing bubbles formed beneath the Oro Jackson as Roger's wry query echoed across the sea. Izuku leaned over the railing to gaze warily at the unusual oceanic phenomenon, and Shanks hurriedly pulled him back. "No falling overboard right now. You'd be better off drowning than letting the Marines fish you out." When the Oro Jackson leapt straight up into the sky, Izuku was about to say that he was okay just the way he was and that he was definitely not going to fall off. Izuku thought that if he had continued to look over the side, he would have undoubtedly fallen overboard as the marine ships shrank to specks beneath them. Roger yelled, "Hold her steady. We're almost there." Izuku raised his head, wondering just where Roger had them go. Overhead, all he could see were clouds. The top mast touched the cloud, and like a balloon, the pillowy white mass bent inward. Taking the crew with it, the Oro Jackson pushed itself inside the unusually thick cloud after being pushed upward by the column of water beneath it. Izuku felt the cloud close in on him, almost suffocating him. The world went white around him, and every breath felt too thick, as if he were inhaling cotton balls rather than real air. The cloud parted as Izuku was overcome with panic. The Oro Jackson leapt into the air before bouncing lightly on the cloudy surface beneath them. Izuku, standing on wobbly legs, looked over their shoulder and marveled at what they saw below. "Jumping in?" inquired Buggy. "You do realize that you could fall right through, right?" "The ship isn't," clarified Shanks. "Probably safe to swim in it." Luffy had already jumped in while they were discussing the fluid dynamics of the cloud ocean. He spit out the large wad of cloud that he had scooped into his mouth. "Blia, this cotton candy tastes gross." Buggy yelled back, "That's not cotton candy, you moron." "Hey Buggy," inquired Izuku, "what, are we in a whirlpool? Did Garp hit you in the head too?" "No, we're not in a whirlpool." "Oh, then why is the ship spinning?" Izuku leaned over the railing, pitched forward, and landed on a bed of clouds before Buggy could respond. The bed on which he awoke felt much more rigid. He leaned up, every muscle in his body hurting. Izuku asked, blinking sleep from his eyes, "What happened?" Crocus yelled at him, "What happened is that you were a goddamn idiot, that's what." He placed a metal tray with 5 dented bullets in front of him. "You're lucky none of these dug in deep enough to hit something important. A little deeper, and I'd have been digging one of these out of your liver. Otherwise, you came out of that fine. Just passed out from cloud sickness." Izuku questioned, "Cloud sickness? Dizziness and nausea from the increased elevation. It'll pass on its own, but be careful of more dizzy spells. Last thing we need is you falling overboard again." Crocus's room door flew open. Shanks peered inside, looking grim. "Izuku's up. He needs a few minutes," Crocus stated sharply. "Just woke up, and his body still needs to adjust. Roger said to get him now." Crocus stretched his back and let out a sigh. "If I find out all that work I put into digging out those bullets goes to waste, I'll ram them down his throat." Shanks helped Izuku stagger out of the room by lending him his shoulder and saying, "The captain's eaten stranger things." Shanks stated, "As far as I'm concerned, we're even. I don't know what you did or why you did it, but you took bullets for me, and I won't forget that." Confused, Izuku questioned, "Did what? What did I do wrong?" Shanks looked at him incredulously. "Do they not have Marines where you come from?" We have heroes, Izuku responded. But I'm not sure they're the same anymore. What are they like? Izuku was in the middle of telling the story of All Might's first appearance when they reached Roger's study at the ship's bow. When Izuku passed through, Shanks held the door open for him and shut it. Izuku turned back to the room after glancing hesitantly back at the closed door, which still had Shanks behind it. The walls were covered in maps that showed a convoluted journey through a number of islands and were adorned with metal pins. Weathered bookshelves were crammed with more books and bundles of parchment. A rack of swords, each polished and sharpened until they slashed the light that glinted off them, was hung on one wall. Roger complained while using a feather quill to write while seated behind a huge wooden desk. "You forgot to carry the 5. Rayleigh said, leaning over his shoulder and pointing to something he had written. Roger muttered curses and scribbled his work grumpily. Then he put it aside with a sigh. "Why are you making me do these, Rayleigh? You know I'm terrible with numbers. And I'm terrible with getting shot up into the sky without any warning, but we all can't have what we're good with, can we? If you can't handle a rough patch of seas, then maybe I need a new first mate." Rayleigh gave a snort. "If you can find someone who can handle you, they're welcome to it. Until then, you're stuck with me." Roger flicked the scrap of parchment to the ground and looked up at Izuku. The intensity of that stare made his entire body freeze. Roger paused, allowing the moment to breathe. "So," he said. Izuku became twitchy in the increasing quiet. Izuku echoed back, "So." Roger gave an eye roll. "Why did you tell Garp where we were docked?" Izuku felt his stomach fall back to the bottom of the watery sea. "He said you guys were dangerous. That you were going to destroy the world government." Rayleigh looked sharply at Roger. "Do you know what the world government is, boy?" Roger said with a sigh. Izuku winced. "I don't," Roger informed him. Roger was just warming up when Izuku, who had just heard about the slaves that Tenryubito kept, felt like puking. Roger created a tapestry of the world government's wrongdoings that made Izuku pale and shudder when he spoke of Buster Calls, the Cipher Poles and their missions, Eni's Lobby and their twisted justice, Impel Down, and the twisted entertainment of the Saudade archipelago. "I didn't know," Izuku exclaimed, panting. Why hasn't anyone done anything?" "The ones that try tend to wind up in Impel Down," Roger remarked without humor. "As for myself, I could bring everything down, but what would be built back in its place? No, it can't be brought down by one person. Everyone needs to unite against it, and the time isn't right for that just yet." Izuku sat in discomfited silence until he recalled the original reason he had been taken into Roger's study. Smiling, he said, "I'm sorry for telling them. I didn't know." "I'm glad you did." Izuku's gaze widened. "What? Why? I haven't laughed that hard in years. Luffy is Garp's grandson, and he's spouting off about becoming king of the pirates. I wish I could be there to rub it in his face." "So, you're not mad?" Roger thought about it. "Well, you were never part of the crew, so you didn't exactly betray us, and you helped Shanks and Buggy escape, so as far as I'm concerned, you did good. Maybe let me know ahead of time when you send Garp after us so I can sharpen my swords first, alright?" Roger laughed softly, got up from his seat, gave Izuku a shoulder pat, and walked out of his study. Izuku sighed in relief and froze as Rayleigh's shadow passed over him. Rayleigh's voice was as sharp as his sword. "Roger might be nice enough to brush this off, but my kindness has limits. Do it again, and you're off this ship. Got it?" Izuku shuddered. Rayleigh never made it clear whether they would arrive at port first. "I won't," he stated firmly. Rayleigh examined him. Rayleigh started to head for the door, but paused and turned around. "Good. Is it really different where you're from?" "It is. Everyone is free. And what does being free mean, exactly? You can't have a government without laws, after all." Rayleigh's question hung in the air, and Izuku couldn't find an answer. Shanks had left when Izuku made his way out of the room, but he barely made it up to the deck when Shanks wrapped an arm around him. Shanks said, "Still alive, Midoriya. Thought Rayleigh would chew you up and spit out chunks of broccoli." "Ew," Buggy uttered, "you need to work on your jokes." Luffy gave his head a scratch. "Midoriya's made out of broccoli. Blia, no wonder why he keeps trying to get in the water." Izuku tried to follow Luffy's reasoning, but it hurt his brain. He glanced at them one by one, grinning to himself. All of them were pirates. Posters were what they had desired. They would have been referred to as villains in his world. At the thought of them, At the way Shanks squeezed him on his shoulders, and at the sight of Buggy's knives gleaming in the sunlight, something still flinched in his stomach. They may have sent him to battle other pirates or run through a jungle infested with garp bears or put him through hell during the months he had spent aboard the Oro Jackson, but they never attempted to harm him or May. You know, Izuku replied, that's kinda offensive to people who are actually made out of broccoli. Buggy's mouth dropped. People like that exist. Izuku encountered May fumbling to carry a stack of boxes while he was halfway through the more intricate details of comparing emitter and mutation quirks. Izuku ran to her and caught everything as she fell sideways. Are you all right? May sat down on the deck, gasping for air. Her hair clung limply to her head, and her shirt was soaked with perspiration. How do you do it? She asked, looking up at him shakily. Do what? Get stronger. Izuku moved the boxes onto one arm and knelt beside her. What do you mean? Is there something you're trying to make that needs some upper body strength? I could handle it for you. May looked sharply at how easily Izuku carried her load and shook her head. You almost died because of me. Izuku put down the boxes. What are you talking about? May's face was wet as she asked, those bullets. What if one hit you in the head? Or went through your neck? What if you died because I was too weak to protect myself? I'll get strong enough to protect both of us, Izuku replied. Once I can do armament hockey, bullets won't even scratch me. And what if we get split up again, like at Jaya? May inquired. What if those Marines show up, and you're not there? I can't make babies if I'm full of bullet holes. Izuku responded, then we won't get split up. I'll be right beside you. May gave a headshake. Everyone here is stronger than us, Izuku. How can you fight with everything you have if you're too busy protecting me? Do you think you can take Garp on with 6 bullets in your chest? Or fight 100 pirates? If I'm strong enough to keep myself safe, then you can focus on beating up the bad guys. Besides, she said sorrowfully, I can't do anything else right now. That's not true, you can. I can what? Make a crossbow. Why would you even need that when you can run faster than an arrow? Gauntlets. You can already punch through trees. Why would you need hover boots when you can literally jump on air? Izuku hesitated, attempting to come up with a response. A rubbery fist to his head cut through his thoughts. Ow! What was that for? The harsh words, you're being stupid, came from Luffy. Izuku was aware of the irony of Luffy calling him stupid. Stupid how? She wants to get stronger. Great, then she won't be weak anymore. Why try to stop her? Izuku paused. He inhaled deeply before saying, I don't want her to get hurt. Luffy scratched his head and said, and keeping her weak will stop her from getting hurt. That doesn't make any sense. Weak people get hurt more. Strong people get hurt less. That's how it works. Izuku found nothing wrong with Luffy's logic, no matter how straightforward it was. Taking the boxes, Izuku sighed shakily and remarked, we're going to need more weight than this. As Izuku loaded twice as many boxes onto May's arms, her initial relief soon gave way to horror. Isn't this too much? May asked, wheezing out every word. You won't get stronger if you don't push your limits. Every time your body wants to stop, take one more step. May lifted her foot into the air. After swaying, it slammed down hard. One box slid over, and the entire stack toppled over as the tower of boxes in May's arms swayed. The boxes fell around May, and she fell to the ground. May sputtered, I don't understand, why can't I do it? Izuku remarked, you just need to push a little harder, give it everything, don't stop, just keep going in. A hand landed on Izuku's shoulder, causing him to stop. Not everyone has the drive to do it like you did, Rayleigh said, patting him on the shoulder. Most people need to take it slow and steady. Rayleigh picked up 2 boxes and suggested, why don't you carry these around for a while? You won't get strong overnight, but you'll get there if you work at it. After giving a grateful nod, May staggered off carrying her lighter load. Why don't you put these all back? Rayleigh said, mockingly glancing at the remaining crates that were strewn about. I'm sure you could handle all these with one arm. Izuku hefted them all and shrugged. He smelled dirt when he put them down in the storeroom. Izuku opened a crate out of curiosity and discovered a pile of loamy soil inside. Dirt? Inquired Izuku. Why are we shipping dirt? Izuku went back to the top deck and shook his head at the cargo. Luffy, with barrels strapped to his back, ran sprints from port to starboard, just as May did. When he arrived at the bow, he was greeted by a magnificent view of clouds that had been transformed into buildings and arranged to resemble a modest village that had been turned golden by the sun. Izuku questioned, "People live up here?" Roger stood behind him, grinning broadly as he gazed at the Sky Island. "Sure do," he said. "What kind of food do you think they got up here?" The ship beached itself against the denser cloud that formed its shoreline and lurched to a stop before Izuku could respond. Izuku almost pitched forward as he pinwheeled his arms, but Luffy's arm grabbed him. "Quit falling off the—" Luffy only made it that far before yanking Izuku backwards with his stretchy arm and slinging him off the stern and across the deck. Izuku gave Luffy a fierce look and kicked back to the surface. "I wasn't going to fall off." Luffy gave his head a scratch. "But you did. Because you— never mind." The ship was surrounded by a small group of people by the time Izuku swam to shore. Lean and light, the islanders, bodies swayed with the wind, and they had feathery wings growing out of their backs. When Roger opened one of their crates, their interest became a source of excitement. With baskets full of seashells and exotic produce, they hurried back to their homes. May immediately ran over there when one of those seashells erupted into a plume of flame. "How did you get such a controlled stream of fire from a large aperture? What kind of flame is that? Where did you store the fuel?" "Fuel. This is a flame dial," the Shannarin inquired. "It has the ability to absorb heat and release it as a fire burst." Another Shannarin approached with a big bundle, sensing an interested customer, saying, "I have quite the collection here." "Why, this is a tone dial, which has the ability to record and replay sounds." "Boring. Huh, what else do you have?" Quote, "This is an impact dial, you see. It simultaneously absorbs and releases force." Quote, "I'd be happy to part with my finest dials in exchange for an equitable weight of earth." The Shannarin aimed it at a cloud, and when he pressed a button, white foam burst apart, creating a crater in the floating ground. "Is there anything more powerful you have?" With wide eyes, May inquired. After hesitating, the Shannarin produced another dial and said, "Well, these are reject dials. They're stronger, but they— I'll accept them." Quote, "Well wait, they— How much?" "2 crates, 1 crate. Can you go back down and get more dirt, Izuku? Can we bring an entire island up here, do you think?" Quote, Izuku laughed nervously as every head turned to face them, saying, "May, I know I'm getting stronger, but I definitely can't carry an entire island." "Sad. Maybe you could take care of half an island." Quote, "Miss," the Shannarin interrupted, saying, "Impact dials are so expensive. They're really dangerous." Quote, "How did you break my arm? Does it produce a subsonic pulse that strikes an arm's skeletal structure? Is there warp space surrounding it? Develop arms and cut into anything that comes in contact with it." Quote, "Oh, no. However, the force that impact dials release is far greater than the force that they absorb." "Oh, it's simple. Gimme." Izuku apologized and asked Roger if he would be willing to pay for a few dials, but May returned wearing a glove with metal rods jammed through it and the impact dial poking out one end, and he swiped 2 of his dials before the Shannarin could object. With her hand extended, May said, "Izuku, charge it up." "Are you certain about this?" Quote, "Absolutely." The gauntlet clicked, and May turned to Luffy. Izuku threw a punch, expecting it to hurt, like punching a brick wall, but instead it felt like he was pushing against an intangible blob, making his arm stop without resistance. "Hey, would you like to try my new baby?" Quote, "Babies." Luffy scratched his head. "My grandfather advised me to wait until I was older to make those, much older." "I'll give you meat." "Agree." Quote, "Wait, your arm, the Shannarin said, turning pale as May pressed the button. The gauntlet exploded with a violent, concussive blast of wind, and Luffy flew off with a loud yell that echoed in the distance. Silence descended upon the assembled group as the boom from the gauntlet subsided to an echo. The Shannarin trembled and said, "Your arm, is it?" Quote, the reject dial rotated, the gauntlet clicked and whirred, and May pressed another button, causing the gauntlet to click once more. "And now it's recharged," May exclaimed with a glowing tone. "Anyone else want to test it?" Spluttered, the Shannarin said. "How did you do that?" An impact dial was visible beneath the leather gauntlet when May peeled it back. "This one absorbs force too, so I put it under the reject dial. Then, after the reject dial's empty and this one is full, I can turn around the reject dial and recharge it with the impact dial." Izuku gave his head a scratch. "Doesn't that violate the law of conservation of energy?" "Absolutely. And you know what? We're pirates. The laws can go fuck themselves. Izuku grimaced, and the Shanarans muttered worriedly in response to Mei's remarks. Luffy crashed into the crater the impact dial had created as she negotiated for more dials. Meat. Where is it? At dinner. Luffy walked off, complaining to himself, looking for meat. Izuku joined the Roger pirates as they looked through the merchandise the Shanarans had brought out. To him, the produce appeared strange. Some fruits swelled to ridiculous size, while others had a delicate, transient appearance that suggested they would vanish in the slightest wind. But what drew his attention was a sleek car adrift in the sea of clouds. The craft, which had dials welded to the sides and back, looked like a cross between a scooter and a jet ski. Izuku, who is an expert in homebrew engineering, liked the simpler design and pondered how Mei would create a comparable craft. A tall, shirtless Shanaran patted the waver lovingly and asked, "The waver catch your fancy, lad? She might have trouble on your ocean down below, but a bit of fine-tuning with the dials should fix that, if you're interested." "How does it work?" One of the Shanarans smiled. "Want to give it a test run? Just remember, you break it, you buy it." Izuku backed away from the vehicle and said, "That's okay, I don't have anything to trade anyway," but Roger gave him a supportive pat from behind and said, "Bah, live a little, Midoriya." Izuku was suddenly afraid of breaking the machine because he was all too accustomed to breaking Mei's prototypes. "I brought a lot of dirt with me." Izuku clambered aboard, feeling no less apprehensive of the spindly vehicle, and as he settled his weight, the craft sank into the cloud sea, and the mechanic reached over and placed Izuku's hands on the two handlebars on either side. Each throttle controls the dials on the left and right. "How can I put an end to this?" Izuku inquired, unable to find another lever or button. Clouds churned up in wavy columns on either side of him, and the craft hovered smoothly despite plowing through cottony waves. The man merely laughed at him and walked away. Izuku, uneasy, decided to get off, but Buggy's hands swam over and squeezed down, and over his own screams, Izuku heard Buggy's laughter recede behind him as the waver shot forward like an arrow. Izuku saw the edge of the cloud sea drop before him after he pried Buggy's hands off the bars. His heart thumping in his chest, he squeezed the left trigger, causing the waver's end to swing clockwise but still shooting towards the edge. After he turned away from certain death, he gunned both throttles, causing the waver's rear to dip over the edge before the twin dials pushed him back into safety. In an attempt to find a more relaxed speed, Izuku gently nudged the throttles, but the dials gave all or nothing, and even a flick of the throttle sent the waver flying. Izuku felt himself relax as he let the waver coast through the clouds. Izuku finished his high-octane ride through the clouds and sped back to the coast, only to realize late that he had no brakes. He swung the back end around, but this time he didn't have enough room, and the waver's side crashed into the beach, and the denser clouds that formed the shoreline provided the ideal ramp to launch Izuku even higher into the sky. Izuku had roughly 2 seconds to consider whether he would survive hitting the cloud, whether he would be able to break through the cloud, whether he would survive the impact with the ocean below, and whether he would have a half-remembered moment when Bakugo gave him a swirly before Roger grabbed the waver out of the air with one arm. "Excellent, you seem to have mastered it, but perhaps try your landing the next time." Quote, "Next time, even if it kills me, I'm not going back on that thing," Izuku questioned. "I'll be taking the ship over to the next cloud island," Roger said with a simple smile. "I have to pick up something here. Enjoy yourself, go sightseeing, or do whatever your kids are doing these days while you're here with Shanks and Buggy. While I'm away, try not to let too much of the island burn down." Quote. Still half numb from his waver ride, Izuku nodded and watched Roger jump on board the Oro Jackson, only to discover that the DeLorean was still in their cargo hold after the ship had almost disappeared from view. Izuku ducked as his instincts cried out to him. A cannonball slammed through the wall to his left, exploding in a cloud of white fluff. The metal sphere whistled overhead, passing close enough to touch Izuku's shirt, causing it to ruffle. Izuku continued to run. As pirates overran the village and stole everything they could find, Shanarans around him screamed and fled for their lives. As might be expected in a village built entirely of gellified water vapor, nothing was burning, but the invading pirates soon discovered that they could knock entire houses down with a single blow of the flat side of their swords and axes. The smell of water vapor hung heavy in the air, and the remnants of buildings twisted like a Dali painting drifted overhead, along with warped clouds. One rowboat had been the beginning of it all. Armed with pirates and weapons, it had drifted up and over the cloud sea's edge. A huge floating galleon with a gold-plated hull and row after row of cannons, its sails stretched on all sides to catch the airstream, and 10 more rose over the horizon, causing panic. As more rowboats drifted in the direction of land, that galleon hung on the edge of the cloud sea, firing cannonballs at stray buildings or escaping Shanarans. Izuku caught a glimpse of 4 pirates closing in on a Shanaran, who was cowering against a wall. Izuku jumped off his path, stomping the first man into a second and using a right hook to catch the third man in the jaw. Izuku quickly leaned aside as the fourth swung at him, allowing the blade to shave the hairs off his forearm. He thrust his arm forward, and the pirate grunted as he took the blow. "Not bad, kid, but I can still smell the green on you. I'll show you how a real pirate throws a punch." The pirate froze as his fist flashed out. A ploy. A plume of clouds was kicked up as the pirate's sword crashed down where Izuku had been standing, and he flashed aside. Izuku's foot swung out, sweeping the man's legs out from under him as the pirate was blinded. Someone grabbed him from behind and caught both of his arms under his armpits just as he was about to stomp on the man's head. "I got him," exclaimed the pirate who was holding Izuku. "Hurry up." The other pirate got up and snatched up his sword, saying, "Nice work." Izuku leapt to his feet as the pirate stabbed it forward, bending his body to remove his chest from the path of the sword. Izuku put his legs around the man's neck and dragged him forward as the pirate staggered, taken aback by the lack of opposition. Behind him, the pirate let out a groan and relaxed his hold on his arms. Izuku shifted his weight onto the other pirate and pushed himself away from the man, then squeezed. The pirate collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Izuku's legs were weakly pounded by hands before the pirate's eyes rolled up in his head. Izuku, panting and massaging his shoulders, looked around at the other pirates he had defeated. One moaned at his feet, and Luffy sat on top of it, his cheeks swollen and his head a huge bump. "Nice work," he acknowledged. With the sword still in his chest, Izuku gazed down at the pirate and said, "Thanks." He remained motionless. Despite his nausea, Izuku shook his head and questioned, "Where's Mei?" Luffy gave a shrug. Izuku walked away from the trembling Shanaran and entered the battle, muttering curses. Izuku flashed past enemy pirates whenever they attempted to confront him. His legs felt weaker than the clouds surrounding him as he inhaled air by the lungful in a matter of minutes. Izuku yelled, "Mei," knowing full well that she would never be able to hear him over the loud laughter and terrified cries that reverberate throughout the clouds. He nearly missed the gray blur hurtling toward his face as he ran. His arms stiffened, and he punched. His bones trembled, and the rough metal rubbed his hand's skin raw, causing it to feel like fire. However, the metal splintered against his fist, emitting a heavy crack. Izuku paused, staring at the broken fragment of a cannonball at his feet. After that, he turned to face the ship that had fired it. He saw a whole broadside explode, with each cannonball flying in his direction. Izuku soared away with a yelp, and the cloud behind him vanished in a white plume. He noticed a group of pirates engaged in combat in a knot. Izuku hit them from behind, sidestepping a thrust knife, ramming his fist into a woman's throat, twisting one gun aside to shoot another pirate in the back, and twisting the man's wrist until it broke. Izuku sank until he emerged in the middle of the pirates' flaming wall. Buggy had 2 black eyes and a twisted dagger, while Shanks had a gash over his left eye and his own blades were dripping blood. Shanks said, "Watch yourself, in between pants. At least one of them has a devil fruit." A curly-haired woman walked forward. She laughed mockingly and said, "Yes, the twist fruit. I'm a twist girl. I hope you guys don't get your panties in a twist." "Joke's on you," commented Shanks. Shanks swung his sword and said, "I always go commando." The woman's body contorted around the path of the blade. She extended her hand to touch the sword. Until Shanks applied hockey to the blade, the metal began to curl in on itself. "Damn," Shanks uttered while displaying the twisted sword. "I like that one." Izuku retreated quickly. His thoughts were racing as he attempted to analyze her quirk. Was it limited to inanimate objects, or could it also have an impact on humans? It made sense that since it worked for her, it would also work for others. Needs physical contact. Is the entire hand or just the fingertips required? Izuku was so lost in his thoughts that he failed to notice the axe crashing in his direction. He leaned sideways and his muttering continued without even pausing. Izuku's arm shot up as the axe came in for a second swing. The punch caused the man's face to collapse, causing his nose to snap. Izuku was the target of the twist girl's leap. Izuku was startled out of his reverie and jumped back. Izuku had to pull himself up by hopping through hoops as the woman's arms looped around him. As the woman's hands drew nearer to Izuku's head, sweat began to trickle down. Izuku was about to punch her when he sprang through a gap, but he changed his mind when he saw the sparkle in her eye. With horror, he slid a finger across his cheek and saw it bend back. He was still able to bend it without any pain, but he was no longer able to make a fist. Buggy, could I borrow a knife? Screw you, get your own. Shanks threw a blade at him. Fine, you can have the bent one. Izuku gave the twisted weapon a shrug. Thanks, I'll let you know if I think of something. He searched his mind for any flaws in the woman's structure. He saw that everything they had twisted away from her body, including the clouds she touched and any weapons they might have used against her. However, this only meant that nothing they had could touch her. It is possible to twist anything again in different directions. From trying to predict how she would twist to trying to use the twist against her, every strategy he tried failed. Then he noticed a cloud rubbing against her other arm and curling away from her. With this newfound understanding, Izuku sprang forward. After bending backward and scraping against one arm, the tip stabbed her leg point first. Whipping an arm at him, the twist woman swore. Izuku held the blade in front of him and yelled. It became a useless lump as it curled up, hilt and all. Before the metal could enclose his hand, Izuku let it fall. I've got it, exclaimed Izuku. She can only twist objects one direction at a time. Yeah, that's great, Buggy grumbled. But could we maybe find a way to not get twisted up? You see my knives. They aren't cheap. Didn't you get those from? Buggy blazed over him. Some things cost more than money. Find some other weakness. I'm not letting her anywhere near my knives. Shanks went on, and I kind of need my last sword, so. Izuku glanced down at the twisted sword and asked, then how are we supposed to hit her? He was unable to straighten it out enough to use because of the way it had twisted into knots, and even if he managed to get it to touch her, there would be no way to get the lump of metal to twist sufficiently to strike her once more. Izuku ran out of ideas and bounded away while the twist woman limped after him, her arms and legs bending fluidly with every step. Before her head glared up at him, her neck twisted sideways. I'll only leave one of your legs twisted if you give up, little boy. What now? The twist woman was caught off guard and froze up as Izuku threw a punch at her arm with a shout. Izuku's arm bent backwards, bones and all, his flesh feeling taut and numb, but he felt none of the pain he had gritted his teeth against. Izuku took a deep breath, considering every second he wasted against her was another second may face the rest of the pirate hordes alone. She pressed a hand to her jaw and twisted it back into place as Izuku, still shouting, leaned forward, throwing all his weight behind his bent arm, his fist twisting and colliding with her face, teeth flying, her jaw hanging loosely as the pirate backed away. You insane jerk, are you attempting to kill yourself? Buggy yelled. What if it remains that way indefinitely? Quote. Shanks held up his curved sword and said, once you knock the user unconscious, these paramesha tend to wear off. I hope. Izuku gritted his teeth and sprinted forward, throwing another punch as his left arm twisted, the woman's entire body twirled aside, and his fist crashed through empty air. Izuku grimaced at his bent arm, a slight shiver running through him at the thought of living the rest of his life with it stuck like that. Then he thought of Mei. Izuku used Soru, but the twist woman moved faster than he did, and his other arm curled in on itself while the sides of his arm grazed her as he backstepped. You bastard, she yelled. I'll tie your intestines in a knot and watch you explode. Worst, why can't people be normal and reasonable? Buggy threw a knife at her, making a trick shot that cut open her arm on the ricochet. Quote. A fingertip grazed his foot, curling it up, and he landed awkwardly, winced as his Achilles heel took the blow. Izuku thought the wannabe clown pirate had little deck to stand on in that department, but before he could respond, an arm snaked forward. Izuku jumped, but his leg came up too slowly. Dude, Izuku called back, I need a little assistance. Quote. We have a lot going on. Shanks yelled and ducked as a third axe almost severed his head, and he said this while simultaneously crossing swords with two axes and another blade. Additionally, you don't want to end up twisted like a balloon animal. As he dismembered himself to prevent a pistol shot, Buggy shot back, maybe the captain can correct you if you can divert her attention long enough. Quote. After swallowing, Izuku turned to face his opponent, who strode forward with her arms flailing and exclaimed, Ah, getting scared, little boy. When you play pirates with the real thing, this is what occurs. Izuku stood up straighter and declared, I'm going to be a hero. I'm not a pirate. The fighting came to a complete halt at his announcement, and even the distant ship ceased firing cannonballs. The attacking pirates all burst out laughing after a moment of collective incredulity. "Oh, that's very wealthy. Looks like someone has a serious crush on Garp," the twist woman remarked. Quote, "Garp isn't a hero. I'll outperform him." The leather cords twisted in the air, cracking and rippled as the woman sneered at him and pulled out 2 whips. "Hard to see how you'll do that when you're dead." The first whip flew blindingly fast at Izuku, who yelled as the leather slashed across his chest, slicing his shirt open and leaving a large red welt. Tiny droplets of blood oozed out across the wound. He felt the leather crack on his skin and instinctively ducked, only to hear the whip crack overhead a second later. Another flick of pain washed over his shoulder, and Izuku rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the whip as it slapped a hole in the ground. Checking his shoulder, Izuku found that the shirt was not torn, and pulling up the fabric revealed that his skin was still intact. His distraction almost cost him, as he blinked at the stinging sensation on his ankles and jumped quickly when he caught the whip swinging low out of the corner of his eye, causing his left leg to buckle under him when he landed on his Achilles heel once more. "I got you now." Luffy stood in front of him, both arms wound into knots as they grasped the woman's wrists. Izuku, unable to jump away, closed his eyes and prepared for what was about to happen. When he felt nothing, he cautiously opened his eyes again. Luffy grunted and let go as the woman's foot slammed up, knocking his jaw, and his arms reformed like rubber bands. "Devil fruit. Just my luck it counters mine, but a snot-nosed brat like you doesn't stand a chance," the woman complained. Quote. Luffy narrowed his eyes at her spinning arms and said, "Hey, did you steal my power? Not fair. A liar." Quote. Snorting, the pirate said, "Copy yours. It's a cheap imitation of mine. You can only bend yourself, but I can bend anything. Observe." Quote. Luffy jumped back onto solid ground with a swift geppo after the woman thrust both of her hands into the cloud, causing a layer of it to peel away from underneath him. "Oh, I'll give that a shot." When the twist woman sputtered and wiped away the mess, Luffy ran forward and punched, his hand twisting away from her face as he did so repeatedly, but each time his hands veered away. Luffy jammed his hand into the ground and pulled, but he was unable to get the cloud to curl up. "Hey, you can bend, but that doesn't mean you can touch me. I twist away everything I touch." Quote. Luffy, "She's only allowed to twist it once. After striking her once, strike her again while you're twisting." Quote. The woman snarled and swiped at him, but Izuku, prepared for it this time, leapt into the air and managed to geppo over to where Shanks and Buggy fought, even though he could only geppo out of the ring with one working foot. "Hey, don't bring her over here," yelled Buggy. "I don't want to become as twisted as you are." Quote. "You could still chop yourself up," Shanks said. "Not much either of us could do if she turned us into pretzels." "Yeah, sure," said Buggy sardonically, because 1,000 little pretzels would be so much better than one large carnival-style pretzel dripping with cheese. "I'm starting to feel a little hungry." "You're starting to sound like Luffy," Shanks said with a smile. "You retract that." Quote. "Hey, guys," Izuku inquired, "what's the strategy?" Quote. "Make a plan. Shiki the Golden Lion shows up and you think I have a plan?" Yelled Buggy. "Is this a good plan? We seize the opportunity as soon as it presents itself." Quote. Observing his twisted leg, Izuku said, "I don't think I can run." "Sucks to be you then." Shanks almost took a knife to Buggy's eye when he punched him in the shoulder. "Hey, no abandoning fellow crew members." "However, is he really? You were told that he was." "Fine, geez, I get it." Shanks' sword cut off Buggy's head, which overturned there as the body kept fighting. Luffy's arm spiraled away from the twist woman, only to reorient itself midair and strike her from behind. His fists continued to strike their target even as Luffy's arms grew so curly that they formed a giant knot around him. The twist woman, bruised and bloodied, screeched through swollen lips, "Just stop already. How come you're not bound?" Quote. "Rubber makes me." From inside the Gordian's arm knot, Luffy's voice was muffled. "I can stretch forever." Quote. Izuku expressed concern, saying, "I don't think Luffy can stretch forever," as his arms began to slow down. "Can he stretch that far? 50 meters? 100? Quote. "Is it important? She's not going after us as long as she's distracted," Buggy said. Quote. "I'd help, but again, there's not much we can do," Shanks said with a grimace. "Before she tricks us, we would have one chance to knock her out. Whatever we choose, it must be large." A light bulb went off in Izuku's mind as he reflected on Luffy's battle. Do either of you have an impact dial? Quote. Yes, excellent idea. She has the ability to turn it around and hurl it in our faces, Buggy remarked mockingly. Quote. I will not apply it to her. I've got a better plan. While fighting off 4 other swords, Shanks dug into his pocket and said, I hope you know what you're doing. I am, too. With the dial charged, Izuku hobbled back to the heap of tangled arms and legs that was Luffy, peered around his contorted body, and aimed the dial at the Twist Woman. Izuku's grip felt awkward because of his twisted arms, but he was able to block a club that was aimed at Buggy's head. Hey Luffy, this is our only chance. Make it matter. Quote. What do you count? All I have are 10 fingers. Quote. Izuku pushed the dial's button, and Luffy, laughing as he smashed into the thunderstruck pirate, sped forward like a giant rubbery cannonball, his body continuing to twist, but the Twist Woman was trapped inside helplessly. Luffy muttered in confusion, let's see. Counting, ERGH, this is too hard. Quote. You fool, let go of me. The woman twisted in his grasp. Quote. Oh, what about this? Luffy's hands balled up. He rammed one fist into her face and said, there's 4. And that's 9, he said, slamming his other fist next to the first. Or was it 8? Quote. Izuku's own arms and legs straightened out, the twisted sword left on the ground snapped open, and Luffy's arms trembled and the knots snapped open as the Twist Woman sagged over. Luffy leapt to his feet and extended his arms, saying, oh. That is more comfortable. Quote. Izuku, feeling dizzy, flexed his own leg and rubbed at his sore heel, saying, I'm so glad that wasn't permanent. You and me both, Shanks said, sweeping a finger along the side of his sword. Are you aware of how difficult it is to locate a matching set? Quote. Hey, are you 3 going to sit around all day or are you going to help out? Buggy, broken up into 20 pieces, held back the tide of pirates like an overstretched fishing net. Quote. Shanks reclined on the overcast ground and said, you got this Buggy. Oh, go F. From behind the lion pirates, gunfire erupted, and men with gunshot wounds toppled, exposing ranks of Shanaran soldiers lying prone on the ground, their white uniforms nearly matching the tufts of churned cloud that surrounded the battlefield. You see, Shanks said as the pirates ran for the forest. I told you. Izuku was beginning to calm down when he glanced around and experienced a sudden panic. Hey, have any of you seen May? Quote. While Shanks considered it further, Buggy shook his head and said, I believe she went with that one guy, with the waver you rode. She was most likely at his house when the assault occurred. Looking around wildly, Izuku said, and where is that? Quote. You'll have to ask around. Shanks shrugged. I heard your conversation, said one of the white berets, crawling forward and saluting from the ground. I'm willing to send a squad to help you after hearing that you assisted in putting an end to the invasion. It would be great if you could just tell me which way to go, Izuku said, examining the prone soldiers with skepticism. Body turning, the soldier gestured toward the village's edge, saying, his shack is right next to the Cloud Sea, can't miss it. Many thanks. As he ran away, Izuku called back, and when he turned to see Shanks dragging Buggy and Luffy after him, he heard footsteps behind him. Shanks grinned and said, you're not hogging all the fun today. Have fun. Buggy's torso trailed behind his feet as he screamed, you think this is fun when we're up against Shiki? Quote. Certainly. Quote. The hut at the edge of the Cloud Sea was a broken ruin, its pier smashed and the waivers left listing in the water. Izuku searched the ruins, hoping to find someone alive, but all he found was a few spattered drops of blood and May's crude hammer, its wooden handle crushed to splinters. Izuku's heart sank when he saw broken clouds drifting up ahead like tufts of smoke. Over there, Izuku. Quote. Izuku ran out and looked where Shanks was pointing, half expecting to see May, but the boat rowing down the river showed no sign of pink hair. Shanks clarified, if they took her anywhere, that's where they're all going. You want us to go after Shiki? Said Buggy, snorting. We were barely alive when we emerged from that final scrap. No, I'm grateful. In addition, notice how swift that current is. They would never be caught. Quote. We could use a waver to capture them. Izuku inspected the broken docks and saw that all of the waivers were crushed, and even though they still had their dials, he had no idea how to put one together. He thought bitterly that May could have fixed them quickly if she had been present. If we lose sight of that boat, we'll never find them, Shanks stated. We need to get over there, fast. Aha. Luffy held up his hand and said, I have a thought. Quote. No, I'm not listening to any idea that you, Buggy said, backing away. I can be launched over there by us. Quote. Buggy stopped. He grinned and said, it's such a great idea. Come on, let's do it. Quote. When he had Luffy lined up, Buggy said, ready to launch. Shanks grabbed Luffy's legs, and Buggy grabbed Luffy's arms and pulled him back. Quote. Are we going to launch? All right. Quote. When Luffy retaliated, Buggy was still clinging to him. Buggy screamed for his life before releasing his hold and flying toward the rowboat. Luffy turned back to Shanks and yelled, hey, you were supposed to let go. Quote. Oops, Shanks said as he saw Buggy crash headlong into the pirates' boat. Let's try again right here. Luffy rocketed toward the boat and crashed headlong into Buggy as Izuku pulled this time, making sure he let go. A waiver is still near our ship, correct? Quote. If they didn't break that one too. We'll need it if Roger had you learn how to use it. I'll catch up with them on foot. You meet us upriver after obtaining the waiver. The waiver was leaning against a stack of crates, where he had last left it, and Izuku was almost out of breath when he saw it. Izuku quickly thanked whatever god lived in that world, then hurried the waiver into the cloud sea and zipped off towards the forested river that led into the center of Sky Island. Izuku fought for his life as the waiver sped down the river with its own will. He had thought it would be a difficult ride, out on the open sea of clouds with hardly a wave to shake the craft, but on the river, with its frothing rapids, twists and turns, porous logs lurking beneath the surface, and spongy rocks poking out of the water, it felt like someone had shoved him inside a washing machine and pressed all the buttons. If the water and the obstacles scattered around it had been made of anything more substantial than clouds, he and his craft would have been reduced to dust. The only thing on Izuku's mind as he held on to the craft was the hope that he would discover Mei alive. Even though his arms were starting to feel like jelly, he managed to catch up to the rowboat that Buggy and Luffy had commandeered, where Luffy grumpily manned the oars and Shanks leaned in the back, blissfully ignoring them, while Buggy stood at the prow, chest puffed out and barking orders. Izuku barely had time to yell, "Watch out, I can't stop," before he sped past them. The waver's wake caused the rowboat to lurch, and Buggy panicked as he dove in after them, his arms pinwheeling and his body floating in place while his feet fell into the river. Izuku soon saw another boat, and as he saw the unknown pirates on the rowboat up close, he was torn between trying to fight them or slicing past them. What if they knew where Mei was? What if they had her? What if? Ahead of him, Izuku heard cries of panic. Izuku discovered too late that the waver had already decided for him. He only had time to brace himself before the waver slammed prow first into the rowboat. Following the severe beating the craft had received, it broke into splinters when it came into contact with the rowboat. However, the more resilient keel drove itself through the prow of the rowboat like a wedge, tearing planks and legs as it dragged various parts of the boat into the water. Izuku himself slammed into the face of another pirate. Izuku left with a slight tingling feeling after using Tekai. The pirate lost half of their front teeth, crumpled their nose, and tumbled off the boat because they didn't expect to be hit skull first. Izuku and 3 other pirates were dumped into the river when the half of the boat they were standing on pitched sideways and one of the pirates swung a cutlass at them. Lazily drifting against the shoreline was Izuku's half, which remained afloat despite the immense structural damage it had sustained. Izuku leapt for it and rolled on the ground. Izuku sat up, rubbing his trembling arms and taking deep breaths. Down a bend, floating bodies and bits of driftwood vanished. Then he noticed a recognizable mop of blue hair floating close to the coast. Izuku ran down, snatched up the unkempt ponytail, and pulled Buggy over to the shore. Buggy coughed up a glob of watery cloud and hacked once he was on solid ground. With a sigh, he held his disembodied feet to his chest. Thought they were goners. I almost didn't find them. Did you see Mei at all? Buggy gave an eye roll. Of course that's what's on your mind. Not. I'm so glad you're okay, Buggy. Or how about, would you like me to dive in and find all the knives that fell out of your pocket when some idiot's waver rocked the boat and knocked you into the water? Speaking of. A disembodied fist smacked into the side of Izuku's face. Rubbing his swelling jaw, Izuku glared and asked, what was that for? Do you really need to ask that after what I just said? Izuku remembered when he had passed them and rewound their conversation. Oops, sorry about that. Buggy gave an eye roll. So, now what? Izuku gestured downstream. We can still follow their boats. And stumble right into Shiki. No thanks. I'll head back the way I came, and if I happen to find that girlfriend of yours, I'll let her know you died valiantly trying to rescue her. Okay, bye. A loud, beastly roar reverberated through the forest as Buggy took 2 steps upriver. Rodents scrambled out of the brush, and birds flew noisily. After swallowing, Buggy shook his head. Nope, still better than facing Shiki. Besides, it's no match for my. Buggy tapped the pockets of his coat. Then he looked at his trousers. After removing both shoes, he left with a shiv hidden beneath the sole. Buggy looked back at Izuku while glumly holding up the small blade, which was roughly the length of his pointer finger. You know, she's probably dead already, you're only going to get yourself. Izuku stamped out of his way. Before sprinting after him, Buggy muttered obscenities. Hey, wait, I was kidding, I'm sure she's fine, don't leave me alone in this godforsaken jungle. Buggy charged ahead, almost colliding with Izuku's back. Thought you were gonna leave me for a bit. Realized that this is a bad idea, Buggy said, laughing uneasily. Buggy avoided Izuku after failing to receive a response. There were 4 branches of the Cloud River. A sign announced an ordeal over each path. Well, I guess that's that. We won't have any way of finding those pirates since they could have picked any path. Why don't we head back and let Roger know what happened? He'll figure something out. Before the branching paths, Izuku paused. He heard Buggy's suggestion and felt it made sense. A part of him was terrified of running ahead on his own, of bumping into too many pirates and dying. It only made sense to return for reinforcements to ensure they got her back alive because those pirates had no justification for killing her. However, a different voice in his mind cautioned him that he couldn't rely on those pirates to protect her. That while he stood there, they might be causing her pain. If he chose one of the 4 routes, he might not find anything. Perhaps he would track down the pirates and fight to the death. But if he went back now, would he be able to live with himself? Izuku looked up at the 4 signs. He tried to picture it from the pirates' point of view as they passed through. It sounded too innocent, string and ball. It sounded too hard, iron. A swamp, though, boats can easily navigate through a swamp, and Izuku could geppo all the way to May if necessary. This way, meet, Luffy tugged at the oars, his tongue lolling around. Shanks said, you know you don't have to row, right? The current's pushing us downriver. Meet. Luffy flipped the oars even more quickly. With a shrug, Shanks used a discarded hat to scoop out some soggy cloud and returned to sharpening his swords. His ears were filled with the soft scrape of whetstone on steel, but he had to look up to hear a high-pitched whine in the distance. Shanks asked, is that another waver? I thought the rest were broken. A ramshackle chassis built around the craft made it much wider, but what came through the tree line vaguely looked like a waver. It had a seat carved on top, and May maneuvered the craft around a rock in the middle of the river with ease. May parked next to the riverboat. Hey guys, did you see Izuku at all? Shanks returned to sharpening and then froze, saying, you missed him by about 15 minutes. Hold on, weren't you captured? By who? Those villains from earlier. Nah, gave them a whack with my gauntlet, then got that shell guy some help with that cut on the head they gave him. Those white hat guys said you all went up the river, so I scavenged those busted wavers and made this beautiful baby. Shanks glanced at the jet ski driven by Dial before turning back to the rowboat. Around a crevice left when they had taken control of the boat, a puddle formed at the bottom. Got any room on that waver of yours? Shanks asked after removing another hatful of clouds. May scooted forward and patted the backseat, saying, sure. I made enough room for Izuku, but I'm sure we can squeeze him in once we find him. Observing the slender seats, Shanks imagined himself seated behind her, pressing himself up against her back. Maybe I should sit in the front. May gave a shrug. Sure, hop on. Shanks got off the boat and sat down on the jet ski, almost tipping it over. Shanks became aware that this position had its own set of issues as May's arms wrapped around him, grasping the handles on either side. May's chest was pressing against him. As the jet ski raced down the river, Shanks told himself to keep going. Any girl in the next port is yours. There's no need to steal Izuku's catch. He felt May's ample resources press against his well-muscled back as they came to a snag in the river. So, you and Izuku. Shanks cleared his throat and said, I can take Izuku. Yeah, are you, well, open to seeing other people? As long as they're not keeping me from working on my babies, I don't care how many people I see. No, I mean, wait, do you really not understand? Understand what? Shanks inhaled deeply. Alright, now I'm getting confused. You've been screwing with Buggy this whole time, right? Hatsume's eyes sparkled as she said, why would I put screws in him? He's not a robot, or is he? What even is a, no, wait. Let me ask this as bluntly as possible. Are you and Midoriya a thing? Yes, we are a thing. Great, just as everything is a thing, isn't it? You're a thing, this jet ski's a thing, this river is a thing, that sign we're passing under is a thing. A thing, a thing. You know, together, rowing oars in bed, tying up. Why would we row oars in bed? Is our bed a boat? Shanks grimaced. It's a euphemism. Do they not have those where you come from? What's a euphemism? Shanks let out a long, agonized sigh. Please tell me your parents told you where children come from. Of course they did. Oh thank God. When a mommy and a daddy love each other very much, they weld together two separate helixes, each of them made into a unified chain, and use that as the blueprint to build the rest of the baby. May was scratching her head. I have no idea how you get a blueprint out of a chain, but I bet it's very detailed to get every speck of the human body designed correctly. Shanks spun around to stare at her in disbelief. There's so much to unpack with what you just said that I have no idea where to start. I imagine you would start with the brain. That's the most important part, isn't it? As Shanks muttered to himself, clearly, your brain needs more unpacking. Over them, crisscrossed shadows descended. Looking up, Shanks saw that they were surrounded by a huge cage of wire. May, did you say something about a sign earlier? I sure did. And what, exactly, did that sign say? I dunno. It said iron on it, and I thought maybe there'd be some spare parts around here. Sounded better than going to string or ball. Wait, there were more paths. Yep, we could always come back to them once we're done scavenging here. Shanks glanced over their shoulder. From where they had come, the cage stretched all the way to the river. Something tells me it won't be that easy. Meat, Luffy rode on, huffing. Meat, string, meat, swamp, meat, iron, meat, ball, meatball. Luffy's head jerked upwards. As the oars frantically stirred up the foggy river, his arms thrashed. Meatball, Buggy exclaimed, you said we'd be fine in the boat. As the boat listed to one side. It's a swamp. Izuku pushed the boat out of the invisible hole it had been sinking into by digging his oar into the river. How was I supposed to know our boat wouldn't float in a swamp? Oh ho 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 ho, a spooky voice said, laughing menacingly from within a cloud storm. I see you have stumbled into one of my swamp traps. Welcome to the trial of swamp. I am Gadatsu, and... Gadatsu began coughing and hacking. Gasping for breath, the Shanaren staggered out of the cloud. Phew, forgot there wouldn't be any air in there. It is I, Gadatsu. My trial has a 50% survival rate. That means you are already half dead. Buggy let out a terrified screech. Izuku scratched his head and said, I don't think that's how it works. Silence, fool, Gadatsu gestured. Now prepare yourself, for my clouds strangle the very life out of you. If you get caught in one, you won't be able to breathe no matter how hard you try. Buggy and Izuku exchanged glances. We're over here, insisted Izuku. After glancing over them, Gadatsu turned back to his finger and pointed in the incorrect direction. How careless. Where the boat had sunk, Izuku dipped a hand. The cloud sank through his fingers and vanished in a viscous gas. Buggy stopped and thought, you know, I bet the other pirates took one look at this guy and turned back. Maybe we should turn around too. I bet they went to the string trial. String is pretty easy, isn't it? String has a 0.5% chance of survival, which is less than 50. Therefore, I have the superior trial. Izuku and Buggy exchanged glances. All right, Buggy said, let's get him. This guy is a fool. Izuku yelled, hey wait. As Buggy threw his torso from the boat, Buggy's head was engulfed by a wall of cloud that rose in front of him. The cloud clung to the cabin boy's head no matter how hard he tried to pry it away. Oh ho 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 ho, Gadatsu declared with a laugh. It is already too late. The cloud will stay stuck in his lungs, no matter how hard he tries to breathe it out. Izuku questioned, because it's denser than air, correct? What? Those pit traps, they stay in place because the cloud is denser than air. If it's dense enough, gas stays stuck in your lungs because your lungs can't collapse enough to remove all the gas in them. But, if you were to do a handstand, Buggy was held upside down by Izuku. Buggy took a deep breath as a stream of white cloud floated out of his mouth. "I'm alive," exclaimed Buggy. "Freedom." Gadatsu's expression was one of wonder. "That really works." "Yep," Izuku responded. "Gravity pulls the denser air out of your lungs when you hang upside down like that. Why don't you give it a try?" "Alright, I will." In a cloud, Gadatsu stuck his head. His hands began to flail in a matter of seconds, and he thrashed wildly. With a laugh, Buggy exclaimed, "Izuku, you're a genius." Izuku remarked, "It's not that impressive, it's just basic physics." If physics is tricking idiots into killing themselves, that wasn't basic, that was a masterclass in manipulation. A flashy firework of falsehood. Okay, I'm out of words. Let's scram. "Alright, give me a moment." Izuku exited the boat and approached Gadatsu. Picking his pockets. "Good call. Why didn't I think of that?" After flipping Gadatsu on his head, Izuku questioned, "Why would I pick him up by the pockets?" Buggy's mouth fell open. "Izuku, what the hell are you doing?" He wanted to try it out, but he forgot to do the handstand first. "He was trying to kill us, you idiot. Why are you helping him?" "I'm not going to let him die. That just feels wrong." Buggy tried to flip Gadatsu back up after grabbing him. "And what about us, huh? Isn't it wrong to let us die too? There's got to be another way." "Then at least wait until he's unconscious. He still might die if we do that. He needs to get all the air out now." "And how is that our problem?" The cloud escaped Gadatsu's lungs with a gasp. Breathing heavily, he fell to the ground. When Buggy realized they were still gone, he reached for a knife and said, "Okay, time to finish this." "Motherf." Izuku was hugged by Gadatsu, who was crying uncontrollably. "Thank you," he said. "I thought I was a goner. How careless of me." Izuku reluctantly gave the hug back. "It was no problem really, and partly my fault. I really should have told you to do a handstand first so you wouldn't." Gadatsu, blubbering over him, said, "I shouldn't have been so mean to you guys. You two are so nice. I would just let you through, but I can't let anyone through until they beat the trial. Our god Gonfall said so." Izuku questioned, "How do we beat the trial?" "By beating me, of course." Izuku responded, "Couldn't you say that we did beat you? You needed our help, after all." Gadatsu looked at Izuku in disbelief. "You're quite right. Then, Gadatsu, hereby declare that the two of you have passed the trial of Swamp. You may continue on your journey." "Thank you, but we were actually looking for somebody. Has anyone come this way?" Gadatsu covered his eyes with his hand and made a thinking sound. "The last time was, no, I think it was, hey, where did you go?" Gadatsu tried to look around while keeping his hand over his eyes. "Your hand is over your eyes," Izuku remarked. "Oh, what a silly mistake. And there were quite a few people that came through here. Which one were you looking for?" Izuku's mood improved. "Was any of them a girl with pink hair?" "Why, yes, about 10 years ago." Izuku's smile faded. "I mean today. Did anyone come through here today?" "Oh, why didn't you say so? Exactly 0 people have come through here today." Buggy and Izuku both moaned. "So, we need to go back." "Heavens, no, if your friend survived the trial, these rivers all go to God's realm anyways. You will surely find her there, since mine is the hardest trial of all." "Well, that's a relief. Could you show us the way through the swamp?" "Absolutely. Just follow me." After taking a single step, Gadatsu instantly fell into a cloud. Izuku held him upside down once more and sighed. May put her face much closer to the bending, razor-sharp strip of cloud than she should have, and asked, "Ooh, how do you get the metal to bend like that? And how does it retain its hardness? It's not even bending a little when red hair smacks his sword at it." With clenched teeth, Shanks uttered, "May, mind moving aside. This guy is, whoa, not a joke." Sure, gimme a minute. I just need to grab a sample of this if I can." May attempted to scoop off a fragment of the cloud, but as soon as she managed to separate a clump of it, it disappeared. "Darn, it must be tied to the dial somehow." "Do you mind?" said Ohm. "We're in the middle of a duel." "Actually," Shanks replied, "why don't you ask him more about it? Get in real close, have a nice conversation." Hatsume strode up to Ohm, who nervously retreated from the girl who was approaching him with a crazy smile. "Ooh, a great idea," he exclaimed. "You're using 2 dials in tandem, right? Which ones, and how do you get the 2 effects to stack together?" "I've been using 2 dials as well, but I'm not really combining them, just using them together. To stop Shanks from stabbing May in the neck, Ohm frantically woven his Ison whip around her. Miss, if you're not going to fight in the trial, then please back away. I will kill you if I have to. It is my duty as the guardian of God's domain, and I will not fail. But I'm not here for that trial what's it thingy. I'm here for the iron. So you are here for the trial. Are you deaf? I just said I'm not here for that. So, how do I get some? Are you giving away dials, or do I just get some of that cloud? You want my dials, Ohm said, his forehead bursting with veins. Beat the trial, and you can have them. Really? Okay. May was already well into his personal space when Ohm blanched and attempted to lift his Ison whip. She just lifted her right hand, pushed a button, and aimed the reject dial at him. Ohm roared so loudly that he flew across the cage of iron cloud, slammed into the far wall, and fell to the ground in a heap. After running over, his dog Holy began administering chest compressions to the unconscious priest. Ohm coughed and sat up feebly as Shanks and May approached. His green tank top had a huge rip down the back, and his sunglasses were cracked. I failed in my duty to kill all who trespass upon God's domain. Shanks sheathed his swords and said, yeah, sorry about the whole trespass thing, we're just looking for our friends. You didn't happen to see anyone else, did you? No, if they went down the other paths, they will no doubt reach God's domain as well. Simply follow the river, and you will reach him. Shanks shouted, great, thanks. But May stood in front of the fallen priest. With a glance up at her, Ohm said, are you going to finish me off? It is only natural, given human nature. You have bested me, I am ready. May extended her hand. Ohm gazed at it, perplexed. May withdrew her hand as he reached for it. The dials? Inquired May. Ohm gazed incredulously at her. Then he sighed and gave his Ison whip to him. Thanks, May exclaimed as she ran off, leaving the priest and his dog staring at her in confusion. Luffy roared, meat, as he plunged blindly into the field of floating cloud balls. Ho, ho-hoo, exclaimed a spherical priest in white. I am Satori, and I. Near Luffy, a cloud floated. Luffy's jaw reached out and snatched the cloud whole, still rowing crazily. After swallowing, he yelled, meat. The contents of the surprise clouds are completely random. Even I don't know what. Luffy devoured every surprise cloud he saw as he rode beneath the priest. With an angry sigh, Satori said, are you even listening to me? Meatballs. Alright, that's it, surprise cloud billiards. A cloud was thrown into the suspended field by Satori. 2 collisions followed, then 4, until all the clouds bounced toward Luffy. Luffy's mouth widened even more, swallowing all the clouds at once. Just as planned, exclaimed Satori, and now that you have swallowed them all, the slightest disturbance will set them all off. Satori threw an impact dial in Luffy's stomach and leapt in front of him. The blow was absorbed by Luffy's swollen body, which bulged inward, preventing any cloud from bursting. Luffy drooled as he looked down and saw the white sphere in front of him. Meat. Satori quickly retreated, but Luffy's hunger consumed him despite the dials at his feet. Satori watched Luffy eat another surprise cloud while he was stuck next to all of his. Luffy joyfully chewed on a whole smoked ham after it popped. That one actually was meat. Shira lay among the severed remnants of his string clouds in the ruined remains of the trial of string. In his limp fingers lay the jagged stump of his lance, its heat dial stolen, its jagged shards scattered across the shattered clouds. God, please forgive me, Shira said, letting out a ragged breath. There aren't any more trials waiting for us, right? Izuku responded. None at all. Half the people who come to my trial don't even make it through. Having another means no one would ever make it to God. And God is the strongest ever. If you were half dead going up against me, you're dead going up against him. Also, you do realize that you need to put your oar in the river to row, right? Gadatsu glanced at the river, then down at the oar he was holding. Gadatsu plunged his oar and heaved as the boat veered dangerously toward the bank. How clumsy of me. Buggy narrowed his eyes at something in the distance. Tell me, does this god guy of yours have a pointy silver beard and mustache? Why, yes, how do you know? And does he have a white-winged horse? The very spitting image of Pierre. Have you met them before? I think that's your god and his horse strung up on that tree. Gadatsu looked ahead. Izuku gave him a gentle prod and remarked, your eyes are closed. Why, yes they are. Don't you need them open to see? Gadatsu opened his eyes wide. Goodness, how could I be so careless? Buggy and Izuku sighed in pain. Why, that is our god gone fall. What's he doing up there? Gadatsu asked, looking. Buggy asked, if I had to guess. Your god got his ass handed to him by all those Golden Lion pirates having a picnic down there. As Izuku looked down the tree, he noticed the large group of pirates mingling on the stone terrace. He searched wildly for Mei, and while he saw glimmers of pink hair, none of them appeared to be prisoners. See her anywhere? Inquired Izuku. Buggy stared at him. You're seeing all that and you still want to charge in there? Then Izuku said, well, no. Buggy let out a sigh of relief. Fucking finally, someone else with some good sense. Let's scram, before they. I'm not leaving her there. Spot us. Izuku, we can handle their wimpiest guys, but there'll be Shiki and his mates down there. It's a miracle they haven't noticed us already. Izuku experienced a brief panic attack. Get down. Izuku tackled Buggy off the boat, and he yelled. They plunged into the foggy river. Izuku pulled them both to shore as soon as his head broke the surface. Twice. Buggy screamed, I'd, if I had a knife. Buggy saw the hole in the boat where his chest had been, and Gadatsu bailed further into the boat, speeding its destruction as a cloud of liquid bubbled in through the hole. Not stab you because that was a nice save, Buggy said. Now can we please get out of here before they. Have you been caught? Someone finished for him. I'm afraid it's too late for that. Out of the tree line strode a lithe figure with a golden lion's mane for a coat. Buggy meeped in fear and hid behind Izuku, who turned to face him and said, Are you Shiki? Quote. Izuku heard a pistol shot, and he clamped his hand over his right ear, where a bullet tore a hole in it. Don't tarnish the captain's name with your tongue, the cloaked stranger said, holding up his pistol and softly blowing on the smoke emanating from it. You can refer to him as the Golden Lion if you want to, but even that title is too lofty for someone as filthy as you to say. His bounty is nearly 1 billion berry. That's Ulbara, the second mate, Buggy growled. Quote. I'll take care of that oversight in due time, Ulbara remarked. Now, what should I do with you two? Quote. As blood trickled through his fingers, Izuku thought frantically. He had to find Mei first, but how would he do that if he was taken? Please don't take us prisoner. Izuku said nervously, his breath caught in his throat. Quote. What the hell are you doing? Buggy pushed him. Quote. Hissing back, trying to find Mei, Izuku said. Through urging him to capture us. It would work, but you do realize what they do with prisoners, don't you? Buggy muttered angrily. Quote. I'm willing to risk it. Buggy swallowed, then raised his voice, prisoner. Absolutely. To be taken prisoner by Shish the Golden Lion would be an honor. Buggy quivered as the pistol aimed at his head for a brief moment. Ulbara frowned at him, as if finding the thought of bringing them before Shiki unpalatable. Izuku shouted back, being a prisoner to the Golden Lion. For Whitebeard, I would much rather be a prisoner. One pirate is skilled at holding people captive. Quote. Ulbara strode forward and pressed the barrel of his pistol against Izuku's chin as he bit back a scream after Izuku's other ear was shot through. Say that again, I dare you. Quote. If I'm wrong, why don't you prove it? Izuku's heart stopped, and he felt every impulse in his body tell him to curl up and keep quiet, but the image of Mei, captured and alone, waiting for him to arrive gave him the strength to look Ulbara in the eye. Quote. Ulbara's eyes narrowed and he drew the pistol away, and Izuku slumped in relief just before the butt of Ulbara's pistol slammed into his temple. Ulbara's eyes narrowed, and Izuku's breath caught, and he braced a foot against the ground for a sudden burst of speed. Izuku saw stars as two pirates pulled him to his feet. All right, then, Ulbara placed a gloved hand under Izuku's chin and said, and after we're done with you, you'll be singing about what a good pirate he is, assuming we let you keep your tongue. We'll show you exactly how well our captain can keep prisoners. Despite his stomach churning, Izuku kept his feet under him and strode forward as the pirates holding him guffawed with malicious laughter. After being tied up and abandoned beside a stack of barrels, Izuku looked around and saw that nobody else was there except Buggy, least of all Mei. You have no other inmates, do you? Izuku inquired thoughtfully. I assumed the Golden Lion would retain more. What's the point? There is less room in the cargo holds for all the gold we'll find, and nobody up here is worth anything, Aldera said with ease. We even bothered with your useless hides, so you should feel honored. Something broke inside Izuku as Aldera turned away. They didn't take prisoners. Did Mei escape, or did that imply that she was there? Psst, Izuku, I don't know what you're thinking, but stay calm. Slow down. Why? Izuku roared. They were heard by you. They. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw that Buggy was tied up across from him, and his hand clamped over his mouth. We're fortunate that they didn't consider using Sea Prism. If you agree to run, I'll filch a knife and get us both out of here. No battles, no valiant final defenses against hundreds of pirates. We don't look back, we run and we live. Do you agree? Quote. Izuku's two throbbing ears gave him a taste of the worst-case scenario, but a part of him kept holding on to the hope that May might still be alive. At best, the Golden Lion pirates would just kill him. There was another angry howl. I can't agree to that, Izuku confessed, his words blazing with rage. Sorry. After giving him a quick glance and nodding, Buggy rolled his shoulders and slid his ropes aside, cutting from behind. All right. Buggy pocketed the remaining pile he had filched and placed a knife behind Izuku's back, within his fingers. I'll tell Shanks you took down 20 pirates before they brought you down, he said. Izuku responded, feeling strangely sentimental, make it 30. Hey, don't become overconfident. Nobody would ever believe the story if I went that high. Quote. Before he reached for the knife, Izuku gave Buggy 5 minutes head start. Using caution, he rubbed his ropes against the edge, fraying them one strand at a time before they fell apart. Keeping the ropes wrapped around him for the time being, Izuku wrapped a hand around the hilt of the knife and held it close to him. His thoughts were racing as he tried to figure out what he should do. Should he go back to the village and try to find May's body? Should he corner a lone pirate and question them? Should he try to determine who did it? Obara returned, but Izuku was so preoccupied with his thoughts that he didn't even notice until he jammed the pistol between his legs. Where is he? I'm only going to ask once, he said in a bored tone. Quote. He departed. I'm not sure where, and abandoned you here. He was a friend, Obara said with a smile. I can't say that I blame him, though. I wouldn't risk my neck for you. Izuku inhaled deeply and said, I was trying to find a friend. It was a girl with pale hair. Are you aware if she was spotted? Quote. A girl with, you know what I mean. Obara hummed a tuneless tune while spinning the pistol in their hand, saying, you know, maybe I did see a girl with pink hair over at that little village. You thought we might have taken her. Izuku's breath caught as he gripped the hilt of the knife. And maybe I did put a bullet between her. With a wet gurgle, Obara's voice was interrupted, and he looked down, his eyes wide, and reached for the hilt that protruded from his neck. Through bloodied lips, Obara rasped, Soru, damn it. Not expecting a child too. Izuku stepped back, shell-shocked, staring down at the gaping man who lay dying at his feet as Obara gurgled and his legs gave out from under him, while the other pirates shook off their shock and aimed cutlasses and pistols at him. Izuku looked down at his blood-stained hands, felt the blood trickle off his fingertips, his arms trembled, and he fell to his knees without even realizing he was going to die. A dark-skinned, well-muscled, shirtless man strode forward as the pirates parted, and Izuku was brought back to reality by a slow, steady clap. Nicely done, the man said, you let him lean in close while he gloated, and you left the ropes around you. It was very careless of him. The name is Bosun, third, now second mate, the stranger said, T.S. King over the body and pushing it away with a boot. I appreciate the promotion. Izuku recoiled as Bosun placed a hand beneath his chin, raised his head, looked directly into Izuku's eyes, and laughed. Isn't this your first time? You still haven't puked. Excellent. What's your name? Quote. Izuku remained silent, his lungs fighting for air, his chest burning, and no matter how hard he breathed, he felt breathless and lightheaded. Come now, we can't have that, said Bosun, shaking his head. Do you want to poke him? Quote. A pirate moved forward with a gesture from Bosun, raising his sword warily, and Izuku noticed a glint of silver in the corner of his eye as it swung down. He instinctively leaned aside, allowing the sharp steel to touch his neck, and then slashed out with his leg, sweeping the man's feet out from under him. Bosun nodded as Izuku leapt to his feet and the pirate scampered back. 2 of the 6 powers. How old are you? You must be a dropout from the Marines. You have that appearance. Why don't we check to see what else you have? 4 pirates stepped forward this time, their fists up encircling him, and Izuku barely flinched before he threw a punch of his own, knocking out a tooth as the first blow struck his shoulder. Tekai is also present. How close are you to unlocking your haki, I wonder? Are you familiar with it? Quote. Izuku was too busy dodging blows and retaliating when he could to respond, and by the time the 4 pirates were down, he had a huge bruise on one cheek. "Let's try 8, huh? You are welcome to use your pistols." Seeing the guns as a greater threat, Izuku rushed out of the fray and clocked a pirate under the jaw before he could raise his pistol, while the other gunman, who was standing on the other side, cocked his pistol. The other 2 pirates backed off and took aim, while the other 6 charged forward with swords and knives. Izuku heard the hammer click back, so he spun around and punched, pushing the air in front of him and knocking the man back a step. Izuku leapt up, stepped off the air, and fell in a whirling kick that planted the second gunman's face in the cloud dirt as the other 6 pirates crowded in front of him as the gunman attempted to recover. "That makes 5, said Bosun, perhaps from one of the cipher poles. "No pun intended," he said, laughing, "you seem too green for that." As the 6 remaining pirates lay in a heap, moaning and tending to their broken bones, Bosun looked around at the other pirates in the clearing and said, "I think I've seen enough." Izuku had been steadily reducing their numbers. Izuku recoiled and braced himself as Bosun strode forward, staring down at him with tense muscles and crossed arms, saying, "Listen here, boy. Make a lifelong commitment to obey the Golden Lion's commands, and you'll most likely be promoted to 3rd mate in a few years. You will receive a portion of any treasure we discover, even if you don't. We got 1,000,000 berry a pop from the last raid. If you can prove yourself, we'll even find you a devil fruit." Bosun cracked his knuckles when Izuku failed to reply, saying, "This isn't an offer." "Not happening," said Izuku. With a shrug, Bosun said, "Your loss. Grab him." Izuku found himself flash-stepping backwards, leaning left and right to avoid the meat grinder of pirates and sharp objects trying to turn him into hamburger, and only occasionally throwing out a quick punch to break someone's kneecap or crush their liver. Izuku lost himself in the flurry of punches and weapons, zipping around bullets and nudging blades aside with his forearms to cave someone's face in. The other pirates surrounding them all swarmed him at once. With a final blow to the gut, Izuku crushed a pirate, and as he looked around for the next assailant, he saw only bodies heaped around him. "A part of me wants to let you go," Bosun said, stepping over his fallen comrades and pushing heads and bodies deeper into the blood-stained cloud. "You don't appear to have a bounty out on you. Even if you took out half of my men, it wouldn't be much fun to tell people that I beat up some snotty kid without a single berry under his name." Bosun arched an eyebrow at Izuku, who looked around and laughed, adding, "I took out 30 pirates after all." Not the worst last words I've ever heard. Although Tekai had braced him for impact, Izuku felt a sharp snap from one of his ribs, so he ducked sideways, but he hadn't moved an inch when Bosun's fist rammed into his chest. Izuku gritted his teeth and threw out a kick, which Bosun slackly blocked with a forearm. Izuku hobbled back as Bosun's next punch slammed into his leg, crumpling his femur. Trying to hop away into the air with his one remaining leg, Izuku was punched back into the dirt by Bosun, who leapt up. Bosun grabbed Izuku by the scruff of his neck and squeezed, causing his eyes to bulge out and him to claw at his throat. Izuku tried to crawl to his feet, digging himself out of the indentation he left in the cloud. Bosun's grip tightened until Izuku thought his head would burst like a grape. Even as his spirit raged and clawed away, his body fell limp, unresponsive to Izuku's desperate desire to fight back. Izuku's world grayed out, tears stinging the corners of his eyes. He failed. Mei died. He would never see his mother again. He would never be a hero. Unexpectedly, a fist struck Bosun's cheek, causing the man to stumble and loosen his hold just enough to allow Izuku to take a deep breath. Sensing that his limbs were becoming stronger, Izuku hooked a finger beneath Bosun's hold and pulled him off his throat, collapsing in a heap while his broken ribs hurt with each breath. Bosun rubbed his swollen cheek, then turned to face the source of the punch and yelled, "It's kind of rude to break up a fight. Do you also wish to die?" Quote. The misty landscape in front of him was quiet, then the river shook, bubbles rolled, and the water foamed, a straw hat lifted above the surface, and then Luffy's head. Luffy gasped and uttered, "Keep your hands off my nakama." Quote. Oh, Izuku coughed and sputtered as he attempted to stand again after Bosun kicked out, slamming him in the gut. "What are you going to do about it?" Quote. "This. Gum handgun." Quote. Bosun tipped his head aside and grabbed Luffy's wrist as his arm shot out of the water, and as Luffy struggled and attempted to pull his arm back, Bosun plucked and tapped it like a string. Devil fruit. Adaptable and probably able to withstand a blow. Let's test your ability to manage hockey. Luffy howled in agony as Bosun's fist, which had taken on a black sheen, struck his arm with a loud crack that reverberated throughout the forest. Before they meet someone with hockey, everyone with a devil fruit always believes they are unbeatable. In particular, the Logias. Luffy gave him a fierce look. Gum gum rocket, quote. The lion pirate leaned completely backwards and rammed a pitch-black knee into Luffy's stomach just before his forehead was about to collide with Bosun as he launched himself out of the river with a giant plume of water, pulled by his outstretched, broken arm. Predictable, said Bosun impatiently, and you left yourself wide. When Bosun finally realized how big Luffy was, he paused, his swollen belly rumbling menacingly, his stomach jiggling as the impact from Bosun's knee rippled across his body, and he swelled out until he was nearly spherical and twice the pirate's height. Luffy's cheeks turned green, and he said, those meatballs don't feel so good. A white torrent poured out of his throat, and when he punched the first sphere, it exploded into a pair of heavy manacles that clamped themselves around his arms. As he struggled, a second sphere burst in his face, transforming into a pile of snakes. A third threw confetti at him, a fourth threw thumbtacks everywhere, and a fifth exploded in a cloud of bitter black smoke. Izuku stumbled to his feet as Luffy continued to empty his overstuffed stomach, and the rest of the lion pirates noticed, and they ran over with cutlass and pistol in hand. Izuku spun Luffy around, and the stream of white spheres poured into the oncoming pirates, and there was a clamor as lions, tigers, bears, and a lot more popped out of the spheres and landed on the pirates. After the pirates' camp was in a state of chaos, Izuku hobbled while guiding Luffy away from the mayhem. Now, what should we do? Izuku inquired. Satori fell to the ground, curled up, and uttered weakly, ho, ho, ho. Luffy began to speak, then stopped and horked up one final white sphere. I believed I was a goner. Luffy wiped his chin and sighed with satisfaction as Izuku shot him a disgusted glance. Ah, that's better. My stomach hurt from those meatballs, man. Izuku shook himself and slapped his own cheeks after glancing between Luffy and the trembling Trial Guardian on the ground. All right, are you able to locate Buggy and Shanks? Quote. Didn't Buggy tumble into the river? That's what I thought you did. Additionally, Shanks preferred May's boat. Izuku stopped and said, May's boat. Quote. Yes, despite no one rowing it, it went vroom. But since it was meatless, I stuck with mine. Was May on the boat, too? Quote. Luffy made an intensely focused frowning face and said, yeah, she was. Why did you search for her? Quote. Looking down at his blood-stained hands, Izuku clenched a fist, and as he forced himself not to yell, anger turned to relief when he realized that May was still alive. Izuku sobbed silently to himself, tears streaming down his face like rivers. She is still alive, thankfully, I thought. Luffy stood clumsily, watching Izuku sob. Gonfall caught their attention with an awkward cough from above. Could you two assist me and my Mount Pierre in getting down from here? I don't want to ruin what must be a heartwarming moment. The breathing is becoming difficult. Gonfall grunted in pain as Pierre fell on top of him, and after Izuku helped roll Pierre off him, Gonfall dusted himself off and wiped the dried blood from his chin. Luffy reached up and pulled them both off the tree. Thank you, kids. You're not with those ruffians, are you? Quote. No. Can you assist us in any way? Quote. With my mantra, I could locate almost anyone on Skypia if I knew who to look for. Unfortunately, I don't know your friend. But I believe there is a way we can support one another. The golden bell that I and the gods before me have protected since the Holy Verth arrived on this island from below is what these pirates are after. Your friends might discover us there if we ring it. But wait, Izuku said, won't that attract the attention of all the other pirates over there? Quote. No matter what I do, I'm afraid they'll find the bell. Holding them off until your allies arrive is our only chance. Izuku turned to face all three of them. Given how battered they were, a part of him cried out at the idea of surviving against a whole pirate crew. In the end, he had no choice but to try to find May in other ways or to persuade the lion pirates to leave. He had two options. Give up and go, or fight against insurmountable odds in the remote hope that May would eventually find him again. Izuku's fists clenched. Let's do it. Luffy smiled. Shishishi. Sounds fun. Let's ring that bell. Gonfall nodded solemnly. Very well. Pierre shall fly the three of us there. Pierre looked up abruptly. He looked at the three of them in disbelief and shook his head wildly. The words, old friend, said Gonfall sarcastically. Surely you have strength enough for a quick flight. Pierre turned his head and snorted. Taking a deep breath, Gonfall said, I'll get you all the cloud melon you can eat. Pierre was instantly on his feet after that. Gonfall got on and offered Luffy and Izuku an arm while chuckling softly. Pierre wheezed as he laboriously flapped into the air, and the winged horse's back was squeezed tightly, but after a few minutes, they saw a flash of gold between the trees. Pierre's riders tumbled across the terrace as he fell hard onto the stone steps. Izuku raised his head. A huge golden bell hung between two stone pillars, its gleaming surface etched with elaborate designs. "We're here," exclaimed Luffy. "I wanna ring it." Luffy punched the bell and threw back an arm. Izuku felt his bones tremble as it emitted a melodic chime. With his eyes closed, Gonfall stood and allowed the sound to envelope him. He confessed, "I've never heard it ring before, it's more beautiful than I imagined." Luffy gave him a handshake. "Wow, that felt tingly. You try it, Izuku." The bell swung overhead, and Izuku ducked and limped forward. As it went by, he swung it hard, making it hit a lower note. "Huh," said Izuku. A recollection of another bell surfaced as the lower note reverberated around him. "The pitch changes depending on where you strike it. Luffy, could you hit the bell 3 more times? I want you to do it in these spots." A sonorous note rang across the trees as Buggy frantically and apologetically told Shanks and May about how Izuku had killed 20 pirates who were covering for him while sobbing crocodile tears. 3 more notes rang out, followed by the heavy chime of an afternoon school bell, as it faded into silence. After wiping away her tears, May excitedly jumped up in her jet ski. "That's Izuku," exclaimed May. "What?" yelled Buggy. "He escaped." Shanks looked at Buggy suspiciously. I couldn't be happier. But he needs our help, right? Let's go rescue him," said Buggy, swallowing nervously. Shanks looked at Buggy intently as sweat trickled down his face. Both of them were caught by their collars with a dense cloud of metal as the jet ski roared up. May ran down the river while they both screamed and whirled around in the air. "Hang on, Izuku," yelled May. "I'm coming." Izuku splinted up Luffy's arm as the tolling of the bell echoed faintly through the trees. As Izuku tightened the knots on the makeshift bindings, Luffy continued to wriggle, literally, his rubbery body coiling and bending. Izuku began on his own leg, Luffy's arm as safe as possible. "They are coming." Gonfall's voice was solemn. Izuku clenched his jaw around a piece of cloud tree bark. It was an excellent mouthguard because of its springy texture. "How many?" "Too many to count. Their voices drown each other out." Izuku yanked the knot tight and screamed into his clenched teeth. He got up and cautiously put his weight on his leg before yanking it back. "I don't know about you two, but I can't hold off that many. They took my lance. And you too." Izuku's and Luffy's splints caught Gonfall's attention. "We could ambush them. Jump down from the tree branches while they're distracted. Luffy, could you help us up?" Izuku said, glancing up at the treetops. Luffy jumped into a tree without saying anything. He pulled Izuku up with his good arm before Gon fell. When they were in the thicker underbrush, Luffy jumped back down. Izuku hissed, "Luffy, what are you doing? They'll be here any second." Luffy remarked, "You do your thing, I'm not letting them touch this bell." "Why?" "Because it's important to him." "Right, old man." Gonfall gave a nod. "You have my thanks. More importantly, I think this will help our ambush." Izuku glanced at Gonfall and then down at Luffy. "They'll be distracted. That, and they know someone rang the bell. If they found the bell abandoned, they would expect an ambush." The first of the pirates arrived before Izuku had time to consider the Skypian's argument. When he saw the enormous golden bell, his eyes widened like a saucer. He yelled, "Over here. I see it." He was followed by a surge of pirates. They paused just short of the stairs, looking up at Luffy with their weapons drawn. Luffy bellowed, "You're not getting your hands on this bell." The pirates burst out laughing. Easily 3 times taller than the other pirates, one man strode forward. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble, and he carried a cannon like a rifle over one shoulder. "Plug the cannon, first mate," replied the burly man. "You've got guts, kid. I'm not particularly picky if they're inside or outside of you. Which will it be?" Luffy did not respond to him. He waited while standing with his arms crossed awkwardly. Izuku restrained Gonfall as he leaned forward to leap down. Izuku pointed at Luffy and held up a finger in response to the older man's curious expression. Clug sighed and aimed his cannon. "All right boys, fire everything you've got." The pirates surrounding Clug were not far behind him when he fired the first shot. When the cannonball struck Luffy, his arms spread wide, and his entire body swelled backwards. While throwing knives and axes either sank into Luffy's skin or clanged off the embedded bullets, individual bullets created their own tiny divots. "Oh shit," exclaimed Clug. "Devil fruit, take cover." The cannonball went straight for the first mate when Luffy recovered. Clug's cannon took a massive dent, and he staggered backwards after blocking. A barrage of their own gunfire and hurled weapons befell the other pirates. The axes and knives came back with interest, but the bullets only left bruises rather than holes, and at best they broke some teeth or knocked a few people out. The sharp weapons smashed into the crowd, sending blood flying. A few of the fallen pirates never rose again. Izuku fell from the tree as the final projectile touched down. Izuku kicked frantically against the air, softening his landing just enough to keep his leg from getting hurt. Slightly behind him, Gonfall stumbled a little from his injuries but used the time he was on the ground to locate a sword. As Izuku's fist sank into his throat, the lion pirate interrupted with a gurgle. "It's an am." That much alone was sufficient to alert the other pirates. Izuku soon found himself facing Gonfall as they frantically repelled a wave of pirates as heads turned. Gonfall said, "You know," as he sidestepped an axe blow. "Never did I think I'd find myself fighting side by side with a pirate." Izuku elbowed a man in the stomach while ducking beneath a knife. Izuku joked, "How about side by side with a friend?" Gonfall cut off a pirate's hand and said, "Friends. We only just met each other, and it is only in our perilous circumstances that we are even working together at all. Is it customary to ascribe friendship in such circumstances where you come from?" Izuku began by explaining, "It's a reference," before going over the specifics of explaining Lord of the Rings to someone who lived on a cloud. Izuku headbutted a pirate who attempted to grapple with him, saying, "Actually, yes. Yes it is." "Oh, then I am honored." Izuku could feel the weight of bodies surrounding them wearing him down. Izuku refused to give up, even though every time he moved, his legs sent sharp pains up his spine. As he stumbled over fallen pirates and cut his arms and chest, he repeatedly reminded himself that May was on her way and that he needed to hold on a little bit longer. Gonfall did not fare any better, his breath coming in ragged gasps and his battered armor crumbling under repeated blows. Over the din of the battle, Clug's voice boomed, "Okay you louts, get out of the way. It's time to end this." Izuku gazed down the barrel of a cannon, his eyes widening. The cannon looked brand new, but he had seen the dent Luffy had made in it, and distinct. Has Clug received a new one? Mid-thought, the cannon went off. Izuku's body twisted in all directions. The cannon slammed straight into Gonfall's back, slicing the skin over his ribs raw as it passed him. As Izuku turned to face him, a gray blur appeared in his peripheral vision. Izuku stiffened and planted his feet. He was struck in the arms by the cannon. When Izuku's broken leg failed, he ducked back, taking the blow's force. He was lifted into the air and hurled across the clearing by the cannon. Clug, wielding the cannon like a baseball bat, trampled over his fallen comrades. "Time to die, kid. Can't let a pipsqueak like you give the lion pirates a bad name." Izuku's hands closed around a familiar patch of grass as he struggled to stand up. His hands were covered in tear balm. Options raced through his mind. Would it help him with his leg? Even so, what would he use to fix it? Could he turn it into a weapon? How about powdered gunpowder? To what extent would it become more powerful? In actuality, though, he only had tear balm. Now that death was stalking him, he had no handy cabinet of herbs to dig through this time. Izuku lifted a hand to wipe the perspiration from his face and then stopped. Water. He had water. With water, what could he do? Could he somehow make it better with tear balm? He followed his gaze to the cannon. The sheen of iron was dull and gray. Izuku suddenly struck. Izuku threw his fingers out, mashed the tear balm together with his sweaty hand, and spattered the liquid at Clug. Clug took a position behind the cannon. He looked at the drops that trickled down its surface. Was that supposed to do something? Izuku became depressed. Was tear balm too much for him? Did it not have the right to enhance water? Izuku had no choice but to crawl away, but Clug stomped in his direction, crushing tear balm beneath his feet. The enormous cannon rose into the air, and Izuku heard it. In a desperate attempt to avoid being crushed to the ground by a cannon, he braced himself. It exploded into brown powder. Izuku pushed through the rusty haze, coughing and hacking. Izuku stumbled back to his feet and turned to see Clug staring at the rusted stump of his cannon in disbelief. Clug remarked, "That was a neat trick." He transformed one arm into a cannon and aimed it at Izuku. "Too bad for you, I'm a cannon man. You see, If I didn't carry around a cannon all the time, people would wonder why I'm called Clug the Cannon. No one expects the devil fruit. Izuku attempted to kick away, but his leg became stuck beneath a tree root. Izuku turned back to Clug in the hopes that he could somehow make him miss after he pulled and yanked frantically, knowing he would never get away. Izuku was about to turn around when a blur rushed into Clug from the trees. The assailant staggered back, but the lion pirate caught him in the leg as he turned and shot. Another man swooped out of the trees and pulled the first one out of danger as soon as he hit the ground. Others came after, riding cloud dials at their feet and brandishing spears as they zipped along. Their leader, wearing green and orange face paint, yelled, "Today, we keep our promise," while brandishing a spear with a dial tip. "For Noland." The others echoed, "For Noland," as they surrounded the pirates. Izuku got his foot unstuck and watched the fight play out. The pirates were obviously superior fighters, but they were surrounded on all sides by the mobility of the unidentified fighters and their own fatigue and injuries. Clug himself struggled, his targets dodging his shots as cannonballs exploded wildly in the trees. A spear swung out at Izuku, who had just managed to get back up. Izuku knocked the spear aside, took a shallow cut along his ribs, and spun on his good leg. Izuku said, "What are you doing? I'm on your side." The man with the paint sneered. "You don't fool me, pirate. You want the bell, just like the rest of them. It belongs to us, and today, we will finally take it back." Once more, the spear struck out. Izuku used his forearm to block it, but the man just drifted backwards, and Izuku's punch was a complete failure. Izuku glanced back toward the bell as they assessed one another. The stone steps were covered in a mountain of bodies, and Luffy still held the top of the stairs. Spearman tried to poke Luffy as he drifted in on cloud dials, but his pliable arms held them all at bay. Izuku's reach was not like that. He was unable to move quickly due to a broken leg, and they could remain out of reach while stabbing at him with their spears. Knowing this, the spearman drew closer and closer. When Izuku managed to get his hand around a spear shaft, it slipped out of his grasp as he twisted around spear strikes in an attempt to seize a weapon. Izuku lost his balance and was unable to avoid a spear that sprang at his back. His back muscles tensed. The spear stopped after sinking half an inch into his upper back. Before Izuku could grasp it, the point slashed a line across his shoulder as he twisted. Izuku caught it just below the tip this time, and he used the leverage to pull the spearman forward. Izuku rushed forward, snatched the spear from the man's hand, and punched him in the stomach. Now that he was properly armed, Izuku waited for his opponent's next move while holding the spear in an awkward imitation. There was a tense stare-off. Izuku waited between two trees, using them to cover his sides and back, while the spearmen tried to entice him forward. The spearmen looked at each other and lowered their spears in unison. Trying to read how they would stab them, Izuku stiffened and lowered his own. The silence was broken by a loud, primordial shriek just before the Shanarans charged. A huge scaly body smashed into the clearing, causing the trees to crunch. The spearmen barely avoided being crushed as they screamed and broke ranks. A branch slammed into Izuku's makeshift shelter, rattling him as he braced himself between the trees. Izuku stumbled away from the snake, drawing its attention as the dust settled. It hissed and bared its sharp teeth as it drew itself up. Izuku stopped. His first instinct was to run, but he was reminded that was not an option by a sharp pain in his leg. Izuku braced the spear's butt against the ground and held the point while steeling himself. Frantic screaming attracted the snake's attention, and it reared back, poised to attack. The passengers on May's makeshift jet ski fell to the ground as it crashed into the snake's jaw. May saluted the broken dials and wooden splinters, saying, "Bye-bye, May Waver MK1. You were one of the finest babies I've ever had." Buggy got to his feet with a groan and a complaint. "Couldn't you have let us off first?" Shanks pulled out his swords and surveyed the area. "I don't know, that was pretty fun. We weren't too late to the party, were we?" A lump grew on the side of the snake's head, and it drew itself up, glaring daggers at the newcomers. "Hell of a party you got here, Midoriya. I hope you don't mind that I cut in," Shanks remarked, glancing up at the serpent that towered over him. Shanks' blades turned black and slashed at the enormous snake as he sprinted forward while making that terrible pun. Shanks spun around in midair and cut a cannonball that had been thrown at him in half. As fresh cannonballs slammed into position in his arms, Clug shrugged his shoulders. "Seems like I can't take it easy with you brats. Boys, crack out the gunpowder." A handful of the spearmen broke off towards Glug with bags of gunpowder as the narrow band of pirates repelled them. With his arms raised, Glug allowed the powder to flow into his cannons. Glug yelled, "Watch it!" as one of the pirates spilled a bag. "We're short on supplies as is." "Sorry, sir." Whole barrels of gunpowder were packed into a single shot, causing Glug's arms to visibly swell. As he pointed his arms at Shanks, hockey turned them black. Glug's arms made a grinding noise as the cannonballs broke into smaller pieces. "Can't waste shots hitting one of you at a time. Let's try some grape shot," he said. Shanks looked around the forested clearing uneasily. He had no illusions that trees, no matter how many there were, could deter a cannonball infused with hockey. When Shanks said, "I can't slice more than one, any ideas?" Hatsume flashed her new iron cloud dial and smiled. "Leave it to me." Izuku waved her arms, and a thick wall encased the others and herself. A deafening boom erupted from Glug's arm as she added a second layer. The grape shot pounded giant lumps across the metallic wall, making it clang and pinch noisily. Shanks deflected one of the metal balls that were tearing through, and Izuku jumped at Mei and tackled her before another could strike her shoulder. "Cute trick you got there," Glug grumbled. "Let's see if it can handle something a little stronger." With a gulp, Buggy gazed at the torn wall. "We got a split." Prior to Buggy fleeing, Shanks seized his shirt. "That lunkhead's got another grape shot ready. Think you can dodge a direct shot of that stuff?" Buggy's nervous head shake was sufficient response. Shanks released him and cautiously looked through a cloud hole. "He's got both cannons trained on us. Is there any way we can distract him so I can get close?" Izuku shared his gaze. At Glug's feet was a heap of gunpowder. However, this world had not yet produced smokeless gunpowder, so it would only produce a loud pop. "Mei, do you have a flame dial in that crossbow?" Mei said, "Sure do," and unwrapped her homemade crossbow from her back. "Haven't tested the new string yet. It might break on the first shot." He tore a strand of his torn shirt and tied it around the tip of the bolt, saying, "One's all I need." Then he used the flame dial to light it. "You ready, Shanks?" "Don't miss." Izuku awkwardly peered out one hole and aimed the crossbow through the other. He inhaled deeply, focused on the black pile under Glug, and shot. There was an ear-splitting explosion when the gunpowder went off. Halfway to Glug, Shanks stopped and gaped at the enormous cloud of smoke that was rising where Glug had been. Holy smokes, what kind of gunpowder were they using? Izuku laughed as he recalled his altercation with Glug, adding, he had tear bomb on his feet. Shanks gave a headshake. "What is it with you and finding the scariest uses for that stuff? What's next? Melting someone alive by mixing it with lemon juice?" Shanks quickly remarked, "I was joking," as Izuku began to think about it seriously. There was a cannon shot. Several lumps of grape shot struck Shanks' side, causing him to fall sideways. "Shanks." Buggy hurried ahead, but he stopped abruptly when he saw another cannonball pass by his nose. Glug emerged from the smoke, smudged with soot but otherwise unharmed by the explosion, as a gust of wind cleared the smoke. "Bad luck for you guys," responded Glug. "I'm a cannon man. What kind of cannon can't handle a bit of gunpowder?" "Well," Izuku responded, "there were some cannons that exploded because they—" Glug interrupted Izuku as he aimed at him. "Nobody asked. Now, time for you to die." Glug's right foot gave out on the ground. A tree was torn with a circular hole after his shot went wide. More cloud dropped away beneath Glug's fingers as he attempted to scramble out of the hole. Glug dug into the earth, scraping and clawing at the cloud sides. When someone reached for him, they were dragged in and fell through the cloud island, screaming. Glug tried firing out of his legs to push himself up, but the cannonballs tearing through the cloud beneath him only accelerated his death. Glug never had a chance to fire before he slipped through Skypia, aiming for Izuku one last time. "Did we do it?" Buggy inquired while examining Shanks' injuries. Izuku glanced over the edge of the cloud hole. He quickly retreated as his eyes grew wide. No, we didn't." A white foam geyser erupted from the clouds. Hovering in the air, a golden ship broke through the clouds. Glug was standing on the ship's prow, staring down at the group with daggers. Bosun, the second mate, was standing to his right, swollen and bitten by snakes. An intimidating figure with a lion's mane floating just a hair's breadth off the ship's deck stood behind them both. 2 swords were in his hands, and 2 more were floating beside him. "You certainly cut that one close, Captain," Glug replied. "Thought I was a goner for a second there." Shiki patted him on the shoulder with the flat of a blade in affection. If I hadn't cut it so close, you would have put a hole through my boat with all that cannon fire you were throwing all over the place. Be grateful I even bothered to catch you. Next time you lose to a pack of children, I won't be so forgiving. Clug gave his captain a narrowed look. They're children with hockey. Don't underestimate them. Leaning over the railing, Shiki looked intently at Izuku and asked, Hockey, you say? Did Roger pick up a few strays along the way? I don't remember this brat. He then laughed. But I do remember that one. Clug, would you care to do the honors? With pleasure, Captain. Clug took aim and shot. Shouting, Buggy attempted to pull Shanks away. Izuku stumbled on his broken leg as he ran forward. All that came out of May's iron cloud dial was a thin wisp of gray vapor. Luffy leapt ahead as the cannonball whizzed through the air. As the cannonball sank into his stomach, he leaned back and extended his arms to seize two trees. Clug fired again as Luffy slingshot the cannonball back. In midair, the two cannonballs collided. Clug's cannonball, infused with hockey, exploded through intact, while Luffy's broke apart into 100 pieces. Luffy was launched into the bell after the cannonball struck his chest. That's one down, reported Clug. Bosun sneered, and it only took you 2 cannonballs, congratulations. Clug gave him a raised eyebrow. Fine, I'll use one to finish off the rest. When Clug brought his 2 arms together, they transformed into a single, enormous barrel. The barrel swelled menacingly, and Clug's shoulders hissed loudly. He fired right away, leaving a red blur in the treetops. Gold Roger used his sword to deflect the enormous cannonball, sending it hurtling into the air. A second cut sent Clug and Bosun bowling over with a savage gust of wind. Roger yelled, made it just in time. Ready for another humiliating defeat, Shiki. As fun as it would be to rub that smug smirk of yours into the dirt, I have more important matters to tend to. Boys, grab the bell. Roger's own crew positioned themselves at the base of the stairs while Shiki's pirates charged forward. Leaving so soon? If I didn't know better, I'd say you were scared, Roger said, smugly holding his sword as they gazed at one another. Shiki growled, fine, but this time, your head is mine. As the 2 pirates clashed swords, Izuku could only watch in wonder. A clash of steel and wills ravaged the landscape, engulfing them both in a crimson maelstrom. Roger seemed unconcerned by the razor edges that came within millimeters of his neck as he pushed Shiki back despite all the slashing and hacking Shiki did with the blades on his legs and arms. Shiki caught Roger's sword between 2 of his blades as he stabbed forward. Shiki's hand sprang forward and made contact with the stuck blade. Roger was left without a weapon as it drifted upward. Ha, I've got you. Roger's manacles slithered forward on his arms. The golden lion pirate thudded to the ground as they snapped shut around Shiki's wrist. Roger's sword fell to the ground next to him with a clatter. Sneaky bastard, complained Shiki. Just you wait, when I get out of these shackles, I will make you pay. I sure hope not, burst Roger's laughter. I bet your ship is expensive. Shiki pivoted. He watched in dawning horror as his ship plunged back towards the sea and sank beneath the clouds. Roger put his boot on his ass as he shuffled to the edge and stared down. Shiki was shoved quickly and fell in the direction of his ship. For a moment, Roger peered over the edge of the clouds. He displayed the manacles. Thinking, he dangled them from his finger before tossing them over the side in pursuit of Shiki. Rayleigh questioned, you let him live. Roger remarked, he has a part to play in the future, then, he will receive his retribution. If you're certain, when Crocus sees what has happened to our cabin boys, you should consider what you will say to him. Speaking of which, I hope you are certain of this. Roger glanced at Luffy, who was lying unconscious beneath the golden bell, and winced at the enormous bruise that was forming in the middle of his chest, while Shanks was still on the ground and Izuku was barely able to stand on his broken leg. Well, Roger said uneasily, well, technically, only one of them is a crew member. Is it truly relevant? Quote. After Raleigh folded his arms, Roger sighed and said, I'll carry them back to the ship. Izuku carefully got out of bed and used his left leg to test his weight. There was not the slightest ache in his body. Amazing, said Izuku. Back where I'm from, it would have taken weeks for the bone to heal. Unless, well, you had a quirk for that. Crocus gave a snort. And you keep going on about how amazing all their medical stuff is. Weeks for a broken bone. How long does it take to grow a tooth back? They don't. They drill implants into your jawbone. Crocus swore under his breath and shivered. Shanks rolled out of the covers and moaned in the bed beside Izuku. He winced and rubbed at his jaw. How many teeth did I lose? 6. And I've half a mind to send you with Izuku so you can get your teeth fixed his way. Shanks accepted the offered glass of milk and drank it down, saying, I heard something about drilling bone. I'll pass on that, thanks. As the new molars grew in, he clenched his hands and grimaced. With an experimental click of his teeth, he declared, there. No drilling needed. Shanks's and Izuku's stomachs complained simultaneously. Crocus sighed and replied, you should be in time for breakfast, assuming Luffy didn't eat it all already. Couldn't even get his bandages off before he made a break for the kitchen. After exchanging a horrified glance, Izuku and Shanks hurried out the door. Fortunately, they discovered the enormous wooden tables piled high with food while the pirates ate a breakfast consisting of slices of local cloud fruit and pickled eggs. Izuku had no trouble swiping his own food until he was comfortably bloated, but Luffy made a heroic effort to clean the tables himself, eating entire plates in each mouthful. A pirate rushed down and struck the table with his fist. Hey everyone, they're bringing up gold. People's heads jerked up. Pirates rushed out the door, snatching one last bite to eat. Izuku ate a fruit pastry more slowly before heading out to investigate the commotion. Together, painted Shandians and white-clad Scythians hauled whole chests of gold toward the shore. Roger was standing beside a Shandian in Gonfall, having a friendly conversation. Roger waved at Izuku as soon as he saw his hair. Roger exclaimed, rise and shine, Izuku. You fought well, yesterday. Izuku's cheeks turned red. Thank you. So, what's all this about? Them. Well, as it happened, the Shandians there were trying to keep a promise to an old friend of theirs, while the Scythians thought the bell was sacred and shouldn't be touched. Turns out ringing the bell yesterday helped settle their differences. The enormous snake roared and lifted its head into the air far away in the forest. Roger laughed and waved at it as Izuku winced and retreated. Oh, and that guy had a bunch of gold in his stomach. That fight made him throw it all up, and they decided to give it to us. He smiled and said, keep it a secret between us, all right. Roger let out a loud laugh, and Izuku joined in with a nervous laugh. Still clearly bruised from the events of the day before, Gonfall hobbled up to Izuku and bowed his head. You have my thanks, Midoriya. The Shandian went on, and ours as well, for ringing the bell. It has been almost 300 years since our people made our promise to Mont Blanc Noland. He may no longer be with us, but we hope he heard our bell wherever he may be. When the Shandian rang the bell, Gonfall arched an eyebrow, but he looked at Roger and remained silent. The Shandian added, also, sorry about trying to stab you yesterday, with a sheepish expression. Izuku was momentarily perplexed before he took a closer look. Izuku recognized the thin, sharp cheekbones and tanned skin, but the war paint was gone. No worries, everyone else was, so, fair's fair, I guess. The Shandian chuckled at Izuku's implausible joke, and Roger laughed heartily. Roger slapped Gonfall hard on the back, and Gonfall grimaced. Roger remarked, I'm going to miss you, Midoriya, though, I say that to everybody. You'll miss me? Inquired Izuku. What do you mean? Roger questioned. You haven't figured it out yet. He added, winking, give it some time. Time. Izuku's mind echoed the word. Even after the DeLorean collided with Roger's ship, May made sure it was still operational, but how were they? Izuku experienced an epiphany. He tried to determine their altitude by glancing off at the horizon. The air felt so thin that they could easily reach 88 miles per hour. But wait, said Izuku. I get that we can fall off, but how are we supposed to stop? Gonfall raised a thin, withered squid. That's where these come in. Balloon squids. They stay high up by holding gas inside of them, and they have a strong grip. Visitors use these to safely return to the seas below. You can inflate yours by holding it outside once you get back, Roger continued. Just be careful not to drop it, all right. Izuku gulped and nodded as he pictured falling into the sea at terminal velocity. But, Izuku reasoned, couldn't he and Geppo hop through the air? He could even bring May along. Even though the DeLorean is light enough for him, walking on air would make him much heavier. May rushed over with a stack of papers as Izuku was obsessively calculating the logistics of time travel by plummeting from an absurd height. There, exclaimed May. That's the blueprint for everything we need. Roger looked at them. I have no idea what any of this is, but if anyone can make it happen, it's Tom. Your journey will take you to Water 7. He should have it ready by then. Make sure it has the Hatsume Industries logo on the side. He might be making it, but those are my plans, and that makes him my employee. With a hearty laugh, Roger said, I'll tell him you said so. Everyone looked up when they heard a caw overhead. The morning paper in its beak, a news coup swooped down. Roger tossed a piece of gold to the bird after stealing it from a passing chest. After tapping the metal with its beak, it squawked in satisfaction and placed the paper in Roger's hand. Looks like an update after that scuffle on Jaya. Any changes? 1, 2, no, still 9 zeros. Anyone else? Oh, Izuku, you got a bounty. As Izuku accepted the paper Roger offered, his stomach dropped. He was standing in the middle of a punch, so his photo was a little blurry, but his face was visible enough to see his freckles on the faded paper. Wanted for assault on officers on the Marine Corps in association with the dreaded Gold Roger, 50 million. Not too shabby for a first bounty, 50 million, Luffy exclaimed as he gazed at Izuku's poster from outside the ship. No fair, mine's only 30 million. Roger waved another poster and said, not anymore, it's not. You also got 50 million. Luffy reached out and grabbed it. May glanced at the poster over Izuku's shoulder as Luffy cheered from the ship. May inquired, am I wanted too? Nope, but something tells me you'll have your own poster before long. Cool, I better make sure they get my best babies in the shot. Is there somewhere I can get my picture taken? Roger burst out laughing. What a fun idea. If there was, it'd be swarming with bounty hunters, and that's assuming the Marines didn't simply try to catch you themselves. Nah, they have specialized Marines tasked with gathering information. We have a little understanding with them. If they leave us alone, we leave them alone. They get their pictures, and we get bounty posters to hang on our wall. Izuku questioned, why would you want that? Isn't it just a wanted poster? It's a badge of honor for pirates. It proves that what you're doing means something. It's not the number itself that matters, so much as what you do to get that kind of attention. Some pirates go out of their way to raise their bounties, torching islands and killing civilians. But good pirates, they get their numbers sticking it to the Marines. Sinking their ships, raiding their bases. Why, one time, I went after some vice admiral's base and painted the walls pink. I even mixed red socks into their laundry. To this day, they're still called the Pink Brigade, or the Pink Pansies if you're a pirate. Rayleigh called over his shoulder, nobody calls them pink pansies. I do, sighed Roger. Well, anyway, you get the idea. Keep it, there's no better memento of your time as a pirate. Izuku realized that he did enjoy his time as a pirate after glancing around at Roger, the Oro Jackson, and all the other pirates who were busy loading gold and adjusting the rigging in preparation for setting sail. In the dead of night, when a raging wave could topple everything and fights would erupt over who won, he liked to play card games and dice below deck. He took pleasure in straining his body to its breaking point, transporting goods until each muscle burned like a bright star. The next island to emerge over the horizon was something he liked to gaze at from the railing. He relished the meal and the companionship, with everyone grinning and yelling at him. Izuku had a sense of belonging for the first time. He might enjoy this place. He might be a pirate hero, scuttling across the waves and lending a hand to anyone in need. Then he remembered his mother. Of All Might, Kachan, and Musudafu, and his vow to be a hero. Home called to him, even though he wanted to stay with Gold Roger. Thanks for having me, Captain. Anytime, Izuku, Roger said, massaging his beard. But before you go, there's one last thing I have to give you. Really? What is it? Roger smiled. He shouted, oh boys. Toward the ship, guess what time it is? Everyone hurried onto the deck as a loud cheer went up. Izuku trailed behind Roger, feeling a little anxious and bewildered. Everyone on deck cleared a spot in the middle, leaving a barrel with a frayed flag over it. Izuku Midoriya, Roger said with sadness, you may not have been formally inducted into my crew, but you've dined with us, you fought with us, and you bled with us. In every way that matters, you're one of us. His words caused a stir in Izuku's chest. Tears began to well up in his eyes, but he fought them back. And in just a bit, you'll be leaving us to make your own way in the world. But, before you go, we have a special gift for you. When Roger removed the flag, a bright blue fruit with cyanoid bolts on it was visible. I got word that a devil fruit was on a nearby island and sailed off before someone claimed it. With how well you held off Shiki's men, even killing his second mate. The entire crew applauded Izuku as his stomach churned at that reminder. A part of Izuku was relieved that he couldn't see Mei when he searched the crowd for her. Roger went on, it's only fitting that you own this fruit. Izuku walked slowly toward it. He touched the surface with his finger. It was smooth and firm, like a squash. Izuku inquired, what is it? That is the Guro Guro no Mi. A Logia type, with the power of lightning at its command. Izuku turned to face the crewmate with the wind powers when the word Logia was mentioned. The man grinned and twisted his hand into a whirlpool. Wait, Izuku said, when you guys say, devil fruit powers, does that mean? This is a devil fruit, attested Roger. And you get devil fruit powers from them. By eating them, yes. Izuku's head whirled. All along, he had simply believed that their abilities were innate, similar to quirks. He attempted to imagine how that might be possible. Rewriting every cell in his body from scratch through genetic manipulation seemed far more than a simple fruit could do. Fair warning, Roger continued, once you do, you won't be able to swim in the sea again. Shanks added, with the way he keeps falling out of boats, it might be a problem. Izuku stared at the fruit numbly as the pirates laughed around him. Though he always believed it was impossible, he had dreamed of having a quirk his entire life. And now he found himself in a different universe, where a pirate captain was serving him one on a silver platter. Izuku asked Roger, why me? Is it because I'm weak? That I can't be a hero without it? Roger placed his hands on Izuku's shoulders while he was on his knees. His eyes were sad, and his face was a warm smile. Izuku, you're already strong. Or did you forget already that you took out 50 of Shiki's little lions? Izuku swallowed uneasily, and his mind uncontrollably returned to that battle. Izuku was aware that he was far from being a pro-hero after evaluating his own moves. By himself, All Might could have defeated the entire crew, including Shiki. Endeavor is no different. He would have fared much worse than even the lesser heroes. You don't need this devil fruit to be strong, Roger replied. You don't even need it to get home. You would find a way, no matter what it would take. That said, this devil fruit would make the journey a lot easier, and it will help you save a lot of people. Will you take it? Izuku's gaze strayed to Roger and then back to the devil fruit. He was hesitant because he felt unworthy. He turned to face the other pirates in the crowd, the ones he worked with, ate with, and played card and dice games with. Luffy was at the front of the crowd, looking unusually serious. Luffy grinned and nodded solemnly as their eyes met. Izuku recalled shouting to the waves that he would be the ship's top hero when he had first arrived months ago. Buggy moaned to himself until Shanks shoved him in the shoulder after giving him the thumbs up. At last, he located May. May was standing in the back, perched on a barrel, and she peered over the heads of the pirates in front of her. Izuku's determination solidified. Izuku grabbed the devil fruit and took a large bite out of its surface before Roger could respond. His teeth encountered nearly no resistance, despite his expectation of a tough rind. A rancid, tongue-curdling taste filled his mouth the instant the devil fruit's spongy flesh touched his tongue. Izuku covered his mouth with his hand and gagged. Roger said, "Don't spit it up. Relax, and swallow." Scrunching up his face, Izuku braced himself and took a deep breath through his nose. Izuku made a tremendous effort and then pushed the devil fruit down his throat. He reached timidly for a second bite, gasping for air, but Roger stopped him. "Just that bit is enough. How do you feel?" Izuku felt himself panic, saying, "I don't feel any different." As he braced himself for Roger to snicker and tell him it was all a prank, the deck swung out from under him. Izuku scolded himself. It was obviously a joke. What kind of fruit could bestow abilities? Shanks exclaimed, "Hey look, he's sparking." Izuku raised his palms. Electricity flowed in green arcs over his skin. Izuku yelled and flung his arms out. Roger was struck in the chest by a lightning bolt that sped forward. Roger exclaimed, "Phew," as he wiped the smoke from his charred shirt. Roger's skin glowed black with armament hockey beneath the hole that burned through the cloth. "That'll wake a man up." Izuku tried to put out the sparks, but it seemed to make them even more agitated. "Oh God, I am so sorry." Roger handed him a pair of manacles and said, "Here." Izuku felt all of his strength leave him the instant he touched them. Simply staying upright required all of his willpower. But the sparks stopped when he looked down. Another going away present. See Prism Stone, it weakens anyone with a devil fruit power. Izuku uttered the feeble words, "You used these on Shiki." "Sure did. I'll get Luffy a pair as well. Some devil fruits prevent you from building muscle, so you'll need them to get stronger. Never hurts to have practice resisting them as well." In time, you could even break them with hockey. Izuku put down the manacles and said, thanks. His strength returned, but the sparks did not. Roger's head tilted. The wind's about right. You better get going. Where is? The image of 4 pirates dragging the DeLorean sideways out of storage interrupted Izuku. 2 more pirates loaded a few crates into the back seat after they put it down. Packed you a little extra as well, Roger replied, though something tells me you'll come back here anyways. The Skypians will have more gifts for you then. Luffy squeezed into the back seat, and Izuku slid into the passenger seat after saying goodbye to all the pirates. The upholstery felt like new even after months of being exposed to musty, salty air. May had seen to that. A thicker, less see-through glass was used in place of the windshield, but at least it blocked the wind. May checked the lights and turned on the engine. Cool, everything's still working. Can you guys give us a lift? Roger took the DeLorean in one arm as he strode forward. Izuku looked out at the long drop in front of him and instinctively held onto his seat. Roger yelled, "Tell your grandpa that I said hi," as he hurled the DeLorean. Okay, bye everybody, let's eat together again sometime. Luffy shouted back at Roger, extending his head out the window. Izuku prepared for the fall as the cheers of the pirates faded into the distance. As they got closer to terminal velocity, the speedometer began to slow down after quickly ticking upward at 60 and 70. The sounds of Luffy chewing on a snack filled the car, even over the roar of the wind rattling against the frame. Izuku questioned, "Are we going to make it?" I ran the numbers. We have plenty of leeway. See, we're at 86 already. Izuku joined her in counting it up. 87, 88. Nothing. Izuku said, May. Shouldn't it be working now? May fiddled with the console. Oops. What do you mean, oops? Izuku, time travel takes a ton of power. I got the biggest battery I could find, and it was barely enough for 2 trips. The thought of, but we only traveled, made Izuku's stomach sink. He had believed that the truck had interrupted the first time, but if it did count. Yeah, battery's dead, but hey, you can still do that air hop thingy, right? Izuku peered out at the sea. Jaya remained merely a green dot in a glistening blue landscape. They could land there, of course, but the island was probably still occupied by the Marines. Izuku struck the dashboard with his fist. Sparks flew across his hands as his temper flared. There must be something we can do, he said. Izuku gave them a startled look before smiling. Hey May, do you think my new devil fruit can recharge the battery? He said it did lightning stuff, right? Give me a sec, we can hotwire it from the dash. Prying open a panel beneath the steering wheel, May ducked down. Pulling out a long cord, she used her teeth to pry off the insulation and held out the exposed copper strands. I wired these to take whatever voltage they could get. I'd be shocked if you could overload it. Really May, a pun. Are you going to criticize my humor, or are you going to stop us from falling into the ocean? Izuku grabbed the wire's 2 ends. All right, now what do I do? What are you asking me for? It's your devil fruit thingy, isn't it? Izuku swallowed uneasily. He attempted to visualize the flow of electricity into the wire. He felt the wire suddenly winding through the hood and into the battery, and he let out a gasp. As the battery recharged, Izuku's brain was tickled by the tiny stream of charged particles. May said, "You're giving me just about enough to turn on the headlights," with dry humor. Izuku pushed, gritting his teeth. The battery vibrated menacingly, and the trickle of ions became a torrent. Back to the future, May yelled, "All right, everybody." Luffy exclaimed, "Oh," shocked. Like the lightning, I get it now, as a nimbus of sparks engulfed the vehicle. The car was still falling when reality returned, but it was falling from a much greater distance. Izuku's head became hazy from the oxygen deprivation. We need to get that squid thing out, May replied. The sooner we can steer, the easier it'll be to pick where we land. Izuku shook off his lightheadedness and turned to face the back. Right, hey Luffy, have you seen? As Izuku saw Luffy rip into a squid's tentacle, he fell silent. Luffy remarked, "This takoyaki tastes funny. Want some?" while munching on the chewy cephalopod. Izuku examined the squid that had been bitten. Then back to Luffy. "That was our parachute." "Oh, it's called parachute. First time I've tried it." Luffy opened his mouth, stuffed the remaining squid inside, and swallowed the entire thing. A light bulb flashed over Izuku's head as he patted his swollen belly. "Do you want some meat?" When Luffy awoke, he licked the saliva from his chin. "You bet." Hop outside and grab the car with your hands and feet. Then flatten out your body and let it catch the wind. Like a sail. Cool, let's try it. Luffy slithered out a window like a snake as Izuku opened the others. His toes and fingers twisted around the car's roof, and in a matter of seconds, the speedometer began to slowly drop. May unfolded a map and compared it to the blurry blue sky below. The red line makes this really easy. Let's see, that one's north, so we want the east blue, that away. Luffy felt Izuku pull on one of his arms. Until the east blue loomed beneath them, the car veered around and pitched sideways. May pointed to a piece of rock that protruded from the ocean and said, "And there's Reverse Mountain." Reminiscent of the journey up those rapids, Izuku experienced a twinge of nostalgia. It seemed like forever ago. Which means Logatown should be there. Izuku identified that small patch of land. His nightmares that ended with May staring at him blankly and the DeLorean crumpled on the ground were haunted by it. "Whoa!" exclaimed Luffy. "I can see the Mary from here. Zoro, Sanji, Nami and Usopp, I'm back." The vehicle stumbled back. Izuku tried pulling on Luffy's arms as they swerved away from the island. The wheels slammed onto a wooden deck, ending the ferocious tug of war. Izuku exited the vehicle. He glanced around the deck. The Going Mary's deck was clean and the ropes were securely tied, but it felt pathetically small in comparison to the Oro Jackson. He gave the small grove of tangerines in the ship's back a nod of approval. Nami yelled, "Hey, from the helm, what's the big idea, landing on our ship? Just who the hell do you think?" "Wait, Luffy." Luffy's stretched and flattened body jerked back into place. He exclaimed, "Nami, I'm finally back," and slapped his straw hat back on his head. "Back? But weren't you just, how did you get up there?" "Mystery box. Why did I even bother asking?" Sanji carried a fruit parfait onto the deck. He froze upon seeing May. "Oh, Nami Swan, as requested, I have brought," he said. As he ran forward, he collapsed at her feet. "Why hello, my delicate angel. You look simply parched. I can offer a refreshing glass of fresh tangerine juice. Or perhaps you would prefer." Sanji's head was struck by Nami's fist. "You idiot, those tangerines are mine. You don't get to hand them out to whoever you please." Zoro blinked sleep from his eyes and rubbed his head, asking, "What's with all the racket?" His hands flitted to the sword by his side as his gaze swept over Izuku. Zoro's suspicion became open hostility as he gave Luffy a closer look. His blade glinted from its sheath and landed on Luffy's neck. "Who the hell are you?" Luffy smiled. "Wow, Zoro, I thought you were just bad with directions." "Don't you remember me? Everyone else does." Nami glanced anxiously around. "Zoro, what's going on?" Zoro said, "You can't tell. That's not our captain." "Yes I am," Luffy yelled vigorously. "You want me to kick your ass?" "It must be him," retorted Nami. "I saw him stretch, Zoro. There can only be one of any devil fruit, right?" Usopp cautiously joined. "Hey, I heard shouting, is everything, wait, Luffy. How did you get ahead of?" Luffy's head peered around Usopp's back. "Hey guys, what's all the fuss?" The two Luffys were the focus of everyone's attention. "Right, forgot to add that extra day we were on Skypia." "My bad," May said, snapping her fingers. The two Luffys exclaimed, "Hey, that's my hat." Simultaneously, they exchanged hats in a flurry of arms before staring at one another. "Huh, give that back, you jerk." Izuku grabbed the hats right away and pushed them back into their appropriate temporal positions. "Nope, I don't even want to think about what would happen if you made a time paradox." Past Luffy said, "Ooh, what's that? Are you able to eat it?" Future Luffy finished. He scrunched up his face. "Weird, I believe I recall that. Maybe we should leave." May pulled Izuku's arm back as he approached the DeLorean, saying, "Calm down, if the universe was going to shatter, it would have already." "The sound of that really bothers me," Usopp said, blanching. "As you may know, I have a severe allergy to anything that might endanger the universe. Therefore, it would be fantastic if we could, refrain from doing that." Quote. Nami noted, "This ship has two Luffys, so we're already doomed." "Yes, and in any case, how did that occur?" Looking more closely at future Luffy, Sanji questioned, "Devil fruit?" Quote. Well, Nami took a deep breath, allowing the emphasis on those final words to linger in the air, and then continued, "Sailed with him for almost a year, went up to an island in the clouds, flung yourselves off those clouds, and traveled back 20 years in the future before landing on our ship." So let me get this straight, Nami said. Sometime tomorrow, you flew out of the sky, landed on Luffy, went back 20 years in the past, landed on Gold Roger's ship. Did I understand everything? Quote. Mei and Izuku looked at each other. That sounds about right, Izuku said. Snorting, Usopp said, and they say I'm a bad liar. We could always go back in time if you'd like, Mei said. 3 Luffys would then be present. Quote. Usopp blanched. Now that I think about it, I totally trust you guys. Quote. Nami interrupted, on the subject of having several Luffys around, how do we return to having just one of him? Quote. Really? Izuku scratched his head and said, there shouldn't be anything we need to do. Everything should work out if you just follow your plan. Luffy is the one we're dealing with. It never works out. Adding, then we can always go back in time and try again, Mei said. The 2 Luffys stole food from each other's plates. Usopp marveled at Mei's designs for dial-based support gear. Izuku informed Sanji about supermarkets and contemporary kitchen appliances. Zoro dozed off. Nami drooled over the crates of gold hidden away in the DeLorean, and Sanji brought out fish fillets and sliced fruit as everyone got to know one another on the deck of the Going Merry. Really, are your chefs too indolent to use a proper knife to peel their potatoes? Quote. Mei could definitely make you one. Why not give it a shot? Quote. Between Mei and Usopp, a stack of dials sat on her end of the table, and they alternated between spitballing ideas and testing each dial. I think we could create flames that lasted in the air if we combined the flows from the cloud dial and the flame dial. Quote. Yeah, Usopp concurred, but wouldn't all of that be blown back in your face by a stray breeze? Quote. We could then perform the iron cloud dial. Quote. Amidst all of this, the 2 Luffys engaged in a competition to eat, with entire platters of fried fish heads and other leftovers from Sanji's cooking going down their cavernous maws. Past Luffy moaned and belched, while his elder brother smirked and continued to eat. When the final plate was reduced to a lump in his stomach, Luffy turned to face Sanji and inquired, is that it? It hardly qualified as a snack. Quote. His skull was struck by Sanji's foot. You glutton, are you attempting to deprive us of food? Quote. Run away. However, sea kings and fish can be found everywhere. Quote. The sea kings. Luffy, we can't take on one of those. Usopp squawked. They would use the mast as a toothpick and devour the ship in one bite. Quote. Putting a hand on his sword, Zoro smiled and said, I don't know, from his sleeping place by the mast. Sounds like fun. And they do have a meatier flavor than other seafood, Sanji thought. Would make for some excellent steaks. Sea kings are not our target. We're going straight to Logatown, buying only what we need and nothing else, Nami yelled, before making our way directly to the Grand Line. Quote. After exchanging glances, the 2 Luffys said, that sounds boring. The future counterpart leaned sideways, smiled, and laughed to himself before Nami threw and landed a second punch after Nami punched at both of them, giving past Luffy a large lump on his head. Izuku sat back and watched the crew while Sanji cleared away the plates and everyone else attended to the merry. He dismissed Nami and Usopp as helping out around the ship and not actual fighters, and he thought Sanji and Zoro were unimpressive, perhaps as strong as the cannon fodder Shiki had. Izuku furrowed his brow at that. They were Luffy's crewmates, and he told himself he must have been dreaming because he had to go a long way before he was as strong as Roger or Whitebeard. From the corner of his eye, he saw Zoro observing him. The swordsman was pretending to sleep beneath the tangerine trees, but as soon as their gazes locked, Zoro's face stiffened, and one hand reached for the hilt beside him, while the other hand fumbled with the 2 empty scabbards, and Zoro frowned as his fingers touched empty air. Izuku felt his hackles rise and considered stepping in, but Sanji completely ignored him in favor of lavishing attention on Mei. Mei appeared completely unconcerned as she jammed 2 dials together and clicked both of their buttons, causing the explosion to knock Sanji backwards and land him in a graceful backflip, although the blast destroyed his cigarette. Usopp stayed much further away from Mei's work after that, flinching at every tiny sound her inventions made, and his own tumble appeared much less graceful, slamming nose first into the deck and rolling until he hit the railing. Izuku was reminded of the first time he spent time with Mei when he saw him. Izuku could see that Nami was a little green, but she had a knack for managing the smaller ship, fussing over every gust of wind and making frequent corrections at the helm. Regarding Luffy, let's battle, quote. Looking down at his younger self, Luffy's elder counterpart said, Okay. Zoro opened his eyes, leaned forward, and saw the two captains assuming positions on either side of the deck, Usopp running for cover inside a barrel while Sanji snorted and leaned against the mast. "You two, are you serious? You two are composed of rubber," Nami remarked. "How will either of you prevail in a battle?" Quote, "They claimed to have fought with Gold Roger, didn't they?" "Pipe down and watch," Zoro retorted. Quote, "With a startled expression, Nami said, 'You hid my trees, and you'll be paying for them.'" The younger Luffy swallowed and perspired a little, while future Luffy just waved to Nami and looked directly at his opponent. Younger Luffy flexed his shoulders at impossible angles and made pinwheel motions with his arms. "All right, gum gum handgun." Quote, when his fist snapped back, younger Luffy tsked and said, "All right, try avoiding this. Gum gum Gatling." Quote, future Luffy swayed around the assault, bending backwards and sideways until his hat touched the deck, and his fist sprang out uneasily quickly, rubber banding across the deck in sloppy movement. Past Luffy screamed in rage and accelerated his punches. Future Luffy zipped from side to side with flashes of Soru as the flurry of punches turned into a physical wall. "He is moving in the manner of Captain Kuro. Is he using his rubber powers?" Usopp yelled. Quote, meeping at the unexpected presence at his side, Izuku Soru walked over to Usopp's barrel and said, "Nah, that's a simple trick all of Roger's crew could do. And you guys learned that from him." Quote, "Rayleigh did." With a start, Usopp said, "You mean Dark King Rayleigh? That individual?" Quote, "Yes, what's the big deal about that?" Quote, "He has a huge bounty. And they haven't apprehended him yet." Quote, "Oh, excellent for him." As his punches slowed, past Luffy panted and said, "Bleg, how are you doing that?" Quote, "Well, you're just really slow," future Luffy said, sticking a finger in his ear. "That's it. Gum gum, bazooka." Past Luffy stretched both arms far behind his back. Quote, future Luffy took the attack head-on as both arms sprang forward, and the impact on his chest made a loud clap that made Luffy's crew cringe. Luffy himself stood erect and unflinching, with one arm cocked back and his fist blackened with hockey. Jet pistol. There was a black blur across the deck, a solid, meaty thwack of impact, and past Luffy slammed into the railing, his right eye swelling shut and turning purple as he slumped to the deck. "Why do I remember this?" Luffy asked, glancing down at his fist. "All of my punches were sidestepped by the guy wearing my hat. I now avoided every blow that man threw at me. Strange. Hey Zoro, you want to fight too?" Future Luffy smiled as Zoro drew his sword and leapt down, placing himself in front of his captain. Quote, "What was that?" His voice was flat as he asked. "This. I'm still working on it," Luffy said, furrowing his brow as a faint hockey tint covered his fingertips. "It's pretty neat, isn't it?" Quote, Izuku moved to separate them and said, "It's armament hockey. If you knew how, you could even use it on your swords." As they eyed one another, Sanji approached and examined the younger Luffy's shiner, causing Zoro to stiffen. "Did that hockey stuff mess with his devil fruit?" Quote, "Yes, one of the few things that can defeat any devil fruit is hockey, incredibly helpful in the Grand Line. Can anyone learn it?" Sanji scowled at his own leg and attempted to kick it, saying, "I think I saw Zeph do that once." Quote, Izuku smiled self-deprecatingly and said, "But I imagine anyone could. I'm still trying." The injured Luffy's good eye opened and said, "BWUH, what had happened?" Quote, flatly, Zoro said, "You lost." Was it Ace? I'm always beaten by him. One day, I'll get him." Izuku examined his eye after prying open his eyelids and said, "Concussion. He should go to bed." "Are you a medical professional?" Nami inquired. With a hand trembling, Izuku said, "Crocus taught me a bit, mostly while treating me." As he and Zoro lifted Luffy off the deck, Nami shot him a sidelong glance and said, "With how these idiots wind up, we'll take whatever we can get. So, what are you planning to do?" Quote, I guess we didn't think that far ahead," Izuku said, cocking his head. "The truck should be waiting for us at Water 7, May interrupted. "A truck? What is that?" Quote, "The blueprints, I see." Izuku clarified, "Roger said someone could build us what we need to get back home." "And precisely where is your home?" Usopp inquired. "I never explained that bit, did I?" Izuku sighed. Quote, "To be fair," May remarked, "I didn't consider it, either. We come from a different universe. Or something." Sanji had plates of roasted fish circling the table by the time they had finished explaining Earth's geography and culture, as well as parallel universes, and they continued to share stories until the sun set. Everyone went to bed after the sails were raised and the anchor thrown overboard. Izuku set up a new hammock at one end of the room, while past Luffy remained unconscious in a hammock at the other end. Zoro gave up his hammock to future Luffy and sat next to his unconscious captain against the wall. Usopp's thin, reedy snores and Luffy's synchronous log sawing felt eerily quiet in comparison to the cacophonous din from the Oro Jackson's sleeping bunks. Between the quiet and his own thoughts racing over time travel paradoxes, Izuku found it difficult to fall asleep. He hadn't noticed any bruises on Luffy's face. Had they changed too much already? Would the younger Luffy still be out cold tomorrow? Would that cause a time paradox and break the universe? The fact that Izuku was feeling all staticky inside didn't help either. The stimulus of a foreign ship and new people had prevented him from noticing the subtle undercurrent flowing through his body, but now that he had nothing to occupy him but his body and mind, he noticed the electric thrum waiting beneath his skin. Recalling the sea prism cuffs, Izuku found them in the DeLorean and wore them to bed, where the draining effect put him to sleep almost instantly. Izuku's doubts were disproved by the morning, as past Luffy woke up without a bruise and made up for the meal he had lost by devouring stacks of pancakes and sausage links while his fellow crewmen rushed to get their own breakfasts. Once, when he reached for a fork, a bolt flickered out, raced up the tines, and scorched the sausage link he was trying to eat after the cuffs were taken off, and Izuku felt almost overcharged, straining to keep stray sparks from leaping out. Sanji scowled at Izuku and kicked at his head as he gazed glumly at the blackened char on the end of his fork. "Are you wasting food on my ship, you?" When Sanji's foot sped straight through Izuku's head, scattering it in a cloud of sparks, he stopped talking. Izuku blinked, rearranging his face. "That felt weird. A fruit devil," Usopp yelled. "You also have one." Quote. "Just got it yesterday," Izuku replied. "Or, well, 20 years ago." Sanji nearly collapsed to make a fresh glass of juice in the kitchen after Nami whispered in his ear before he could try to kick him again. "So, Izuku," Nami replied. "We got a bit sidetracked yesterday, but I wanted to know what your plans were." "What? I had assumed that we would remain with you all." Zoro grimaced, but Nami and Usopp smiled. "Excellent. You and May are both welcome, for a small fee, of course," Nami said. "The captain ought to make that decision," Zoro interrupted. "They can join," said both Luffys before they could say anything more. Quote. With a grimace, Zoro nodded and said, "Captain's orders." But gold," Nami objected, gesturing to the Skypian loot crates in the DeLorean's rear. "Nami, you're being an Arlong right now." Usopp snickered and remarked, "Ouch, low blow." Nami gaped at the older Luffy. "I'm not. I simply believe that we ought to receive just compensation for transporting these passengers via the Grand Line," Nami yelled. "Travelers. According to Luffy, they're friends. Comrades." Quote. Just as Izuku was about to decline, Luffy grinned and replied, "Yep." Quote. He hadn't had the strength to call himself a Roger pirate, but a straw hat. Izuku contemplated correcting him. They still intended to go home, but it might take another year. With Roger's crew, there was always a barrier between them and the stronger members. Zoro watched him warily, and Sanji gave him a disinterested look before staring hungrily at May, but Usopp smiled at him, and Nami sighed and nodded in agreement. "I wouldn't mind," Izuku replied. "If you really need it, I could be the ship's doctor." "And me, the mechanic," May added. "What? No, I'm the mechanic around here," Usopp said, crossing his arms. Quote. "I've made better slingshots out of chewing gum and popsicle sticks." "You retract that. 10,000 pirates have been slain by my slingshot in one shot." Quote. "Just 10,000. Those are the numbers of a rookie." Future Luffy placed a hand on Usopp's shoulder as he stammered and considered his next move. "You're the ship's sniper, right?" Quote. "Yes, the sea's scourge, Captain Usopp." Quote. "Excellent." May is then given the role of mechanic. Sanji jumped up the mast and looked out at the horizon while Usopp moaned and May cheered. "Land ho. That must be Logatown. You mentioned it will be stormy out, right?" said Nami as she rushed to the helm and led them to their destination, and Izuku joined her beside the helm. Quote. "Yes, but why?" Quote. "There are no clouds in the sky, and the wind is too calm. At least a few days will pass before it rains." As they drifted closer to Logatown, the wind barely caught in their sails, and the sky was a perfect mirror of the sea, as Izuku looked up. "That's strange. We probably didn't tamper with the timing." Someone might think you were lying about the time travel. Izuku stiffened as Nami made that accusation without glancing at him. Do you, quote, we have nothing valuable on our ship, and none of us have bounties yet, Nami said after a lengthy silence. Why you would go to the trouble is beyond me. That doesn't sound like a no. I guess I trust you. I'm not much in a fight, but I owe Luffy for taking down Arlong, Nami said, letting go of the wheel and turning to face him. I'll make you regret it if you're attempting to pull something. Nami started whispering to Zoro, but Izuku decided not to try to carry on the conversation, so he went over to Mei and watched her make loops with a cloud dial before he could say anything more. If the truck isn't ready when we arrive, what will we do? Izuku inquired. A time machine is here. Just keep moving forward until it's finished. Mei looked at him and said, you're worrying. Izuku rocked on his heels, considering the reasoning behind it. Huh. I certainly am. There is a time paradox at play here. And the only thing we need to do is sit and wait for the first Luffy to time travel. Yes, but what if our presence altered the course of events? What happens if the second Luffy returns? How could that even be handled by time? Would he wink out of existence after aging indefinitely? Would parallel universes emerge from time? Does that imply that our own world would be inaccessible to the truck? Quote, I'll then create a better truck. Simply raise something. When you have too much energy, you become like this. When Izuku spotted a set of enormous dumbbells, he began lifting them carefully so they wouldn't glow like Tesla coils. Zoro approached, retrieved an even heavier set of weights, and noisily lifted them alongside Izuku. Izuku found a barbell and smiled at the swordsman, finding it awkward to hold in one hand, barely able to curl his arm, but it was worth it to see Zoro's eyes widen. Nami called from the helm before Zoro could pick up a heavier weight, saying, we're going to dock if you guys are finished comparing sizes. Izuku put the weight down gently. He asked Zoro, are these yours? Zoro gave a grunt. Izuku responded, sorry for using them without permission. Usually I haul cannonballs around, but you guys don't have enough of those. Don't break them, Izuku said, thanks, I won't. And resumed lifting as Zoro left. What are you doing? Nami strode over and questioned. Lifting weights. If you think I'm leaving you alone on my ship, you're mistaken. Izuku hesitated. The rest of you are going out, right? Exactly, that's why I'm not letting you stay here. But if we're out with you guys, there's a chance we could screw things up with the time. Too bad. Find somewhere with food and make sure your Luffy doesn't wander off. Izuku pondered how much of the DeLorean's gold would be needed to feed Luffy sufficiently to prevent him from straying. I hope they can find inexpensive food. Weren't we supposed to make sure Luffy didn't wander off? Mei questioned as they passed vendors selling goods and street food. Yeah, that's why Izuku said, turning around. Mei, how long has he been gone? He was just there a minute ago. Luffy apparently disappeared completely in the dense crowd that was milling about the streets just a minute ago. Izuku experienced a jittery feeling that crept under his skin as he and Mei ran through the more congested areas, searching for both straw hats and straw hats. Izuku clenched his fists to stop the sparks from flying between his fingertips. Every breath felt charged with the promise of a storm, and the air around him felt clinging and staticky. They literally ran through a Marine lieutenant's white coat because they were so preoccupied. Izuku fell to his knees after taking a lungful of cigar smoke. Smoker smoked his cigar for a long time. Watch yourselves. Any other Marine would be within their rights to write you up for roughing them up. Coughing, Izuku said, sorry sir, it was an accident. Izuku studied the Marine, tensing. He was some sort of Logia, for both had gone straight through him. Izuku couldn't touch him unless he could use his own devil fruit in some way. Smoker frowned as he looked at him intently. Tashigi, check the bounties. Izuku almost ran away at that moment. He caught a glimpse of additional Marines surrounding them out of the corner of his eye. Tashigi, the Marine's partner, almost dropped both her sword and her glasses. With a, yes sir. She poured half of the bounties into the ground as she leafed through them. Smoker lit another cigar and spat out a burnt-out one by the time she had gathered and sorted through them all. No active bounties listed for either of these individuals, sir. I see. Smoker glared at them for a long time until he noticed that they were flinching. Stay out of trouble. I ever see a bounty on you, I'll make sure you see justice. Yes sir. Izuku was so fortunate that he dared not doubt it. He grabbed Mei and fled into the closest alley. That was too close. It's a good thing she dropped them all, must have missed mine. Are your bounties too old? It has been 20 years. Really? Feels like it was just yesterday. May snorted. Time travel jokes are the best. Anyways, is it me, or did it get dark out suddenly? Izuku raised his head. Thunderclouds swirled in the sky. To Izuku's newly developed senses, every cloud felt like a beacon, full of vitality that beckoned to him. Nami said there wouldn't be a storm. How did this happen? Probably you. Izuku stopped. What do you mean? You have lightning powers, right? I can feel the static discharge you're giving off. That, and the clouds are circling around right above you. Izuku took a sidestep. He was followed by storm clouds. So, if I was never here, it would be sunny out. Probably. Which means the weather is a paradox. Stop freaking about paradoxes and start freaking out about finding Luffy before he makes a bigger paradox. Right, got it. If I was Luffy, what place would I go to first? Food. Already checked that. What's the second place? The worst possible place he could be. Which would be? They all said, where he's supposed to go back in time, simultaneously. Izuku could barely remember the wooden platform at the precise center of the island, even though all he had was a crude aerial map of Logatown. They carried Roger's execution block to the clearing after a brief journey down a few alleys. The execution block was sealed off when two Luffys leapt over the gate. Pushing forward, Izuku Soru pulled the future Luffy back. Nope, you're staying right here. Ah, Luffy sulked while crossing his arms. But he gets to go up there. They watched as past Luffy's neck was slashed with a sword by another pirate who Izuku recognized only dimly. Izuku felt the DeLorean fall through the thunderclouds as he extended his senses. He had to check its descent out of paranoia. It seemed as though it would land in the proper location, but... Izuku exclaimed, the battery's empty, in horror. May remarked, but we only traveled once, the battery's got room for 2 trips, remember? Did you remember to charge it up all the way? May fell silent. Squinting, she saw the car break through the clouds. Well, if you're going to charge the battery, you better do it quick. From here, I'd never reach it in time. But the cloud couldn't it? Izuku swallowed. Trying to visualize the electricity flowing into the DeLorean, he reached for the clouds. Izuku felt stretched thin, like taffy pulled over and over until it snapped at the slightest touch, as power surged in the far clouds. He gritted his teeth and pushed through the fog of his mind. Like a spear, a spark leapt down and rushed through the metal frame of the DeLorean, into the battery. The DeLorean vanished in a single, dazzling flash as it struck the execution platform. Izuku heard Luffy exclaim, "Oh, I get it now," as his vision dimmed. Really? Inquired May. Yep, mystery box. Smoker searched through cabinets filled with faded bounty posters while nursing a swollen jaw and clenching his cigar between his aching teeth. Half a dozen other Marines took more boxes out of the archives while Tashigi conducted her own search, muttering to herself each time papers slipped from her grasp. Sir, nervously replied Tashigi, is there a reason we're going through every single bounty poster? All the straw hats are too young to be in here. You never know with devil fruits, complained Smoker. Smoker turned just in time to see Tashigi tugging on an enormous folder that was jammed into the cabinet as she grunted. Papers flew everywhere after a hard yank. Crinkled bounty posters were scattered across the floor, but Smoker grabbed the folder out of the air. Sorry sir, that one was stuck. I'll clean and organize them straight away. Tashigi picked up the papers quickly. She reached for a stack, but Smoker grabbed a poster that caught his attention. Smoker said menacingly, Tashigi, what pirate crew was that? Tashigi looked through the folder. The Gold Roger Pirates, sir. She was shown the poster by Smoker. When Tashigi saw the Izuku Midoriya poster from decades ago, she turned pale. How did you know, sir? When those 2 kids fell through me, I only felt one of them. Check and see if the girl's in there as well. All of the Marines came over to join after dropping their boxes. We've got a match, sir, exclaimed a Marine a minute later. Smoker took the poster and asked, the girl. When he saw Buggy's anxious smile, his cigar exploded. Great, how did we let him fly under our watch? We'll update his bounty. 400 million. Why yes sir. Smoker found another bounty poster a few moments later. His eyes widened. $30 million for a brat with a snot nose had seemed like a hefty price tag to him. It seemed much too small now. Smoker himself made sure to mention that Luffy had armament hockey when he called the fleet admiral. The pain in his jaw only got worse when he heard how high his bounty leapt. Wake up, you stupid brat. With a moan, Izuku forced his eyelids open. There was a slight tingling in his shoulders. He sat up and blinked. Crocus, didn't we leave already? I'm flattered, kid, but I ain't Dr. Kerha. Izuku rubbed his eyes to remove the blurriness. The crocus in front of him was slightly shorter and had much more wrinkles on his skin. Oh wow, Crocus, we really did it. Are you figured out that old bag's trick to living forever? I personally think it's spite. Izuku glanced around. The sky was a vivid blue, but the surroundings were too gloomy for an open sea. Two wires fastened to his shoulders pulled him back as he attempted to stand. Pulling the wires out of himself caused the current to stop. Where are we? I'd tell you, but then, someone would probably die. Who? Me. Izuku got up and rolled the stress from his shoulders when he received no more explanation. Where's May? Checking the plumbing. Keep an eye on her, would you? Any explosions could kill Laboon. Nami stormed up to Izuku and gave him a beating on the head as he approached the Going Merry that was floating next to Crocus' house. Ow, what was that for? That was for not keeping Luffy out of trouble. Do you have any idea how high your bounties are? Izuku blinked. Oh wow, what did I miss? Not because she was afraid the rain would ruin her new clothes, but because she was so sure Luffy was going to bring the entire port down around her head. Nami ran as soon as she saw the thunderclouds forming overhead. Usopp, come on. Usopp adjusted his cheap, fake glass monocle, which still had a price tag for an excessive amount of money attached. Just a sec, Nami. They have all sorts of neat stuff here. Luffy's about to do something. Usopp let his monocle fall. On a rock, it cracked. Oh crud, I'll buy everything. Before he could place any berry on the table, Nami caught him by the ear. Come on, we just have to make it back to the Merry before, oh no. The boat was surrounded by Marines. Nami paused, then walked away nonchalantly from the twitchy Marines who were pointing their guns at any shadow that moved in the alleys. She would later steal anything from her ship if they took it away. New plan. We find Sanji. Usopp questioned, what about Luffy or Zoro? Do you think we have any chance of finding those two? There was a Marine flying high in the air, screaming. Nami moaned as she removed the Marine's wallet from the air, and Usopp smirked. Fine, we'll meet up with Luffy. To her utter surprise, however, Luffy was nowhere to be seen as Marines flew everywhere like leaves blown in a storm. With each movement, Hatsume's arms flashed out and his dials clicked as he bounced from Marine to Marine. A heavy gauntlet clasped in one arm threw Marines from her, and the other wrapped her body in a gray cloud. Bullets bounced off its metallic, fluffy surface, frequently striking other Marines. Nami pondered whether she could steal such equipment from anyone. Izuku inquired, how many did she take out? I wasn't exactly keeping count. I was, said Usopp, and sure, she got a couple, but Captain Usopp took care of 500 with his trusty slingshot. Usopp flew when Sanji's foot snaked out. He carried plates adorned with croque madam and soft fruit slices in each hand. Do you dare besmirch such a beautiful lady's reputation with your lies? I'll tell you how it really happened. The flaws in the seafood sold by the swarthy, gap-toothed man were not hidden by the shadows created by the stormy sky. Sanji barely missed the tuna's head before slamming his foot against the counter and exclaiming, you uncouth wretch. You dare claim this tuna's freshly caught? Oh of course, can't you see the color? You only get a red this deep when it's straight from the ocean. Oh, I can see the beet juice you rubbed into the fish just fine. And don't think I don't see the discoloration around the edges. How could such a delicate angel like Nami Swan ever stomach such foul fare? I'd barely consider feeding this to Luffy. He caught a glimpse of a Marine landing face first into a window while flailing in the air. Sanji eyed the tuna with contempt and remarked, it might serve for soup stock. Half price, or I walk. Sanji made his way to his captain, the whole tuna trussed up over his shoulder. Instead, a Valkyrie, an angel, no, a warrior from beyond the veil, whose slender figure only accentuated her ample, generous curves, danced through the brash Marines who attempted to place their dirty, calloused paws on her. How daring of them! Sanji acted quickly, her legs spinning in a shield, slicing down Marines like a scythe before any of them could even defile her delicate beauty. And after they descended, the clouds broke, revealing a delicate, priceless flower bathed in the dazzling colors of 1,000 sunbeams. Goo! Nami's fist struck Sanji's skull, causing his eyes to roll back and blood to flow from his nose. Do you think I look like a meatloaf for brains, a stupid flower? Quote. Zoro opened one eye from where he was sleeping on the floor and said, "Nice one, Nami, that's what happened next. You're able to defeat a squad of Marines, but you can't withstand a girl's blow. The Marines must have lowered their standards." Sanji became enraged and said, "As if you were any better. Not even you were present." Quote. "No, I'm fairly certain I was. I am fully aware of how everything transpired." The shopkeeper shouted at Zoro, probably realizing that the sword was worth more than its brothers, calling it cursed. Zoro laughed, tossed it up, and held his arm out, and his luck prevailed. The store had many swords in its barrels, all of them with chipped blades, worn hilts, and wobbly and dull edges that were not worth using for a toothpick. However, a dark luster caught Zoro's attention. Undoubtedly humbled by Zoro's demonstration of swordplay, the shopkeeper gave him another blade, this one made of good steel, light and sharp in his hands. Kuina would have been better. There was a girl with swords there who looked like him and scared the living daylights out of him. She got upset with him, challenged him, and lost. As he slashed his way through, the blades sang in his grip, the balance felt perfect on all three, each slice cutting steel and flesh with equal ease, even the air snapping as the sky grew dark and the streets were white with Marines, and his captain needed them. With a frothy mouth, Sanji kicked Zoro in the head. The swordsman used his sword's hilt to block. "You cut a girl," shouted Sanji. "I'll kill you. She started it first. Do you want me to tell the rest, or not?" "Yes, we get it. Your new toys are long, hard, and penetrate all those dainty little Marines super deep," Nami sighed. "You still owe me money back, by the way." "What for?" "I paid back everything you loaned me." "But you still need to pay interest." "Interest? It was 2 hours." "Exactly. Interest compounds hourly. Now let me regale you with the tale of the legendary sniper as he valiantly fought to save the crew." Usopp told Izuku, puffing out his chest as Zoro and Nami argued over the swordsman's debt. Usopp was crouching in the dark, his muscular body illuminated by lightning bursts as he drew back the sling of his reliable slingshot. With nothing more than a rotten egg he had rescued from a nearby trash can, he took aim, and then, before it ricocheted across the plaza, the egg knocked one Marine off his feet by slamming him in the cheek. Before the egg hit the Marine captain himself, Marines fell left and right, all brought down by the same projectile. He was overcome by the foul stench of the rotten egg that was all over his face. With a rotten egg dripping down his chin, he knelt before the powerful Usopp and begged for forgiveness. Given his generosity as a pirate, Usopp was simultaneously punched by Sanji, Nami, and Zoro as they yelled, "That's not how it happened, you idiot. Your stupid egg broke when you tried to fling it. And I nearly slipped on it. Nami's swan could have gotten injured. I wasn't even there, and I know that's a load of bull." Usopp laughed uneasily and took a step back. "Well, a good story needs a little embellishment, right? And, oh look, it's May." Izuku spun about. May cheerfully shook herself off after squeezing oil from her shirt. "How was my newest baby?" "The generator. It worked great." May's face dropped as she said, "Thanks," and reached for Izuku. Inside May's arms, his body fell into a cloud of static, but Izuku gestured back. Somberly, "I messed up," she said. "What do you mean? It worked perfectly. I'm up, right?" "No, I mean, I thought everything would work out fine. But because I forgot to charge the battery all the way, you had to charge it. I thought so much about the past that I didn't even consider the future." "Izuku, you almost disappeared." Izuku felt his chest tighten. "What do you mean?" Beside Izuku, May knelt on the cobblestones. His body became translucent and flickered. Her hand sank into his shoulder as she attempted to prod him. It resembled whipped cream in both texture and consistency. It also didn't work to scoop him up. Right through her arms, Izuku phased. "I can't move him." May fumbled in her backpack, searching through scraps of metal and dials. "Maybe I could." Luffy extended his hand downward. Luffy's rubbery skin did not allow Izuku to pass through, but he flopped like a rag in his grasp. After throwing him over one shoulder, Luffy remarked, "We'll get him some food." "Will that work?" "Works for me." Buggy jumped down from the roof in fragments, putting himself back together from the bottom up as they ran down the alleyway. "Stop right there, Straw Hat. You might have gotten lucky on the platform, but now I've got you right where." He stopped when he saw May. The knives dropped from his hands as his eyes grew wide. "Oh no, no, this can't be happening." It was Luffy who said, "Hi Buggy. Did you get a haircut?" "No, you idiot. I'm baggy." Buggy's my older and much flashier brother. Luffy scratched his head. Really? Because you called yourself Buggy earlier. You must have misheard me, and you have the same goofy nose. Luffy was lunged at by Buggy. What did you say about my nose? I'll gut you, you bastard. The knife went directly to Luffy's chest. Staring at the black sheen that stopped his blade, Buggy froze. Buggy exclaimed, "You really did come back," in awe. "How did I forget that?" May inquired, "Did you not remember until just now? Do you think Tom forgot too?" Buggy's eyes widened and he retreated. "We never met, you hear me? I want nothing to do with it." Buggy ran out of the alley before May could ask him any more questions. As a marine attempted to cut off his head with a sword, he let out a terrified cry. May turned to see more marines boxing them in from behind. "There he is. Open fire." Izuku slipped off Luffy's shoulder as he dashed in the direction of the marines. Bullets rang out all around him, and Luffy fumbled to keep him steady. May's thoughts came to a halt as she observed Luffy stumbling around. With her pal sitting in the crossfire, looking pale, her inventions seemed ridiculous. Now, how would a crossbow be useful to him? In order to help him and Luffy combat the marines, what could she give them? May turned on the dials in her shoes as a marine grabbed at Luffy. She stumbled into the marine and bowled them both over due to the unexpected boost. The marine cried out, "So you are with Straw Hat. Die, pirate scum." May covered his face with the impact gauntlet. His head was driven into the cobblestones by the blast. May was targeted by a firing squad as she got up. She drew up a wall in time to hear the bullets ping off of it after fumbling for the ironclad dial in her knapsack. She opened a gap and jumped through with another wave. "Luffy, take Izuku and run." May was unsure whether or not she heard him. With seashells strapped to her feet and an arm that hurt like it was about to break every time she used the volatile dials attached to it, her world vanished into a sea of white and heart-stopping leaps. It wasn't until she struck Sanji in the face that she became aware of the scratches on her arms and the burning line left by a bullet that had grazed her thigh. "And eventually, we found Luffy running around in circles carrying you. We got back on the Mary and went up Reverse Mountain again. Then a whale ate us, and now we're here." Izuku glanced around. Upon closer examination, metal pipes formed linear lumps along the walls, and the vivid blue vistas had clear brushstrokes. Izuku looked at the water, wondering if it would digest them when the walls twitched. We've been weirder places." Usopp and Nami stared at him in disbelief. Luffy exclaimed, "Ooh, my turn to tell a story," as he leapt from the ship's forecastle. The clown guy changed his hairstyle and fled as soon as the marines arrived. Luffy attempted to fight, but Izuku kept slipping and he was unable to drop his friend because he was needed by him. The foul-smelling marines also prevented him from properly balancing his friend on his shoulder. He did as the baby-making girl instructed and took Izuku away. He ran, and when a smoke guy tried to hit him, that strange non-sword thing hurt, even though he was made of rubber and it wasn't a sword. Because he was smoking a cigar, Luffy's attempt to punch him failed. Luffy then tried punching him even harder, which was successful. Then he bumped into everyone else. They went up and down the mountain, and some big mean stupid whale tried to fight them, but Luffy won. It wasn't fair that all the marines were on the ground because Luffy didn't get to hit any of them. "I punched it and it yelled, that means I won, right?" Both Nami and Zoro yelled, "No you idiot," and punched him. Crocus approached Luffy as he was tending to two swollen bumps on his head and spoke, "I would appreciate it if you would stop hitting Laboon. He's getting enough cranial injuries ramming himself into the Grand Line." Luffy painted Laboon after hearing the sad story of Laboon and the Rumbar pirates. Izuku thanked whoever persuaded Luffy not to paint the ship himself as he gazed up at its cheerful Roger. Crocus emerged with a bunch of bounty posters and spread them out on a table while Luffy scrambled about on Laboon. "The others already know," he stated to Izuku. "But you need to hear this as well." Each bounty poster he unfolded. When Izuku read the numbers, his eyebrows shot upward. "Luffy got 500 million. And you're not far behind. 250 million. Izuku let out a groan. "I barely even did anything, and my bounty is that high. How embarrassing." Despite Nami's screams, her hand went through him. Nami displayed her own $50 million bounty and said, "That's what you're complaining about. Do you have any idea how many bounty hunters are going to be after us? They even gave me a bounty. That's just for being on the same boat as you two morons." Crocus remarked, "Nami is quite right, but worse than bounty hunters will be the marines. If they get any idea what path you'll take through the Grand Line, they'll have a blockade set before you can even reach the island. They'll do everything they can to stop you from resetting your log pose. Log pose? Inquired Nami. What's that? It's what you use to navigate on the Grand Line, Izuku explained. Did you forget to get one? Nami snarled and struck him once more. Forget? How was I supposed to know we'd even need one when none of you even mentioned it? I thought everyone knew. Crocus displayed the log pose. Here, I keep a spare on hand for idiots like you. Just make sure you stay long enough for the needle to reset for taking off again. Princess Vivi Nefertari, posing as Miss Wednesday, wondered how she would persuade the two Gold Roger pirates who unexpectedly appeared to expel Crocodile from her father's realm from just out of sight in the hallways that lined Laboon's interior. It would be easy enough to just approach them and present the treasures of her kingdom, but... Mr. Nine murmured, looking through bounty posters, would you look at that? That's nearly $1 billion right there. This could be the windfall we're looking for. Vivi swallowed uneasily, praying that the gesture would be appropriate in the circumstances. It's too dangerous to continue, she declared. We should head back. And give up on the whale. We need that meat, Miss Wednesday. We'll just wait for them to move on before jumping the old man and... As a hand closed around his neck, Mr. Nine interrupted. He was jerked forward and onto the ground in front of Luffy by the hand. Luffy snarled. Thought I heard something. What was that about hurting Crocus? Vivi took a step back. Izuku stopped her retreat as a green blur sped past her. Hello there. Try not to move too much. Izuku took Vivi by both shoulders and hurried her down to the others before she could consider fleeing. Mr. Nine bowed low at Luffy as Vivi stood beside him, trying to collect herself. Mr. Nine struggled for a moment before reluctantly responding, jumping over him. Yes, have you seen the size of this whale? It'd be quite impressive to jump over him in one go, right? Do forgive my hasty words, Captain Luffy. What I meant by jumping the old man, was, well... He waited for Luffy's answer, sweat streaming down his face. After hemming and hawing, Luffy slammed his fist down on his hand. I've got to try that. Izuku and the others gathered around the intruders, who were a little too well armed and ill-prepared to jump over a whale, as Luffy went outside. Nami's voice sounded as dry as a cactus when she said, so. What's the real reason you two are lurking around here? Vivi let out a dramatic sigh and placed a hand on Mr. Nine's shoulder, but Mr. Nine forced a brave face and insisted that he was just jumping. There's no point. We might as well tell the truth. Mr. Nine gave her a perplexed look before a flash of insight appeared in his eyes. Why yes, you are right. You have to forgive us, our village is in such dire straits. It's the only way to keep everyone fed. What are you talking about? We're running out of food. Our fishing nets come back empty, and the island, alas, is as barren as my dear wife. Not a child between us, no matter what we've tried, and not a single speck of greenery for all the seeds we've sown and all the water we've poured over the lifeless dirt. This whale was our last hope. It would feed the village for months. Then we'd have enough time to ship dirt from another island. The Straw Hats nodded approvingly, one by one, and Vivi felt the tension drain from her shoulders. That's terrible, Usopp said, wiping tears from his eyes, but don't worry, because Captain Usopp has a lot of strength that can. Nami gave him a head slap. Shut up, we are not getting involved in this. As Izuku put it, we could at least check it out, unless you feel like letting them kill Laboon. Nami looked up at the painted sky with a sense of unease. Fine, just as long as we don't waste any time or money on it. Got it. Mr. Nine smiled benevolently. We would be most grateful if you could come by. Even if you couldn't do anything, the gesture would be most appreciated. With suspicion, Zoro inspected them and said, and we could give you a ride there. Mr. Nine stopped. Why? We couldn't possibly impose. Then Vivi got an idea. She might be able to break up with Mr. Nine if she sails with the Straw Hats. She couldn't rely on him to support her over Baroque works, even though he had been surprisingly kind. If you would have us, Vivi said, thrusting an elbow into Mr. Nine's shoulder. That sounds like a wonderful idea. After giving her a quick glance, Mr. Nine reluctantly followed her example. Yes, of course, it would be an honor to sail aboard your ship. When they set sail with the Straw Hats, Vivi said to Mr. Nine in a whisper, jump off as soon as you can and let them know they're coming. Mr. Nine appeared shocked. What about you? I'll keep them distracted, so they don't suspect a trap. He held out their log pose back to Whiskey Peaks, saying, it's far too dangerous for you to remain here. You can go instead. Vivi tightened her jaw. Her plan was falling apart in front of her. She glanced around, seeing all the Straw Hats preoccupied with their new log pose, watching the needle twitch and hoisting the sails. Vivi took advantage of the situation and pushed Mr. Nine overboard. The Straw Hats were drawn over by the splash. As the others hurried to the railing, Zoro pulled out his swords. Vivi took a chance and glanced over, but Mr. Nine was nowhere to be seen. Nami inquired, "What did you just do?" Vivi knelt on the deck, her heart fluttering. "My name is Princess Vivi Nefertari of the Kingdom of Alabasta, and I would like to hire you to remove Crocodile from my father's kingdom." Izuku observed the Baroque Works members as they made their way to Whiskey Peaks. Setting up a spread for the incoming pirates, they quickly removed crates and brought out kegs of beer. Izuku gave a snort. "Can't imagine how many people would fall for a trap like this." "You'd be surprised," whispered Zoro. "Plenty of the bounties of brought in would have gone straight for the booze." As the Going Merry docked, Agaram smiled at them. His gaze flicked to Vivi, who gestured quickly. Agaram's eyes widened, then his expression returned to one of joy. "Welcome, brave adventurers. Drink and be merry. We'll have a feast prepared while you're enjoying the festivities." "A feast?" inquired Sanji. "Aren't you guys short on food?" It froze Agaram's face. "Ah, you must have heard a false rumor. Come, right this way." Izuku scowled. It was intended that Mr. Nine Vivi, who had thrown overboard, would swim back and explain why they had come. He searched, but he couldn't find them. Whispering, "I believe Mr. Nine returned to Laboon," Izuku said. Zoro placed his hand on his blade. "Should we start the party now?" Izuku considered it carefully. His initial reaction was to run to the doctor's side, but he had witnessed him overcome his share of setbacks. Crocus can handle him. We'll play it Vivi's way. Zoro relaxed his shoulders and sighed. "Right, then, bring on the booze." As a member of the Roger Pirates, Izuku had plenty of experience with parties, even though he didn't particularly enjoy them. As if the Straw Hats were the focal point of their universe, the party that Baroque Works threw for them felt forced. The only people drinking were those who were hovering around Zoro and Nami, matching them mug for mug, and the people on the periphery scowled until they noticed you staring at them. Usopp and Hatsume were occupied with tinkering with Logatown parts at their own table. When neither of them acknowledged the plates and mugs that were thrown at them, the Baroque Works agents gave up trying to get them to eat and drink. Izuku, for his part, pretended to eat and drink, spilling the majority of the alcohol on the ground. The sight of wasted food made Sanji's eyebrows twitch, even with women hanging over each shoulder. "I'm feeling beat," Izuku declared. "Think I'll take a leak, then head off to bed. Think we'll get another party in the morning?" "I'm sure we will." There was a hint of excitement in Sanji's casual tone. Izuku stumbled to his feet, imitating the inebriated stumbling he had witnessed in other pirates. He had actually needed to urinate, and after he was done, he returned to the gathering. With the same exaggerated drunkenness Izuku used, two agents stumbled in his direction. "Hey, brudda, hick. You're my best friend, you know that." Izuku rolled his eyes and moved out of the way, but the inebriated man rushed in his direction. Izuku noticed the shimmer of sea prism beneath his coat sleeves almost too late. With the glittering handcuffs hanging an inch from his chest, his hand slithered out and caught the man's wrist. "Careful there," Izuku said, pointedly omitting the sea prism. Since Vivi hadn't had time to tell Agaram everything, they couldn't afford to surprise him. "You better get to bed before you hurt yourself." Izuku experienced a tingling sensation in his abdomen. The point of a sword protruded from him as he looked down. Izuku turned around, stunned, the sword slicing through his chest. Izuku turned to face a Baroque agent who gaped at him, hand trembling. Izuku gazed at the sword below. Back at the man after that. The agent fled after dropping the sword. Izuku swore, and instead of reaching for the man, he threw a lightning bolt down the corridor. Sparks crackled across the man's skin as he screamed tautly and hit the ground. When Izuku's wrist cuffs clicked, he felt his strength wane. "Got you. Not so tough now, huh?" shouted the smiling agent who had attempted to bump into him. He was headbutted by Izuku. Izuku caught the man by the collar and slammed his forehead into his nose as he stumbled back. Again and again. Both of them were covered in blood as the cartilage crunched. Izuku dropped the man to the ground as soon as he stopped struggling. He searched the pockets of his pants and coats until he located the key to his handcuffs. Izuku considered his options after losing two agents. The Baroque Works agents would know the ambush was unsuccessful and launch an attack if he went back to the others. It wouldn't give them time to get Agaram's assistance, and he didn't want May in any possible danger, but he trusted everyone to take care of themselves. However, he could remove some of them while the others were preoccupied with the celebration if he remained unaccounted for and ensured that Baroque Works believed he had been captured. And he needed Agaram to ensure the deception was successful. The two bodies on the floor were poked by Izuku. The one he zapped rolled over and moaned, while the one he headbutted was out like a light. Grabbing him by the shirt, Izuku slammed him against a wall. Izuku inquired, "Where is Mr. 8? His face was spat in by the man. The spit hit the floor after flying straight through Izuku. Izuku glared at the man and slammed him once more. "I asked you a question. I'm not telling you anything." Izuku hesitated. He hadn't given this much thought. He had thought that as soon as Izuku asked, the agent would reveal everything. Izuku briefly thought about just letting the man go, but he had to locate Agaram first. He couldn't just go around the area and hope to bump into him. He required guidance, and he needed this man to do whatever it took to give it to him. What could he do, though? He was aware of Kachan's actions, so he gave it a try. Izuku's hand gave a menacing crackle. Izuku clamped down on the man's shoulder, causing his eyes to widen. "What did you just say to me?" He jerked the man in his hands. The man's jaw was clenched, and muffled screams rasped in his throat. A few seconds later, Izuku raised his hand, and the man gasped with tears and trembling. "Room, behind kitchen." Izuku got more specific instructions from him, then slapped him across the face and pulled the two agents into the restroom. Izuku covered them both with a coat and hoped no one would see them. Between dodging the occasional Baroque Works patrol and getting lost in the complex layout of the building, which had rooms and corridors strewn all over the place, Izuku's trip to Agaram went painfully slowly. He encountered a last challenge when he arrived at the kitchen, a busy space with a dozen chefs rushing to prepare mountains of food. Izuku, wondering how to get through without being seen, saw a latch on the smokestacks that led out of the ovens. Izuku pointed at the latch that held it in place, betting that no one would notice. The entire length of metal pipe exploded, and his aim turned out to be far less discriminating than he had hoped. The cooks all coughed and fell to their knees as a cloud of sooty smoke swept across the room. Izuku held his breath as he hurried through and into the rear room. Agaram appeared prepared to sound an alarm with a saxophone of all things, while Vivi had two swords drawn. Vivi inquired, "Is it starting already? They tried to get me when I split off from everyone else. I knocked them out and hid them." Agaram smiled. "You want me to spread the word you were caught? And point me towards whatever needs doing most." Vivi looked at Agaram sternly. "What we need is the eternal pose to Alabasta. And the perfect person to get it just fell in our lap." Not expecting that response, Vivi blinked. The only ones trusted with that eternal pose are the top 5 pairs. "As it happens, Mr. 5 had just arrived to inspect our operation here," Agaram said, clearing his throat as though he were tuning his own voice. "How strong are they?" "Strong enough that I'd only send you or Luffy after them. Preferably both. If I fight them, they'll raise the alarm," Izuku said. "Unless you're able to steal it off their person, I'm afraid you'll have no other option." Izuku thought about it. "Isn't this on the route to Alabasta? I remember visiting it from here." "It is, but most pirates skip the next stop. Little Garden, aside from being a dangerous island, mainly stops pirates because it takes 100 years to reset the log pose there." Izuku felt sick to his stomach. They had no eternal poses to change their course, and he had been unaware of that wrinkle. "So we need one to Alabasta. Are you up to it?" Izuku inhaled deeply. Though he recalled how easily he had handled the two ambushers, he felt terribly out of his depth, alone in an enemy stronghold with hundreds of bounty hunters out to get him. Even with Sea Prism, he could toss them about like rag dolls, and without it, they couldn't even touch him. What's the best way to get to them? It turned out that the best approach was to crawl into a ceiling air vent, which also served as a handy bolt hole to the cellar. From there was a passage to a quiet place by the docks. Izuku ducked across the shore until he arrived at the mayor's quarters, aware of all the agents waiting for the full ambush to start in the dark houses. Agaram had a spare key for the back because he had lived there until being expelled by the higher-ranking members. Izuku unlocked it, slipped inside, and followed a man's voice. Miss Valentine yelled, "I don't see why we need to wait, we should just kill them both and be done with it." "We could do that," said Mr. 5. "Or we could let them deal with the Straw Hats for us, then kill them and take the credit." "And what if they team up with the Straw Hats?" Then we kill them all. Simple. It won't matter how strong they are if we bomb the entire island. The blood in Izuku froze. Running to the door, he looked through the gap. Miss Valentine was stretched out on a large, fluffy mattress, and Mr. Five was leaning against the back wall. "Please don't make me carry your snot again. It's disgusting," said Miss Valentine, making a retching sound. "More disgusting than other bodily fluids. What about your hair? Couldn't we use that?" Mr. Five pulled his dreadlocks back for protection. "Absolutely not. It has style. It has fleas. Do you want those fleas on your umbrella?" Fine, but we only do that if they team up, got it?" Izuku looked around the room for the eternal pose. The only personal belongings they had on hand were an unloaded pistol and a striped parasol. Now that they likely carried it on themselves, Izuku grimaced. He scolded himself for not considering inviting Nami to join him in a heist. He saw Mr. Five idly pick up the pistol and shoot it. "Something tells me they already have." He held up the pistol in the direction of the door. Izuku jumped aside even as he told himself it was unloaded. When the entire door blew apart, it was evident that it was the right choice. "Mr. Five, what the hell? I liked that door. The building's got rats. I think that one's still scurrying around." With the cover blown, Izuku rushed in and punched Mr. Five after bouncing back and forth with Soru. The contact caused the man's skin to burst, and they both flew apart. Izuku shook himself off, but Miss Valentine jumped right up to him. "Hyahaha, eat this, idiot." He went right through Miss Valentine. In addition, she broke the floorboards as she went right through the floor. Izuku was buried beneath a heap of splintered wood after collapsing with the rest of the debris. Mr. 3 jumped to his feet and brushed himself clean. "You couldn't have gotten him without bringing down the place." "I didn't get him." That was Izuku's signal to stand up. He rolled his neck and shrugged off a wooden beam. "Explosion and mass manipulation. Can you manipulate any mass, or is it only your own? And what kind of compound causes your explosions? Can you change them?" Miss Valentine gave him a fierce look. "Are you seriously expecting us to tell you how our powers work?" "Not really, but it couldn't hurt to ask." Miss Valentine jumped up and said, "Well, if you want to know what they can do so badly, then hold still." As Mr. Five hurled snot bombs at Izuku, Miss Valentine used her parasol to ride the updraft of the explosions. Miss Valentine, aiming where the explosions cast shadows on the smoke cloud, came crashing down with the force of a missile after floating far over the island. Reaching up, Izuku grabbed both of her feet. His arms strained from the sheer weight bearing down on him as he sank into the earth. Izuku turned quickly, grabbed her ankles, and threw her body to the ground. At the last moment, her weight decreased, and she recovered with only minor injuries. "I get it," said Izuku. "Force is mass times acceleration. You reduced the force on your body by reducing your mass as well. But if I do this..." Izuku threw Miss Valentine into the air as if throwing a hammer. Her parasol burst open, preventing her from plunging into the ocean despite her low mass sending her hurtling through the air. Izuku hurried Mr. Five away from the fight. Izuku, who was better prepared for the explosions, punched through each blast using Tekai. "It's not nitroglycerin," Izuku told them. "The color's wrong, and it doesn't have that burnt sugar smell." Mr. Five spat on the ground, creating a massive dust cloud as he struggled against the flurry of crackling punches. He whistled sharply and loudly. Like enraged wasps, armed members of Baroque works poured out of the houses surrounding him, causing them to fly open. Izuku coughed and waved a hand around, then looked up to see that he was surrounded. Swords stopped his escape, and a broadside of pistols aimed at him. Others held out pails of glistening gray sand. "You might be a Logia," Mr. Five growled. "But you're nothing if you get a bit of sea prism on you." Izuku smiled. "You'll have to hit me first." Sand sprang at him from every direction. In a flash, Izuku appeared just in front of the pistoliers, crouching and sorrowing beneath it all. They all opened fire in a panic, scattering bullets across the ground and into their own ranks. Izuku kicked 3 back and knocked aside a 4th shot after sweeping a leg up. 3 more were running toward Izuku with buckets. Sand was strewn all over the ground as Izuku snatched a man and threw him into the group. From behind, 2 swords slashed. Before throwing the man into the second swordsman, he grabbed one of his wrists and pulled him in for a vicious headbutt. In an unavoidable cloud, more buckets of sand were thrown at him, this time aiming high and low. Together with Geppo, Izuku leapt into the air and flew over the sand. Miss Valentine swung her parasol at him and joined him in the air. Like a gigantic fly swatter, the impact struck Izuku in the shoulder and sent him flying back to the ground. Kyahaha, I sprinkled sea prism all over my parasol. Take that, you idiot. With a grunt, Izuku withdrew from his impact crater. His strength was drained by the glittering dust on his shirt. That was a nice hit. You didn't change your umbrella's mass, though, did you? He said, rubbing his shoulder. The ease with which Izuku brushed off the blow intimidated the grunts, and they all retreated, but Mr. Five yelled, "You idiots, he got sea prism on him. Now's our chance." He was thrown a snot bomb by Mr. Five. While the grunts with clubs and swords waited for a clear view, a few agents shot hurriedly into the smoke. Izuku's frayed shirt drifted to the ground as the smoke cleared. Mr. Five grinned. "See, boys, Logias go down easy once you get them wet. He's behind you," Miss Valentine yelled from above. Mr. Five spun around and was struck in the chest by a lightning strike. Izuku approached him shirtless as he lay twitching on the ground, oblivious to the other agents nearby. "I wasn't sure that would work so well, but a quick Soru got me clean instantly." "You bastard," yelled Miss Valentine, "take this." Before Izuku hurled lightning at her, she had already fallen halfway to the ground. The electrical current traveled through her arm and up the handle of the metal umbrella. Like a burnt moth, she fell, clearly charred. Izuku grinned as he allowed electricity to dance between his fingers, savoring the hue, texture, and pungent scent of ozone that pervaded his surroundings. Furthermore, he observed the men's fear and amazement as they watched him. Fighting alongside Roger's crew had made him feel strong. Here, though, Izuku felt powerful for the first time in his life. At last, he experienced what it was like to be Bakugo. Izuku said, "All right, scumbags," with a threatening smile while turning up the electricity. "Who's next?" All of the agents of the Baroque works agreed that they were not next. "Die," Izuku yelled as he leapt after the nearest one and drew back a fist. They all fell like bowling pins as the punch sent the man flying through the group in front of him, bending his spine backwards. Izuku erupted in laughter as he gazed at the men who were unconscious and scattered everywhere. "This feels amazing. I could beat anyone I wanted with power like this. I could even beat Bakugo." Izuku turned to see that every agent from the Baroque works had left. He let out a sigh and jumped into the air, hovering alongside Geppo. A group fled toward the docks. Izuku's hand clenched. Between his fingers, electricity jerked, straightening into a crackling light lance. When he threw, the closest ship was struck by a thunderbolt. The agents scampered off as timber flew. Izuku prepared another lightning strike. Another group fled toward a warehouse. The entire building was torn apart by a deafening explosion after the thunderbolt crashed straight through the roof. The air was filled with bullets and cannonballs, some of which were mowing down agents in the vicinity. In Izuku's head, a cannonball went straight through. He grinned as he turned to see it vanish over the horizon. "Ha, I really am invincible." Izuku collapsed back to the floor, admiring the lifeless, smoldering corpses surrounding him. A sliver of glass that was visible through Miss Valentine's jacket caught his attention. He reached into the unconscious woman's pocket, took out the eternal pose, and held it up to the sun. "Perfect. I just need to get back to the others and..." There was a gunshot. Mr. Five supported himself with one elbow. He had blood dripping from the corners of his mouth and nose. "End of the line for you, you monster." He drew a rasping breath and said, "You'll never make it to Mr. Zero now." Izuku's hand tipped. Glass fragments fell to the floor. He strode over and gave Mr. Five a chilly glare. The agent paled and swallowed. When he attempted to crawl away, Izuku stomped his boot down hard on his back. Izuku said in a scornful tone, "Now why did you have to do something as stupid as that? I would have just left you alone, but instead, you had to get in my way. Do you have any idea who I am? Who I'm going to be? I'm Izuku Midoriya, and I'm going to be the greatest hero that ever lived. I'll crush every villain I find. You got that? Go to hell." Izuku applied more pressure. A rib snapped, and Mr. Five screamed. "Come to think of it, you're a villain, aren't you? Guess I'll start my hero career by crushing you." One more bone crunched. No matter how hard Mr. Five clawed and scraped at the ground, Izuku's foot stayed firmly planted on his back. As Izuku tightened his grip, a third rib broke. "Hey Izuku, did you get..." Izuku swung his fist out. Someone grabbed his arm, shocking him. He turned and was struck in the face by a rubbery fist. Izuku cleaned his face of blood. What was that for? He asked, glancing at Luffy. You almost punched Mei. Izuku was not even aware of the meaning of the words as they echoed in his mind. His gaze darted from Luffy to Mei, who was standing behind him, staring at him as if he were a terrifying stranger with wide eyes and a pale face. Izuku looked down at his bloody hands as he finally understood what Luffy had said. He sank to his knees as strength left his legs. I didn't mean to, he said in a raspy whisper. What have I done? With one hand idly twirling his saxophone, Agaram strode forward. Young man, how recently did you eat your devil fruit? Izuku raised his head. Just yesterday. Why? Well, I haven't had the experience myself, but I've seen it happen to others. The power goes right to their head. Why? I remember when Pell first got his fruit. Leapt off the castle on a dare and crash-landed in the plaza. He could have broken his neck if he hadn't changed last second. Agaram melodically cleared his throat. It's especially bad for Logias, I hear. Some even get god complexes. Izuku's heart was still pounding. Under his skin, electricity hummed, urging him to strike out at everyone in his vicinity. Izuku clenched his jaw and said, cuffs. Please. Luffy reached into his pouch and pulled out the glittering cuffs. Izuku felt hollow after the manic energy dissipated as the sea prism tightened around his wrists. Mei hurried forward to catch him as he staggered to his feet. Thanks. I'm sorry. It's only fair, with the number of blasts I caught you with. So, about that log pose, Agaram said, clearing his throat once more. Izuku winced, recalling those broken bones, and pointed to Mr. 5, saying, he shot it. Unfortunate. Well, there's nothing for it, but to try our luck at Little Garden. There might be an old log pose that's been sitting long enough to realign. The Straw Hats stole everything on the island and left after Izuku had buried the 7 dead and bandaged as many people as he could, not realizing they had 2 more passengers. When Mr. 9 felt 6 hands snatch him by the neck and limbs, he became motionless. Nico Robin emerged from the darkness. And here I thought I'd be the only stray on board. What are you doing here, Mr. 9? Shouldn't you have been with the others? When Robin opened the mouth of Mr. 9, he said, I heard everything Miss We Know, Vivi told them. I know what Crocodile's planning, and I'm going to help her stop him, because that's what partners do. And I'll stop you too, no matter what it takes. Really, you're turning your back on Baroque works. After how far you've climbed up the ranks. Mr. 9 gave her a defiant glare. Grinning, Robin released him. Then it seems we have a common cause. Mr. 9's gaze expanded. Wait, you mean, then let's go up and tell them. I won't show myself yet. Not until I know for certain they are who they seem to be. Crocodile got his report from the Unluckies in his private quarters at Rainbase over in Alabasta. Whiskey Peaks is in ruins, all hands are gone, 2 single-digit agents are incapacitated, 2 more are defecting, and a 5th is missing. The destruction of the eternal pose that Mr. 5 had been entrusted with was the only bright spot. Crocodile took a shot of whiskey to think things through, then picked up a transponder snail and said, change of plans. I want all of you at Little Garden. Make sure the Straw Hats don't leave that island alive. Izuku could sense hostile eyes on him as soon as he stepped foot in Little Garden. Suddenly tense, he glanced around, but he could see no one was observing. For Usopp, I don't get it, what's so scary about this place? He was met with a bestial roar. Trees snapped like twigs, and the ground shook with thunderous footsteps. An enormous T-Rex roared onto the sandy beach from the overgrowth, snarled its jaws, and sneered down at the Straw Hats. Meet! Luffy yelled as he bounded toward the dinosaur. With a yelp, the dinosaur fled back into the woods. Luffy was dragged along for the ride, holding on to its tail by his teeth. Nami grimaced. And there goes Luffy. We should split up to find a log pose, Vivi said as she took the initiative. Zoro gave her a sidelong glance but remained silent. Izuku scanned his surroundings, wondering if he sensed the dinosaur watching him. The apprehension persisted. With a pale face, Usopp said, SSS split up. In there. And we'll need a few people to guard the boat. Nami and Usopp both yelled, I will. At the same time. Agaram proposed, then why don't we split up in pairs? You and I, Izuku and Mei, and Zoro and Sanji. Go with Mosshead. With Idiot Marimo, are you out of your mind? Izuku remarked, I'm not sure that's safe, I feel like there's something else here. Can you tell what it is? No, Izuku acknowledged. Agaram cupped his ear and looked over the treetops. The island isn't that big. If we run into trouble, the other groups will hear it. Izuku grudgingly agreed after taking a look around. He could still hear Luffy biting through the T-Rex's tail while it wailed in agony. Then that settles it. Izuku, since you have a devil fruit, you should search the jungle. Vivi and I will sweep down one coast, while Zoro and Sanji can cover the other half. Agaram surveyed the area. Zoro, Sanji, did they leave already? According to Usopp, they started a competition for who could find the log pose first. He pointed and deadpanned. Ah, well, it's most likely along the coast, so we'll split the beaches between us. The shoreline was covered in the dried-up husks of beached ships, adorned with the scattered skeletons of their previous crew, bones that the island's wildlife had picked clean and chewed on. As May picked through the brittle wreckage, Izuku hung back, looking for any indication of hostile eyes. She returned with an armful of screws, nails, and clasps that she hoped would be useful, but no log pose. So, how long are you going to wear that for? Izuku's gaze lowered to his wrists. The thought of Whiskey Peaks being blasted apart beneath him weighed more heavily on his mind than the sea prism, which felt like a heavy weight clasped to his arm. As long as I need to. I can't save anyone with power I can't control. I'd just hurt everyone. May carried the heap of scrap she had discovered on her shoulders as she trudged along. I don't get it. You finally get a quirk and you're giving up on it. Izuku suppressed the rage that was building inside of him. It was too similar to how he felt when he was flinging lightning all over the place. I wasn't in control, May. I felt like I could do anything I wanted. Someone pissed me off. Throw lightning at them. Someone tried to hide from me. I blew up the whole damn building. People died, May. The words, "You killed that one other guy," were spoken softly by May. That was different. He said that he killed you, and I, but those guys. Sure, they were bad, but heroes aren't supposed to kill villains. Someone ought to tell Endeavor. Izuku gave a snort. May, really, I mean sure, he has the highest kill count out of the top 10, but he also responds to a far higher number of homicides and hostage situations than any other hero in the top 10, not to mention there are plenty of lower-ranked heroes with higher. If it's okay for Endeavor to kill those people, doesn't that make it okay for you too? Izuku took a deep breath and closed his eyes. I don't want to be like that. Then don't. Izuku held up the sea prism handcuffs and said, I don't think I can. Not without these on. I'll try again after a while, okay. And if you need it, I'll make something to snap you out of it. All right. Izuku grinned. Deal. The trees shook with a loud crash. Is that another T-Rex? Or is it the one Luffy tried to eat? Izuku asked as he turned around. A huge footstep shook the ground, causing the sand to leap. After giving May a tense look, Izuku remarked, I think this dinosaur's a lot bigger. It was not a dinosaur that pierced the tree line. The giant lumbered onto the beach and looked around the coastline, humanoid in shape but tall enough to compete with the largest of quirked people. May and Soru were seized by Izuku and taken into hiding behind the ship. Do you think you can beat him without your power? May responded. I'm not even sure I could beat him with my power. They're supposed to be the best fighters out on the sea. Huge fingers clasped around the creaking wood. Izuku was paralyzed with fear and could only watch as the ship they were hiding in rose above the earth. Like an inquisitive child observing ants hiding beneath a rock, the giant gazed down at them. The giant's laughter sent birds flying all over the island. Humans on the island. If you're looking for a seaworthy boat, I'm afraid the vessels along this coast have all gone to rot long ago. Gegyagyagya. He said, the name's Dory. What's yours? Izuku found his voice and said, we actually have a boat, but we need a log pose. After introducing himself. Really? Did you lose yours? Well, no, but we can't exactly wait 100 years until it resets. Why not? I've been here that long. There's plenty of game to hunt, and the water's fresh enough. We, don't live that long. The shockwave almost knocked May off her feet, and Dory grimaced. Right, humans, of course. Always forget you're not as long-lived as us. Shorter folk, shorter lives. Right, well, I do have an old log pose lying around somewhere. With how long it's been, it should be set by now. Really? Yep, but I'll need something from you in return. Izuku's nascent optimism perished. And what is that? Booze. Haven't had a stiff drink in 100 years. Any self-respecting pirate is bound to have a barrel or two on board, right? Get me enough to wet my whistle, and my log pose is yours. They had plenty of barrels of whiskey peaks in their hold, but Izuku had no idea how much alcohol would be needed to feed a giant. I think we have enough. Why don't we show you? Dory looked up into the sky. Can't. I have to get ready. Ready for what? The morning duel, of course. Won't be long before the volcano blows its top again. But what about? Just build a fire later. Brigitte and I will follow the smoke trail. The giant then lumbered away. Did he say someone else would come with him? Izuku asked, watching the giant vanish into the trees. Yes he did. Do you think they're also a giant? Given that he's going to duel someone, probably. Izuku sighed as he looked over the broken tree trail. I really hope they have enough booze. And I hope Zoro won't try to fight them for it. I'd be more worried about Nami trying to charge them for it. Usopp waved from the top of the crow's nest as they returned to the Going Merry. Ahoy, how wonderful to see you, my friend. Thanks. Usopp's upbeat demeanor unnerved Izuku. Did anything happen while we were away? Nope. Nah. All quiet along the starboard side, sir. Where's Nami? We're going to have guests soon. Her. Oh, she, went to powder her nose. You know how girls are. Though he didn't know the Straw Hats well enough to pinpoint the exact cause, Izuku could feel his suspicions growing. Right, so, we need to get all that booze from Whiskey Peaks out. We're trading it for a log pose. Trading? With who? The sound of steel on steel echoed through the forest. As the two giants started their duel, a tree in the distance fell over. With them. I'll grab the barrels. Hurriedly. Why don't we wait? Usopp said. We don't want anything to happen to the liquor before we trade it, right? It'll take a while to get it out. We might as well start now. There was a loud thump on the deck as Izuku and Mei made their way downstairs. Usopp sat up and rubbed his ass sheepishly. Whoops, I tripped. Clumsy me, wah yo. With a shrug, Izuku went into the cargo hold. The sense of being watched grew stronger as he glanced around. From one side of the room, he could almost feel eyes on him. He approached, his arms tingling, until he was standing in front of the ship's hull's wooden planks. Upon closer inspection, he was unable to identify the source of his discomfort. The planks felt a little waxy to the touch as he ran his hand over them. Mei said, something wrong. Her eyes darted around the room like crosshairs. I don't know, I'm still getting that weird feeling, but I guess it's nothing. Izuku shrugged and watched the area as he picked up a barrel. He held it up to the dim light from above deck after his hand became wet. His palm was covered in a red smear. Confused, Izuku questioned, the paint's still wet on these barrels. I suppose it is a bit damp down here. Izuku dragged a barrel over each shoulder, ignoring the paint on his clothing. As he returned, Usopp's eyes flitted over the red smears covering his body and then to the sea prism cuffs on his wrists, giving him a slightly uneasy appearance. Careful with that stuff. I just got my clothes washed. Dory stomps up to their ship, followed by another giant, before Izuku has time to process all the strangeness that is happening. When they see the barrels lined up on shore, they practically run over. Dory picked up a barrel, took a big swig, and then struck Bragi in the jaw while Bragi introduced himself. Izuku was trying to piece together what had happened while he was distracted by the angry giant when Usopp yelled, Okama Kenpo. Izuku made a furrow in the sand as he flew across the beach. He awoke blearily to find Mei backing away and pointing a gauntlet at Usopp, who was moving menacingly forward. Usopp jumped gracefully over her palm thrust and lashed out with a foot as she swung. Izuku caught the kick on his forearm as he darted across the beach faster than the eye could follow. Usopp's face changed as his foot touched the sea prism cuff. Oh ho, very well done, my boy. Yes, it is I, Bon Kure, or as my friends in Baroque works call me, Mr. 2. Izuku had no desire to introduce himself. The intruder was hit by a barrage of his punches. With a yelp, Bon Kure sprang off. He mimicked Usopp's appearance and tapped his face, saying, now hold on. You want to know what happened to your friends, right? Like, Long Nose, or the princess. Vivi's face appeared after another tap. Clock's ticking, Midoriya, if you don't find them soon, they'll be turned into wax statues. As Izuku punched, he froze. He clenched his jaw and yelled, where? Center of the island, by those two giant skeletons. Can't miss them. Izuku slammed his fist forward. Mr. 2 collapsed to the ground and vanished like a light. Mei caught Izuku's wrist as he strode toward the shore. It's a trap. Has to be. I know. And he probably wasn't telling the truth. Izuku stopped. We don't have time to find them if they're anywhere else. So you're going to walk right into their trap and hope they're telling the truth? Or are you going to figure out where they actually put them? At that, Izuku scowled thoughtfully. You thought of something. When we went down into the cargo hold, the dimensions didn't match. The ship was too narrow. Izuku's mind flits about everything that seemed out of the ordinary to him in the cargo hold. The barrels, paint job, the strange sensation emanating from the walls, the sides' waxy texture. Statues made of wax. Running downstairs, Izuku smashed his fist into the wall. Before a glob of wax sped in his direction, a scared, spectacled face gazed out at him. Mr. 3 sighed and raised his hands as Izuku prepared a blow. Well, that's just great, he said. I knew Mr. 2 would botch it up. Well, you got me. Your crewmates are in here too. Izuku studied the man, surprised at how readily he had given up. Where? 4 bodies fell to the ground as Mr. 3 peeled back the wax shell on the ship's side. Izuku pointed out that all of the wax is white, and it has only been lightly painted to match the ship. Usopp and the others were glowing like moonlight, with a splatter of silver paint on their faces. They were covered in round bruises, and Usopp's head was so full of lumps that his face was almost unrecognizable. So, Izuku said, your plan was to lure us to the center of the island into a trap, while you stashed our crewmates in our own ship, where we would never think to look for them. Mr. 3 smiled at him uneasily. Brilliant, isn't it? But, well, no harm done, and all that, so would you mind letting us go? I promise we won't come after you again, honest. Izuku didn't trust Mr. 3's smile because of the way his eyes darted away and how relaxed he appeared. There was a partner lurking nearby, as evidenced by the paint that was all over the place and didn't match the man's wax. Izuku only exposed the remainder of the ship's hull when he yanked, grabbing the edges of the wax shell. Izuku inquired, where's your partner? My partner. The one with the paint. Mr. 3 nodded toward a barrel and swallowed. Izuku heard another barrel pop its lid behind him as he removed the lid and saw rum sloshing around inside. Black betrayal. A paintbrush swung its blade. Izuku attempted to jump away, but his arm was covered in black paint. Now, Mr. 3 said with a sly smile, you're going to assist us in locating the remaining members of your group. Izuku gazed at the paint below. He glanced up at Mr. 3 again. You evoke different emotions with different colors, right? Does the composition of the paint affect the intensity of said emotion? Izuku asked, carefully examining the paint with a finger. The young girl tilted her head in the barrel. I haven't tried other types. Mr. 3 tightened his jaw. Did you not hear me? Get moving, now. While ignoring him, Izuku questioned, what about tattoos? Could you make permanent changes with ink in someone's skin? The eyes of Miss Goldenweek grew wide. That's kinda messed up. How did you think of that so fast? Hey, stomped Mr. 3's foot. Stop ignoring me. Well, I mean, I kinda make a habit of analyzing quirks. There's a lot you could do with an ability like that. For example, someone with chronic depression could get something tattooed to improve their mood, right? What about mixing colors? Does that change the effect? It does, though it can get a bit too precise for some mixtures. I'm having problems with certain mixtures. Enough, yelled Mr. 3, knock out the girl, and go get the rest of your friends. Izuku delivered a blow. Mr. 3 fell backwards and crashed into a line of barrels, shattering his glasses. How is the paint not working? Is it because you consider me a friend for some reason? Mr. 3 asked, groggily sitting up. Izuku smiled and raised his wrists. Mr. 3 looked in astonishment at the sea prism. You're a Logia, wearing sea prism. Why, it's your biggest advantage. I don't need it to be strong. That's just stupid. Why not encase your feet in cement? Why not glue your hands together and tie a blindfold over your eyes? Izuku paused to reflect. That might help me with observation hockey. When he struck his bruised face, Mr. 3 winced and gave a facepalm. How did I lose to an idiot like you? Izuku cracked his knuckles and took a step closer. Will you explain your attack honest to me? Quote. Yes, without a doubt. My throat hurts a lot, Mr. 3 rasped, just come a little closer. Can't speak up. He rubbed his throat and coughed a few halting times. Mr. 3's hand slid across the floor, sending wax around Izuku's ankles as he leaned forward and rolled his eyes. I'll admit that your cuffs shield you from Miss Goldenweek's paint, but they have no effect on my wax. You have no power to stop us now. Quote. In the meantime, May stood motionless and waited as Miss Goldenweek slashed out with her brush, painting a black symbol across her chest. She's not wearing any, either. Excellent. Kill him now. Quote. May cocked her gauntlet, aiming for Izuku's chest, but he leaned bonelessly away, evading all of May's blows with Kami-e. He should break his shins. He can't move those, yelled Mr. 3. Quote. May's eyes blinked and came back into focus as Izuku braced himself. The impact dial sent a shockwave through his leg, but the brace held with Tekai. The blow cracked the wax around his foot, and Izuku yanked his leg free. Another kick dislodged the remaining wax, allowing Izuku to move. Before May could try to attack him again, Izuku punched clean through a barrel, sloshing its alcoholic contents around, and splashed a handful onto the mark on May's arm. May shook herself off and looked more closely at Miss Goldenweek's easel, saying, "That was strange. Does that paint work if you're not the one applying it? If I had a can or two of that paint, I could make a ton of awesome babies." Babies. Quote. Izuku returned his focus to Mr. 3 while May was rambling excitedly about ink stamps and spray painting. The bounty hunter was crawling into a pile of barrels when Izuku grabbed his ankle and pulled him back out. "Have you finished, or do I need to continue beating you up?" Quote. Izuku responded on his behalf, clapping a C-prism cuff May had given him around his wrist as Mr. 3 ground his teeth, searching for a way out. The two of them slumped bonelessly as Izuku carried them under each arm, and he clapped the other end on Miss Goldenweek's wrist, saying, "We don't have too many of those, so the two of you will have to share." The woods echoed with the sound of steel on steel, and Izuku turned to the two giants sitting on the beach, chugging barrels they had cleaned off, after binding them and Mr. 2 to the mast and ensuring that all three were in contact with the C-prism. "On the island, is there anyone else?" Izuku inquired. "It should only be you two. I have no idea who these individuals are." "All right, are you able to watch these three?" Quote. "With their battered, cracked weapons," Dory and Bragi said, "they won't be going anywhere." Izuku heard the sounds of battle and soon found himself in a clearing of fallen trees, some still standing but with neat holes cut through their trunks. A trail of blood spread across the forest floor before Izuku finally ran into Zoro, leaning against a tree, two swords upright in the ground, the third held loosely between his teeth, his breath hissing out as he stared down at the giant, bladed man staring down at him. Mr. 1 tore up his shirt and wrapped it around the slash wound across his chest, saying, "Nicely done. You got me with that last one," he said. With twitching fingers, Zoro snatched up his blades and stumbled to his feet, saying, "Who said I'm done yet?" Quote. "Then by all means, come try again." Izuku placed a hand on Zoro's shoulder as he stumbled forward, and Zoro's eyes glared back at him like daggers. "Those need stitches. I am unable to lose. Never again." "You didn't. All I did was steal your victory." As Izuku approached, Mr. 1 arched an eyebrow and said, "Where's your weapon, kid?" Quote. "Don't need one." The bounty hunter laughed so hard that blades appeared all over his body. "What, are you going to punch me? I hope you give it a shot." Mr. 1 spat blood as he flew back into a tree, and Izuku blurred forward, his Tekai-hardened fist slamming into his chin. "Look, I've already dealt with two strange people today. Would you kindly stop wasting time on that?" Quote. After examining him, Mr. 1 said, "If I fail, the boss will kill me." "Who is your boss, too?" Quote. "Kid, we're Baroque Works," said Mr. 1, rolling his eyes. "Do you think I'll tell you?" Quote. "Oh, crocodile. No wonder he sent all of us after you," said Mr. 1, winced. "Yes, you're very fortunate. We're going to beat up your boss. You won't have any issues after we take care of him, correct?" Quote. Mr. 1 rolled his shoulders and got to his feet, saying, "It's bold of you to think you'll have any chance against him." "I guess I'll have to prove it then," Izuku said, cracking his knuckles. When Mr. 1 overreacted with a two-handed chop, Izuku darted to his back and punched at his kidneys, and when Mr. 1's back sprouted blades, the steel shattered against Izuku's fists. The bounty hunter's arms transformed into razor-sharp scythes, and as he hacked and slashed at Izuku, trees fell and branches flew. Mr. 1 groaned and fell over, saying, "Just finish me off," as the cut along his chest spurted blood when he attempted to stand again. "In this state, I am useless to the boss." Izuku turned around and grimaced, saying, "Heroes don't kill people." To find Sanji, he picked up Zoro and followed the trail of perforated trees to May, who was using Iron Cloud to bind a woman and bind Sanji's puncture wounds. If Vivi's statement is accurate, then Mr. 1, 2, and 3, along with their partners, were involved. Mr. 4, where are you? Quote. Watch out, 4, he said as he sat up, just as a fat man in a green shirt appeared out of nowhere. Beside him, a mole-faced woman fell face-first to the ground and jumped up, screaming, What did you say? You must talk more quickly when we're that, getting attacked by a Roger pirate. Do you have any idea how mad boss is going to be? Underground, when he discovers that we failed to kill the Straw Hat Brat. Quote. Punch. Why do you have to scare off my lunch, you jerks? Snorted Luffy as he leapt out of the sky, leaving a crater in the ground. He then glared at Miss Merry Christmas. That meat was what I wanted. Quote. He then turned to face Izuku and the others, saying, Oh, hello everyone. Has the mystery ball been located yet? Quote. Sighing, Izuku said, Yes, Luffy. The mystery ball was located. Cut ropes and sea prism cuffs littered the deck, and after a few punches, Izuku and Luffy returned with the rest of the Baroque Works bounty hunters, Dory and Broggy both unconscious, their legs painted yellow-green. Come on, how did they escape? Quote. Mr. 3 always has an extra lockpick with him. At Nico Robin's feet, Izuku turned to see Mr. 3 and others bound with disembodied hands, Mr. 9 hiding behind her, twitching his bat nervously. Were you guys hiding on the ship too? Izuku asked, throwing up his hands. How many other people are there? Quote. One of the barrels quacked from the Mary's interior. The Going Merry felt crowded with the 2 new passengers, the DeLorean, the liquor barrels and dinosaur carcasses that took up most of the cargo hold, Maze Dial's experiments, and the heaps of junk Usopp had purchased in Logatown. Izuku wanted to get some alone time, so he hopped up to the crow's nest and updated his hero notes, Isekai Pirates Edition. The fact that animals ate devil fruit just as easily as people raised a number of questions, and Izuku pondered whether they would be considered support equipment. On the woodwork beside him, a mouth and an ear appeared. Izuku was in the middle of drawing the body parts when Robin remarked, You're the ship's medic, right? Quote. I mean, I've learned a few things from Crocus, but I never had any formal education. It must be done. Something has come down with May. May shivered in bed, delirious, and ranting about making babies, while Izuku jumped down to the deck and ran to the girls' quarters, forgetting all thoughts of taking notes. Her forehead felt like a cast iron pan, and Izuku winced as he took her temperature and noticed an insect bite on her arm. She most likely contracted something from Little Garden, but Izuku assured the assembled crew, I can make something to keep her fever down. She needs to be treated by a legitimate physician. Robin continued, and considering Little Garden's fauna, it's probably a disease that most doctors won't be able to treat. We'll require a specialist. How much time does she have? Sanji inquired, his tone no longer flirtatious but solemn and solemn. This struck her too quickly, Izuku said, gritting his teeth. 2 or 3 days. Until she passes away. What if it gets the rest of us too? Usopp screamed. Quote. Izuku crushed herbs in a mortar and added some tear balm, saying, This is why you're all getting doused with insect repellent. Should have done this when we set out on the island. We might make it to Alabasta in a day and a half, Nami said, pulling out a crude chart from Logatown, after everyone had been declared bug-free and reeking to high heaven. A smile came to Vivi's face. The capital has top-notch physicians. Father could have her examined immediately. Zoro fumbled with his sword in one hand and said, That's if Crocodile lets us. Isn't there a civil war going on? There's no assurance that once we land, we won't become entangled in that. Especially since he should be expecting us, given his top numbers won't be reporting in, Agaram said, clearing his throat melodiously. But we can't afford to delay, Vivi scowled. More of my people are dying every day. We'll have to take that chance. With respect, Your Highness, we can't ask them to abandon a comrade for our sakes. On Agaram, Vivi whirled. But what else would we do? There aren't any more log posses here. Well, I still have the one for Whiskey Peaks, Nine said, adjusting the crown on his head. That Crocus guy was Roger's doctor, didn't you say that? Quote. Too far, said Nami, shaking her head. It would take a week, even with the wind. A few eternal poses were placed on the table by Robin, who said, Crocodile gave me a few, but there's no guarantee they'll be any help. Izuku examined them, and the one marked, Drum Kingdom, immediately drew his attention. That particular one. There are many highly qualified physicians there. Is it far? Quote. After racking his brain, Izuku said, We swung by after Whiskey Peaks, and it wasn't much longer than a week. Alabasta is about 4 days away, Robin continued. Nami wrote all the distances they knew in circles on her map and said, so, knowing all that, it's at most 2 days from here. However, that will take at least another week. That will give Crocodile more time to get ready for us, objected Vivi. Leaning against a wall and glaring out over the deck, Luffy said, it's fine. We're going to kick his ass no matter what he does. Make your way to Drum Kingdom. As everyone hurried to turn the ship around, Vivi stepped forward, ready to protest, but Agaram placed a hand on her shoulder and shook his head, saying, I don't like it either, but we need to be patient. Nami wiped the eternal pose off the table and said, Captain. Our people are counting on us, she impatiently said. I understand. After all, my wife is still there. Biting back her rage, Vivi sighed and rushed to assist in bringing the sails into position. They arrived after a few tense days of watching over May, and Drum Kingdom looked far more bleak than Izuku remembered, with the houses having loose timbers and roofs that needed patching, and the snow on the streets being trampled down rather than shoveled. A tall, stocky man in a green tunic lined with fur ran out to greet them as they sailed in, his head wrapped in clean bandages, one arm in a splint, a giant spade slung over one shoulder, its edges appearing sharp enough to cut. It would be wise for you to turn around. We don't want any more problems with the Blackbeard pirates, we already have enough. We're just here for a doctor, Izuku said, hurrying forward. Is Hirolik or anyone else available? Quote. Dalton's expression changed from one of surprise to one of silent sorrow. Dead. With Wapol, almost all of the other physicians are either deceased or no longer with us. After examining his bandages, Izuku remarked, those look professionally done. Well, Dr. Kurha's still kicking. Izuku smiled, that's right. Where is she? Quote. She is in the mountaintop castle. Although there is a lift in town, it is probably safer to climb because the Blackbeard pirates are holed up there. Those pirates are more dangerous than the Lapons. When Dalton led Izuku and Luffy up the steep rocky slopes and spotted the Lapon ambush, Zoro and Sanji held either end of May's stretcher, and after a few punches, the carnivorous rabbits fled, leaving the Straw Hats alone for the remainder of the ascent. Undaunted by the harsh mountain winds or the castle's imposing appearance, Luffy strode up to the doors and pounded until snow shook off the walls of Drum Kingdom's White Castle, which stood starkly over a blue horizon atop the mountain. Hi, elderly woman physician. My friend is ill, Luffy roared. Quote. Luffy looked around, perplexed, and continued to pound until the door swung inward. Old lady, are you inside? Quote. Down here. A humanoid reindeer peered shyly at them, his head hidden behind the doorway but the rest of his body exposed. You mentioned that your friend is ill. Quote. Food. Luffy drooled. I'm going hungry. Quote. Izuku grabbed Luffy by the collar of his shirt and slammed him face first into a snowdrift after the reindeer screamed and slammed the door. Izuku knocked more softly this time and yelled, I'm sorry about that, and I promise he won't eat you. Would you kindly assist my friend? Dr. Kurta is here, we were informed. She stitched up my shoulder some time ago, so she ought to remember me. The door cracked open after a moment. Really? Quote. Izuku turned and lowered his shirt, revealing a thick white line halfway down his back, a long scar from Whitebeard's naginata. If you need to go get her, she might still remember me. After examining him for a while, Chopper said, let me see her. As Chopper placed a hoof on May's head, Izuku stood tense, his fingers twitching, saying, I don't recognize this one. She picked this up from where? Quote. Little Garden. Chopper gritted his teeth and said, bring her in. I'll look through the books. In stark contrast to the exquisite carvings on the stone walls, the shamanic decorations left the Straw Hat crew in awe. Usopp rubbed his arms and chattered his teeth, saying, it's freezing in here. Is there something you can do with your fireplace? Quote. There is heat in the sick bay. Too much wood is needed to heat anything else. May was carefully laid out on the bed by Izuku and Chopper, who questioned Izuku about everything he did for her while he prepared a poultice. Chopper wiped the green sludge over May's arm bite and remarked, not bad, given you didn't know what you were dealing with. Who did you study under? Quote. Crocus. A smile came to Chopper's face. Really, I learned all about him from Dr. Kurta. He is the only doctor who is more insane than she is, she claimed. Perhaps even more capable than Hirolik. Chopper's mood suddenly fell, and he looked anxiously at the pirates packed into the room before saying, excuse me. I'll go see a physician. Nami questioned, aren't you a doctor? As Chopper departed, quote, "Eep," said the helicopter, and sprinted even more quickly. So, Sanji replied, "We came all this way, just to get a deer." Zoro closed his eyes and leaned against a wall. "What? I'm disappointed they weren't a busty babe." Quote, "I'm even more saddened that we're giving a flea-infested animal Mequan's life." Quote, "Chopper has fewer fleas than you mangy mutts." With Chopper trembling behind her, the argument came to a halt when Dr. Kurha entered the room, examined the poultice on May's arm, and gave Chopper a nod of approval. "It's been decades since I faced a challenge like this. It should be enjoyable." She followed the pirates until she saw Izuku. "All right, I would say you figured out my secret to staying young if I didn't know any better." "Is time travel your secret?" Izuku inquired. "I've never heard that one before," Kurha said, blinking. "However, I shouldn't be shocked given who you sailed with." "What happened here?" Izuku asked, gazing out the window at the dilapidated village at the base of the mountain. "The last time, this place looked much nicer." "Wapol happened," Kurha said bitterly, "and he killed the doctors who disobeyed him, drove out the majority of the doctors, and kept the ones with the weakest backbones for himself. Even worse, when the Blackbeard pirates arrived and overran the town's militia, Wapol fled." With a savage smile and a laugh, she said, "I moved here because I'm the only doctor left. There are hundreds of injured men in town, and the Blackbeards ransacked my hut." Quote, "Are you equipped to assist her?" Izuku inquired. "Oh, don't worry, Wapol provided his physicians with plenty of supplies." "Your friend has 5-day disease," said Dr. Kurha, pulling back May's arm sleeve. The bite had turned a horrifying purple color and was spreading up her arm along her veins. She flipped May's wrist and inserted a syringe into her vein. "Fortunately, you arrived early enough that she shouldn't suffer any cardiovascular damage following treatment. Now, let's talk payment." Nami's face twisted, and she looked at the door. "Before you get any funny ideas about running off, that was only the first dose," said Dr. Kurha, glaring at her. "Before she gets the illness out of her system, she will require a few more." Nami said sharply, "We don't have any gold, at that." "Fortunately, I don't require any at that time. I need someone to chase the Blackbeard pirates away. I'll give you the key to the castle's armory if you agree to do that." When Nami heard how many cannons they had, Usopp smiled, and Nami's eyes brightened at the thought of loot. "Old lady, did Blackbeard take your belongings?" Luffy inquired. "A brat, did you not hear me?" Quote, "Nope, sushi." Quote. With a sigh, Dr. Kurha said, "Yes, he did. I got it. I'm going to kick his ass." Kurha started, "As for my second request," and when Nami yelled at her, Kurha yelled back, "Oh, shut up. The entire arsenal is yours. Bringing Chopper along as a crew member is the very least you can do." "What?" Chopper let out a roar. "I heard you, brat, it's time to get out of the nest." But, Chopper's gaze swept across the room before settling on Izuku. "They don't need me, they have a doctor already." Quote, "Their doctor is about as useful as a sugar pill." With his mouth opening and closing and tears in his eyes, Chopper gave Kurha a long, betrayed look before transforming into a deer and jumping out the window, landing in a shameful heap in the snow, scrambling out of the hole he made, and running down the mountain. Izuku winced at the insult, but he was unable to find any way to argue with her. When Zoro said, "I don't think he wants to come with us. All that's left here for him are unpleasant memories," Kurha said, shaking her head. "He must realize that the world is not just this snowy wasteland." Unusually silent, Luffy just gazed out the window, searching for Chopper's hoofprints, and after a few moments he said, "Old lady, can Chopper also become a cool giant monster?" Quote. She blanched as she looked out the window and said, "Oh, tell me that idiot isn't attacking the Blackbeards." "He hates that word, but yes. That idiot isn't attacking the Blackbeards," Luffy retorted scrupulously. Kurha gave him a sour look and threw the armory key to Nami, saying, "Take what you need and save him. Act quickly." Luffy launched himself out the window, followed a second later by Izuku, and a few seconds after that, Zoro and Sanji swore to themselves and leapt out. When Nami saw the massive arsenal of cannons, rifles, pistols, swords, and other weapons, she said, "How are we going to fit all this on the Mary?" Usopp and Nami, who were alone with Dr. Kurha, exchanged glances and fled for the armory. Quote, "Ignore that, how will we transport everything down the mountain?" Quote. As an afterthought, Kurha laughed and added, "Assuming you don't run into a tree, hit a rock, or fall into a ravine. Take the sleigh, she said. Normally the helicopter pulls it, but gravity should get you down at least. He had no idea what had gotten into him, running into town to beat up the Blackbeards, but he couldn't let Dr. Kurha kick him out. Was she still upset about what he did to Hirlik, or did she hate him like everyone else? Chopper coughed up blood down in Bighorn as Jesus Burgess drove a fist into his gut, sinking to one knee and struggling to rise with blurred vision. A foot kicked him in the side as he reached for another rumble ball, knocking the medication out of his hand. That was fun, Burgess smirked, but I think it's time we taught you some manners. First lesson. Keep my drink from spilling. Quote. Chopper yelled as he was thrown into the air by a foot. Lesson 2. Don't punch a pirate while their back is turned. Chopper coughed and pushed himself up feebly before being grabbed by the throat and flung into the air as a fist slammed down on his back, sending him crashing into the ground. And lesson 3. No one messes with the Blackbeard pirates. Chopper's vision darkened as Burgess squeezed, and he was about to faint, figuring out how long he had left before irreversible brain damage, when suddenly a fist swung out and punched Burgess' arm, causing the pirate to yell and drop Chopper to the ground. He took a sweet gulp of fresh air and blearily glanced around for his savior, thinking for a moment that he saw Hirlik, smiling like a loon, with sakura blossoms floating around him and skull and crossbones waving in the breeze, but the image vanished, leaving only the grin plastered on Luffy's face. Well, what do we have here? Burgess smirked at Luffy while massaging the swollen lump on his cheek. Does some scrawny twerp believe he can defeat me? Quote. Be careful with that one, Burgess, Blackbeard said, casting a more speculative glance at Luffy. Roger Pirate is what he is. That one on those brand new bounty posters. Sounds like fun, Burgess said, and he cracked his knuckles. Rolling his eyes, Blackbeard said, don't be too arrogant. While I take care of the green kid, you keep Rubber Boy occupied. When a Viridian blur sprang out of the sky and landed neatly in front of Chopper, who was wondering what he meant by green kid, Izuku cracked his knuckles and said, all right, which of you am I fighting? Quote. Izuku planted his feet to avoid being sucked by the black void that drank in the light surrounding the palm that Blackbeard had opened. What devil fruits can do is amazing, isn't it? This is the best of them all, the yami yami no am I, Blackbeard inquired. Do you believe you are capable of defeating it? Quote. Izuku squinted. The black emptiness was like a black hole, and if he attempted to attack directly, he would be sucked in like the snow and dirt particles. Izuku looked at the manacles on his wrists. The metal had protected him from the paint, but the wax still held him in place, and he didn't dare risk his life on the metal, but lightning would be sucked in like everything else. Izuku examined the empty space surrounding the stars and planets that exerted gravity, and he found that he could barely resist the artificial gravity. Are you considering escaping? I believed Roger had higher expectations. After checking his hold on the ground, Izuku leapt in Blackbeard's direction, allowing the gravitational pull to accelerate him. As the distance drew closer, the force on him became more intense, until he was unable to stop even if he tried, so he pushed himself sideways and kicked Blackbeard in the stomach. Blackbeard wheezed and reached for Izuku, but his momentum carried him past and away from the black hole's gravity. Not bad, Blackbeard said, wiping blood from his mouth and laughing hoarsely. Without a doubt, you are a man worthy of his bounty. But how are you going to deal with this? Quote. Izuku dug his feet into the ground, but Chopper lost his grip, and he saw that he was about to be swallowed. Between Soru and the strong gravity, Izuku flitted across the ground too fast for the eye to track. His feet left the ground, and Izuku felt space warping around him. Blackbeard raised both hands, and his crew cleared away as the surrounding buildings tore apart timber by timber, sailing into the void. Izuku felt space warping around him, but he grabbed Blackbeard's shoulders, digging the manacles into his neck just before he was swallowed. Blackbeard snarled and reached for a knife, but Izuku headbutted him, cracking his nose and causing him to stumble back as the void faltered and gravity returned to normal. A person wearing sea prism who uses devil fruit. What's the point of that? Blackbeard asked incredulously. Quote. Isn't it effective? With another headbutt, Izuku reiterated his assertion. Are you going to give up? Quote. Against a person who was scared of their own strength. Blackbeard grinned, his visage all the more horrifying for the blood running across it. Not a chance. If someone discards their greatest strength, I won't lose. When he felt a prickle behind his neck, Izuku wondered what he meant, and instinctively he leapt away, just as a bullet ripped through the area where his head had been. Almost had him. The Blackbeards, marksmen scowled and rubbed their crosshair eye. Van Augur, thanks for the save. Izuku frowned and rushed forward, but more bullets stopped him as Blackbeard extended his hand, this time aiming at Chopper. Van Augur put another round in his rifle and said, "You've done enough to my captain. I'm your opponent now." The marksman glared up the mountain and remarked, "Sloppy shot," as another bullet flew down from the mountain and slammed Van Augur's rifle aside. The Coriolis effect was never taken into consideration. Izuku dodged a cane thrown at him as Van Augur and Sniper Usopp played cat and mouse in the mountains, and Lafitte blocked his path only to block a sword thrown at him. "You're not a swordsman," Zoro snarled, "but you'll have to do." An apple was thrown at Izuku by a sick man who was draped over a similarly ill horse. Izuku suddenly felt threatened and jumped away as the apple exploded beneath him. "That was a lucky dodge," Doc Q said, laughing and wheezing. "Let's see how long your good fortune lasts." With a flick of his cigarette into the snow, Sanji kicked another apple into the air and remarked, "That's an awful waste of food right there." "Then definitely have some." Doc Q smiled and tossed another apple, saying, "Just don't blame me if it gives you a stomachache. Make a pie, even." A second too late, Izuku looked around the tumultuous battle and saw that Blackbeard had taken Chopper by the neck and aimed a pistol just beneath an antler, causing him to stand motionless like a statue, his face dripping with tears and snot. "Stop, everybody, either the raccoon dog gets it," Blackbeard bellowed. Zoro had his swords locked against a cane, Sanji had a leg up as an apple exploded overhead, Van Augur had his scope trained on the boulder Usopp had hidden behind, and Luffy paused, fist frozen above Burgess' face, pouting and backing off to allow the bloodied and bruised wrestler to regain his feet. "I think we all got off on the wrong foot," Blackbeard said, surveying the frozen pirates. "How about we begin again?" Quote. With a scratch to his head, Luffy said, "You wish to resume the fight?" Quote. Blackbeard stated, "We could reach a consensus or we could do that. I dunno, fighting was fun. What do you want?" Luffy glared as Blackbeard cocked the pistol. Quote. "One of the 7 warlords of the sea is what I aspire to be. Now, I had intended to offer the Marines an irresistible prize, and to be honest, you were the ideal candidate." Blackbeard's own men moved to block the way, and Zoro and Sanji stiffened, prepared to run for him at any moment. But at this time, the Marines aren't searching for a new warlord. All I need is a minor mishap involving one of the warlords. Furthermore, Luffy, you appear to be an accident waiting to happen. Izuku had made the connection, but Luffy appeared perplexed. "You want us to take down Crocodile?" "I couldn't help but notice that you were sailing with Crocodile's right-hand woman, Princess Vivi, and her bodyguards. I can tell that you were already aiming for him. And you're going to pursue us after we've dealt with him through." Quote. With a mediocre hand gesture, Blackbeard said, "Before your bounties arrived, I had another person in mind. Furthermore, I don't see why I should make the effort to find you because they will come to me. You let me and my boys go after I tell you everything there is to know about Crocodile and his devil fruit, and then you defeat him. Have we made a deal?" Quote. Luffy, with his fists balled up and a pinched face, looked at Chopper and said, "And you let Chopper go?" The Straw Hats all turned to watch him. Rolling his eyes, Blackbeard gazed at the trembling reindeer in his grasp and said, "Yes, fine, you can have your pet back." "Calm down," Luffy said, "Deal." With Sanji and Lafitte arguing over spices while preparing lunch, the two crews made an uncomfortable truce. After Blackbeard explained to them that Crocodile was weak to water and could absorb moisture directly from a person's body, a combination that baffled Izuku, he concluded by saying, "You might want to get moving. The Marines have been moving in the direction of Alabasta, and I have been keeping an eye on them. I have a feeling that Crocodile summoned the cavalry." Laughing, Luffy added, "Then we'll beat the horses too." Following the heading on the eternal pose straight for Alabasta, the Going Merry departed with thunderous applause after Blackbeard's ship departed to the quiet cheers of the locals and with everyone wishing them well. May got back on her feet after Chopper said his goodbyes with Dr. Kurha. As the Going Merry drew nearer to Alabasta, the tension in the ship increased. Agarum frequently stood next to Vivi, cleaning the numerous guns strewn about his coat and hair curls while she stared out over the waves for hours on end, hoping to see land. Robin stayed below deck, reading whatever books she could find by torchlight and avoiding the windows. Everyone else behaved normally, but they were more subdued, as though they were considerate of the other's discomfort. Izuku was sitting in his hammock, adjusting the sea prism that was fastened to his wrists. Over and over again came the image of Chopper, a pistol aimed at his head. Every time Izuku saw their new doctor making bandages and grinding poultices, he couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if Blackbeard had fired the shot and whether he could have stopped it with his devil fruit, despite his best efforts to convince himself that everything had gone well. He tried to block out Blackbeard's voice, but his taunts continued to echo in his mind. Without this ability, he could be a hero, but how many people would he fail to save who would be holding him back? Would it be worse than allowing himself to lose control once more? The door was knocked on. Mei responded, "Mind charging my shock dials?" They ran out again. With a nervous swallow, Izuku followed her. With the cuffs off, his wrists felt lighter, and the sudden surge of energy that flooded through him almost made him giddy. He could feel the electrons inside the dial buzzing like enraged wasps as power surged into it. He wanted to let everything out, to rage like a storm, to force power into the dial until it exploded, and Izuku returned the manacle to his wrist with a slap. With all the charge packed into it, the dial shivered as the electricity went out. Mei tapped it cautiously. "Well, if this explodes, I get to say it was your fault." Izuku had nothing to say in response. Usopp's voice came from above deck just as the silence had been a little too long. "Land ho." Mei and Izuku hurried to the deck. After a few minutes, a golden vista emerged from the waves, but initially they were unable to see the island. Even over the water, the air felt abnormally dry, and the summer island's heat pressed down on their backs. Agarum stated, "We're a bit west of Nanohana, I would normally suggest docking there." Robin interjected, "Crocodile would know." Her eyes searched every crevice of the caravel's hull for spies while she hid in the shadow of the Mary's sails. "Which is why I suggest we dock near the river. There's plenty of coves to hide the Mary in, and it offers a route to the capital if we need it." Nine had stayed with them to keep watch, and Robin and Vivi had stayed with the ship because they were too afraid of being identified and apprehended. To get in touch with the local garrison and deliver a message to the king, Agarum sneaked away alone. The remaining Straw Hats started walking in the direction of Nanohana. After a short trek over the stony, dry terrain, they were able to see the port city of Alabasta. Even from a distance, the trade had clearly waned as people rushed past sparse wares and stalls were empty. The overwhelming number of Marines stationed throughout the city was equally unsettling to the Straw Hats. With crews prepared to leave at any time, 2 battleships sat in the harbor. "The place is crawling with Marines. Do you think they'll recognize us?" Usopp said anxiously as they slipped over an unguarded section of wall. Nami replied, "Usopp and I might be fine, but the rest of you will need disguises." "I'll say." Izuku winced and spun around, prepared to attack at any time. Sanji spat his cigarette on the cobblestones, and Zoro had a sword half out of its sheath. But Luffy smiled and lunged directly at the stranger. "Ace, you're here." He hugged Luffy and looked up. "Keep it down, Luffy, they'll hear you from Goa," he said. "So, this your crew?" Sanji ground out his cigarette and sighed at the trail of smoke coming from it. "Maybe we should take this inside." They ran through an unguarded alleyway and arrived at a pub. The only sounds emanating from the establishment were the muffled thumps of wooden flagons tapping the bar and the clink of silverware as customers picked at their food, despite the crowded seats surrounding the bar. Luffy hurried to the counter and drooled over the aroma of stewed meat, completely unaware of the somber atmosphere. Ace and the Straw Hats sat down at a big booth and gave each other brief introductions. Halfway through, Ace dozed off and woke up with bits of lentils and beef on his face, while a broom-wielding, irate cook swatted Luffy's hand out of the kitchen. Ace woke up and looked around for any eavesdroppers after the waitress brought out a round of stale beer for everyone. From his pocket, he pulled a rolled-up poster and placed it on the table. "So, I have questions." Luffy's forehead furrowed. "That number says 500 million. That's my bounty." Ace made a hole in the paper with his fingertips. "I see that. Could you try explaining this part?" Ace gestured to the section stating that he sailed with Gold Roger. Luffy chuckled and replied, "Yeah, I died, except I didn't. Then we did the thing with the mystery box and came back to life again." With a sigh, Ace turned to face Izuku. As Ace listened to Izuku's condensed version of the story, his scowl deepened. "So, Roger, what was he like?" Izuku hesitated, unsure of how to describe Roger in detail, but Luffy did it for him. "He's fun. Throws great parties like Shanks." "Hey, did you know Shanks sailed with him too?" Ace's hat emitted a small amount of smoke. He shook off the soot and waved it absently away. He said, "No, I did not," in a tone as flat as the table. When I see him again, I'll have to ask him about it. Izuku felt compelled to contribute to the discussion by saying, I would say that Gold Roger is kind. Ace took another gulp of beer and sputtered. Kind, that bastard. Failing to speak, Izuku said, well, we literally fell out of the sky, and he could have done whatever he wanted with us, or simply throw us overboard, but instead, he let us stay, fed us with the crew, and even helped us get stronger. He also gave me a devil fruit so we could get back here, even though, Izuku choked up and said, even though I tried to set the Marines on him at first. Ace gave him a blink. Seriously, yeah, this one Marine, he said he was a hero, and... Wait, Garp, the hero. Luffy gave a nod. Yep, that was Gramps all right, he got a weird haircut. Ace made the mental connection. He looked around the table, seemingly questioning his own sanity, and said, so let me get this straight. You went back in time and met Gramps while you were sailing with Gold Roger. Then he rolled over and let out a loud laugh. Ace wheezed and said, oh boy. Did you call him Gramps? I wonder if he'll ever realize. Yep, Gold Roger was laughing a lot like you were too. Ace's good humor came to a halt. As everyone adjusted to Ace's abrupt change in humor, an awkward atmosphere descended upon the table. Ignorant of the cold air, Luffy put a rubbery arm around Ace's shoulder. Hey, your bounty poster says you're sailing with Whitebeard now. What happened to having your own crew? Ace turned around with a smile on his face and showed off the Whitebeard Jolly Roger tattooed on his back. Pops happened. It was a hell of a fight, but he gave me a place where I belonged and a father I could be proud of. Cool. Did he tell you about the time I punched him? Ace spit out her mouth midway through another swig. You punched him. Got him good on the chest, and he didn't even budge. Then he punched me, a lot, and I thought Gramps hit hard. Izuku sighed. I thought you were going to die. We're both lucky they picked an island full of doctors to have their fight. Izuku came to the late realization that the meeting of the two crews there was most likely not an accident. Ace laughed and shook his head. Only you, Luffy. I'll have to ask Pops about you sometime, see if he still remembers. You're the older brother, right? May asked with a cunning smile while Ace wore a detached expression. Ace blinking, perplexed. Yeah, why? By how much? 2 years. May's fingers snapped. She took him by the shoulder and said, why don't we go back in time another year? Then you'll be the older brother. Darn, you're still older than Luffy. Ace went white. Don't you dare, he barely listens to me as is. If I become the younger brother, he'll lord it over me forever. Coyly, Nami said, just like you lord it over him. Ace slurped his stew and muttered a complaint. I know you well enough not to tell you to do it, Ace said after a moment. The smart thing for you to do is leave the moment you have a new heading. Nami slapped him across the head as Luffy laughed. We have something to take care of first, Zoro stated. Nami went on, and we're not leaving without our payday. Right, so, what are you doing here? Luffy struck the table with his fist. We're going to beat up Crocodile. Ace let out a moan. That explains why the Marines are all riled up. He knows you're coming, doesn't he? Yep, and he's had plenty of time to call for help and set up a trap for you. And you're still planning on charging in there and beating him up. That's right. Ace seized Luffy's head and pierced his skull with a flaming noogie. Luffy, you idiot, how do you keep getting into messes like this? But Crocodile's a jerk, and I'm going to punch him. Ace sighed in frustration and sat back. I want to help you, but I'm not a lone captain anymore. I'm a part of the Whitebeard Pirates. If I'm seen helping you out, it'll drag Pops into the action, and the only way Pops will accept that is if you become one of his sons. Luffy folded his arms. No, I thought not. Then there's also the fact that I'm after someone who killed one of my subordinates. I owe it to Thatch to catch the bastard. The trail's already getting cold, and I can't waste any more time here. Who's the guy? Teach, though he also goes by Blackbeard. Big guy with the rings and all those missing teeth. Ace took Luffy by the collar of his shirt. You've seen him. When? Where? Zoro remarked. Drum Kingdom, a few days ago. He says he wants to be a warlord, which is why he gave us info on Crocodile. Ace's expression grew glum. So he plans to hide behind the Marines after what he did. He got up and replied, thanks Luffy, and thanks Straw Hats. I'll head out right away and... He was caught by the arm by Nami. Not so fast. Don't you think you owe us for that info? Ace's eyebrows went up. I don't have any cash on me. At that, Nami protested. She shook her head and asked, Then why did you take us here to eat? Not the point. What I mean is, surely you could help us out a bit. Didn't you just hear me? If I get caught, then. Don't get caught, added Sanji. Simple. Oh, simple. The entire country is crawling with Marines hunting for you, and you think not getting caught is simple. They're already monitoring every port, and if they keep getting ships, they'll set up a blockade. How exactly do you expect me to help without drawing attention? You could get us disguises, to start. Ace muttered a complaint. Fine. Just sit tight, and I'll be right back. The Straw Hats sat tight as a result. As the afternoon lunch rush came to an end, the crowd began to thin out, and they sat tight. The waitress reminded them sharply that they still had a tab to settle, and they sat tight. When Vice Admiral Garp entered the room, they relaxed a little. Garp held 3 swords at his throat, a boot behind his knee, a shaky slingshot aimed at him, and a fist above his kidney. He said, "Easy, I'm not here on official business. I'm here because my idiot grandson got himself into more hot water than I imagined possible, and I need to talk him out of it before he gets himself killed. Or worse." "Hi Grandpa." "Grandpa," exclaimed Nami. "Garp the hero is your grandpa." Usopp gave them both a tense look. Very funny, Luffy. I almost believed you for a second. That's a bigger lie than any I've ever told. Izuku remarked, "He's telling the truth, are we standing down?" Luffy nodded to his fellow crewmen. Zoro retreated and leaned against a wall, but he did not sheathe his swords. Izuku returned to finishing his 4th bowl of stew, while Sanji resumed his adoration of the waitress while keeping a close eye on Garp. Garp pulled out a bounty poster, carefully folded. "I don't know who started this ridiculous rumor that you sailed with Roger, but we can get to the bottom of it. We just need to get to the nearest marine outpost. I'll show the birth certificate showing you were born after he died, and we can get this all straightened out." He picked at his ear. "Luffy. But I did sail with him." Garp gave the table a slap. "Luffy, please, for once in your life, listen to me. They're calling the warlords in, all of them, and I don't know how many will come, but they already got Jinbei and Hawkeye, and once they get involved, I can't do anything to help you. I know you're excited about having a bounty this high, but you're only 17. You just set out a few months ago, you're not ready for this." Izuku remarked, "He's 18, now." Garp looked at him as though he were seeing a ghost and asked, "What are you talking about?" "His birthdays, I remember you. Jaya, right. About 20 years ago, yeah. You haven't aged a day. Well, for the 3 of us, it was only a few weeks ago." Garp scowled in confusion. Then he turned to face Luffy again. In that terrible realization, he grew 20 years older. "You were there. Yep, you had a funny haircut and kept saying I wasn't your grandson. Are you really that mad about the pirate stuff?" Garp's hands made the table groan. Izuku sensed the same pressure that Shanks had released on Jaya building up in the atmosphere. Zoro and Sanji faltered on their feet, while Usopp and Nami collapsed onto the table. Izuku jumped up and kicked at Garp's face as May appeared to be about to collapse. Garp took hold of his ankle and threw him across the room, still alive. Luffy delivered a punch coated in haki. Garp stared at the fingers slamming into his face, and the pressure faltered, then snapped. "He taught you haki. The Rokushiki too, that thieving bastard." Luffy did not respond to him. Garp felt at the blood running down his nose after removing the hand from his face. "You're still not ready. You could take Crocodile, and maybe Jinbei, but 3 at once. More. You need to run." Luffy remarked, "That's what I have friends for, we'll beat them up together." With a sigh, Garp drank from Zoro's mug. No wonder why Roger was laughing so damn hard. "Spent all those years trying to get you to join the Marines, and what do? You go back in time and join his crew. How did you do that, by the way?" With little pity, Izuku pulled himself from the table's rubble and uttered, "Mystery box." Garp sighed after giving him a fierce look. "I'm probably better off not knowing." Ace decided to return at that time, carrying a stack of white clothes. He took in the awkward silence, looked around, and noticed Garp. "Hey guys, took a while to scrounge all this up, but there should be something for everybody." "Aw man, I missed it, didn't I? Please tell me someone took a picture." "Ace, you brat, you knew and didn't tell me." He looked at the exits and said, "You didn't have anyone with you." "Don't look at me, Gramps. I just found out a few hours ago." Garp grinned and said, "Sengoku will give me hell for slipping away, but I knew I'd find one of you when I overheard cooks buying out half the city's supplies." Neither of you should be in this country right now, and I was hoping you'd be able to talk Luffy out of it. Ace gave a headshake. Already tried. He's after Crocodile. Of course he is. Any reason why? Luffy repeated, quite bluntly, because he's a jerk. Izuku continued, Crocodile is plotting to take over the country. Princess Vivi asked us to remove him, realizing they would require additional context. Garp squeezed his nose's brow. He scratched his chin thoughtfully and said, and this is why I keep telling Sengoku the warlords are a terrible idea. Then again, he never disagrees with me. Well, whatever he has cooked up, he won't be able to make it happen with a full marine battalion hovering over his shoulder. If you leave the princess here, she can lodge complaints with me, and I'll make sure investigations are carried out. Ace gave a snort. And then what? Crocodile will give himself up and let you ship him to Impel Down. Not to mention, can you even guarantee that the Marines won't sweep everything under the rug? Garp's silence was sufficient response. Please be careful, both of you. It's bad enough that Luffy sailed with Gold Roger, even if it wasn't to the end. If they find out you're his son, they'll bring in a buster call at least, if not the Admiral's. Within a moment, the room's temperature soared, and the air became heavy and humid. Not just Izuku was looking at Garp in disbelief at that unexpected lapse. After giving them a dull glance, Garp pulled a box of rice crackers from his jacket and munched on one. Forget I said that. Like hell we will, exclaimed Nami. Gold Roger's your dad. Ace's face grew serious. I never asked to be. After a moment of shock, Izuku quickly realized that nothing added up. But wait, Garp, you mentioned a son, but that's not Roger, right? What are you, crazy? Of course Roger's not my son. I'd have been kicked out of the Marines. Ace encircled Luffy's shoulders with an arm. We're brothers, just not in blood. Straw Hats loosened up. Wow, for a second I thought we were all screwed. So who is your dad, anyways? Usopp said, laughing drowsily. Dragon. Izuku saw all the Straw Hats go white once more, but he didn't know who that was. That one I don't know. Who is that? Zoro remarked sourly. He has the highest bounty in the world, entire nations went after it and burned. And that didn't get you kicked out of the Marines, old man. Sanji responded. Garp ate another cracker and shrugged, saying, well, it's not like he's been throwing my last name around, and I haven't exactly told anyone about him, so. That's when Agaram entered. When he saw Garp, he froze and appeared perplexed by the choice between him and the pirates. Hey Curls, said Sanji. Don't mind him, he's just our idiot captain's grandpa. I see. Agaram grudgingly sat down and said, I've passed on everything I could with people we can trust. King Nefertari will know not to attack the rebels, but we need to stop the rebels ourselves. Luckily, they moved from Yuba to Cateria, so we don't have far to travel. Garp did not take any action to leave. Garp brushed his jacket of crumbs. I can't stop more Marines from massing here, but I can draw them away from Cateria for a while. Try not to be seen, and don't use your devil fruits if you can help it. Agaram, Nami, and Usopp all exhaled in relief when Garp left. Ace rolled his shoulders and stood up. He pulled a piece of leathery paper from his pocket, tore off a corner, and gave it to Luffy, saying, well, looks like you all have everything figured out. That's my Vivre card, keep that on you, and get one made so I can have a piece. They continued up the canal in the Going Merry. Designed for coastal sailing, the caravel found it difficult to navigate through sandbars and shallow waters. They eventually sailed far enough to see Cateria on the horizon, though they had to fight their way through a few times. White tents from the rebel camp littered the landscape, and the town was alive with the evident resolve of its residents. Vivi Nefertari strode confidently among the resistance camp, causing it to come to a complete halt. A few pulled out swords and charged, but Zoro and Sanji easily defeated them because they were disguised and only used 2 swords. Koza was standing in front of a table, looking at a rough map of Alubarna and the surrounding area. As Vivi approached him, he gave him a fierce glare. Think you can just call the Marines here and have them handle everything for you, princess? I didn't call the Marines. Crocodile did. Koza's eyes flashed with confusion, and Agaram responded by placing a heavy stack of papers and photographs on his table. His expression was a mixture of relief, anger, and disbelief. It was him all along, Koza remarked sourly as he dispatched messengers to disseminate the information. And we played right into his hands. Vivi approached the table and gave him a shoulder pat, appearing much less assured than before. You couldn't have known. None of us did. The good news is, Agarum continued, we've taken out all his top numbers. The Marines being here also means he can't forcibly take the country. The only thing we need to worry about is if Crocodile can convince the Marines that the Nefertaris are working with the Straw Hats, so we absolutely need to keep their presence here a secret. In the distance, trumpets sounded. As everyone else wondered what was going on, Robin instantly froze and looked around. A rebel charged in and yelled, "The Marines are here. They're saying we're collaborating with the Straw Hats. It must be some kind of trick from that blasted King Cobra to grind us into the..." The rebel noticed the Straw Hats without their masks as he glanced around. His face turned pale, and he uttered the feeble word, "Oh." "Who gave that order?" Vivi asked, turning to face the rebel. The rebel squirmed and grabbed his gun. "Wait, what? Was it Crocodile, a warlord?" In response, the rebel looked at Koza and said, No, princess. It was a vice captain, I think." "Good. Luffy, Izuku, get ready to battle Crocodile. Stay hidden, find the best fighters here and have them dress like you." Sanji said, "What about me, Vivi Swan? I'll need you to protect me with Agarum and Zoro. The only way Crocodile would have proof we were here is if he had spies in the rebel camp. Everyone else, prepare for the worst-case scenario. Get weapons ready, and have supplies loaded up." Koza muttered curses to himself. Despite her tattered and simple attire, Vivi turned to face him with a regal radiance. "Koza, I have a plan, but I need you to trust me." Koza hesitated, then dropped to his knees. "I am at your service, my princess." "Good. I need you to hold me hostage." With one of her own pistols aimed at her head, Koza pulled Vivi out of his tent while she kicked and fought. One of her feet dug hard into his shin, causing her to grimace, but she had to make the act realistic. Koza addressed the gathered crowd, saying, "Thank you for coming to us, you poisonous snake. You saved us the trip to Alubarna." Digging trenches and erecting cannons, Alabasta's army and marine ranks established battle lines around the camp. To Vivi's horror, 5 warlords were at the vanguard, along with King Cobra and Pell, Iron Cage Hina with Smoker and another captain, Vice Admiral Garp, who appeared extremely uncomfortable and almost contrite. Hawkeye's eyes swept with disgust at the rebels' roughshod weapons. Crocodile glared at her with enough venom to kill a Sea King, and Doflamingo twirled a shimmering string between his fingers while smiling at a joke that only he could understand. Her father, who had become pale upon witnessing his daughter being threatened with a gun, froze. His face briefly lit up with relief as he looked closer, but then he fixed it with unwavering resolve. He had given her a set of decorated pistols from the palace armory when she left, and Vivi had hoped he would recall their conversation about poisonous and venomous animals. Koza responded by shifting to stand behind Vivi as the Marines raised their rifles. For a moment, Vivi was worried he would stray from the script because his hands were shaking and she could hear the frustration in his voice. "Hold your fire," yelled Cobra. "That's my daughter you're aiming at." Hina said, "Your daughter was colluding with the Straw Hats," in a voice loud enough to reverberate throughout the rebel camp. "But then again, Hina does not see any Straw Hats. How did she end up in your possession, rebel?" "A group who kept their identities secret sold her to us," Koza grumbled. "Maybe they were the Straw Hats, maybe they weren't. They took crates of weapons and supplies and left. For the Marines to follow, Koza set up a false trail. Hina issued some directives. While other groups canvassed the surrounding countryside, Marine runners headed for the eastern coast. "State your demands, rebel." "We demand that the Nefertari step down from power immediately," Koza stated. "Their use of dance powder has left the land parched and fallow. We had to abandon Yuba to the encroaching sands, and trade has dried up. The people suffer, and we will not abide by it any longer. We shall choose a leader from amongst us, who will set this country to right. Step down, and we shall allow you and your daughter to leave unharmed." Cobra gave Vivi a tense look. Hina said, "Hina will have to look into these rumors of dance powder. If you are truly found to have been using it, we can't simply let you leave." She pondered whether she would need to emphasize the point. As her father concealed his unexpected realization, Vivi concealed her joy. He humbled himself and replied, "Of course, Vice Admiral. I may not speak for this country after today, but I personally will submit to whatever investigation the Marines carry out." Vivi felt hope rise within her as Crocodile turned red with rage. Anything stored on their castle grounds would have been discovered by the quartermasters and clerks of the palace, but there was always a chance that Crocodile had planted more evidence against them. More likely, Crocodile would be in possession of the only dance powder discovered in Alabasta. Crocodile remarked, surely you can't allow this rabble to make demands, you need to establish order. Hina looked at Crocodile irritably. Hina does not have the authority to intervene in a civil war. Hina's mandate was to find and capture the Straw Hats, not clear out a kingdom's rebels. If the Straw Hats are truly not in this camp, then Hina's troops will withdraw. Koza yelled, you have our permission to search for them in our camp, so long as you keep your distance from the princess. Crocodile focused on the army of Alabastan as the search got underway. And what of you? Will you allow these traitors to dethrone your king? Will you not fight for your country? Stand down, all of you. If I must step down to keep our country at peace, then so be it, Cobra said, turning to his army. Your king would have you hide like cowards. Are any of you unafraid to fight? Crocodile smirked and yelled. As the soldiers moved forward, Vivi's stomach churned. She was pretty sure they were plants from the Baroque works, but how many of them were convinced by what Crocodile had said? As soldiers observed their comrades making their way towards Crocodile, uneasiness shook the army. A significant section of the army drifted away from King Cobra as the ranks faltered. Pell, whose face and beak resembled those of a falcon, screamed so loudly that the soldiers stopped. My place is by my king, Crocodile, he growled to say. And here is where I shall remain. The soldiers are calmed by his firmness. A few of the soldiers by Crocodile quickly returned to their positions as the ranks close in around the king. Crocodile grimaced and turned back to the rebels, leaving behind a couple hundred of his fictitious soldiers. Fine, if this country's soldiers refuse to bring this rabble to heel, I shall do so myself. Stop him, he's going to get my daughter killed. Cobra yelled at Hina as Crocodile sailed ahead, crashing down on the rebels like the front of a sandstorm. Despite her agitated appearance, Hina did nothing to halt Crocodile's charge. Alabasta is Crocodile's island. I have little authority to command him here. Men, whet your weapons and form up. Don't let him rescue the princess. Yells Koza, his voice trembling a little under the weight of a warlord. Ranks of white-clad warriors emerged from the shadows of the tents, their swords gleaming with water and barrels on their backs. Water splashed out as Crocodile's sand swept over them, and the wet sand fell to the ground without causing any harm. The breath Vivi had been holding was released. So far, her plan had been successful, but everything depended on Izuku and Luffy defeating a warlord without being discovered. All she could do was watch as the mixed band of Straw Hats and ill-prepared rebels faced off against the Desert King, both literally and figuratively holding a pistol to her and her country's head. Crocodile snarled and took a small cut to the cheek. Izuku dodged the blow and leapt away as his hooked hand swung out. He hoped his clumsy swings gave the impression that he was a rebel, even though the sword felt awkward in his hands. Luffy rubbed at the manacles around his wrist and complained next to him, but he kept his face hidden. The words, "This sucks," Luffy said. "We could beat up that croc guy easy if it weren't for these. You know why we have to do it this way." Luffy scowled but didn't voice any more grievances. Izuku and Luffy dashed forward, swinging together as the rebels faltered. Although Izuku was brushed aside by the hook and Luffy's swing with a pipe, of all things, was a bit too short, it gave the rebels time to throw a knife into Crocodile's bicep and throw more water. "Insolent pests," yelled Crocodile. "Who told you about my weakness? Surely you didn't think we'd be unprepared to face you," said Koza. "You're the king's lapdog, after all." Crocodile's sand swirled, absorbing the surrounding moisture. Men stumbled as their skin dried out and their tongues stuck in their mouths, despite the water splashing into their cloaks and on the wrappings around their faces. As Izuku pushed through and slashed at Crocodile, the men quickly drank from their barrels of alcohol. The rebels surrounded and overpowered Crocodile's turncoats, and more fighting broke out around them. Crocodile yelled, "Desert Spada," as he lifted his hook and saw the tide of battle turn against him. Like an enormous scythe, the sand swung forward. Midway through an impetuous Soru, Izuku changed his mind and rolled and ducked instead. Although a piece of his cloak was cut and his sword was lost in the sand, he was unharmed. But his fellow rebels were not so fortunate. One man had been cut cleanly in half, and several severed limbs, completely desiccated, were scattered across the ground. The rebels faltered. Izuku threw the first sharp object he saw Crocodile preparing an attack. Crocodile slackly pounded it with his hook, but the unexpected assault slowed him down long enough for Luffy to approach. Izuku sprinted to assist him after grabbing another sword off the ground. The rebels rushed into position with stacks of barrels, Crocodile distracted, and his defectors vanquished. Crocodile lunged at the ring that surrounded him, but Luffy and Izuku held him inside. When Crocodile saw that the circle was almost finished, he gathered his sand and took off. Crocodile easily dodged the water droplets that the rebels splattered after him. Izuku cupped his hands and knelt down. Luffy sprang forward, grasping the gesture, and stepped on Izuku's hands. Luffy leapt in the direction of the warlord as Izuku threw himself up with all his strength. His fingers gripped Crocodile's sand and pulled him down between his wet hands and the sea prism on his wrist. Crocodile struggled frantically and slashed at him with the hook, but as Luffy gained a stronger hold, his movements slowed. "Now!" exclaimed Izuku. "Do it now!" The rebels suddenly broke the barrels. Any rebels in their path were swept off their feet as their entire water supply rushed out in a tremendous surge. The water quickly soaked into the dry ground, but enough of it reached Crocodile to completely saturate his legs. Crocodile was tackled into the muck by Izuku. When Izuku kneed Crocodile in the chest, Crocodile pushed him away. Crocodile stood tall, unsheathed his hook, and climbed up, soaking wet and leaving behind wet clumps of sand. From the holes pierced through the gilded metal, a menacing purple cloud rose. "You think a little water is enough to stop me? I am a warlord of the sea. I've sailed the New World, fought against Whitebeard himself. You lot, you low-life scum aren't fit to shine my boots." Izuku felt a chill go up his spine. The rebels were more impacted by Crocodile's remarks. A few even staggered off in fear, while others dropped their weapons. But Koza had a tougher constitution. The men were startled back into action by his whip-like voice. "Are you going to let him scare you off when we're so close to freedom? Get him!" With the words, Izuku roared and charged. As he runs, the rebels add their voices and take a step behind him because they believe he is one of them. Izuku bore down Crocodile with a song in his heart. He was going to bring the man who had crushed this nation and its citizens to the ground to justice. This was the culmination of all of his training with Roger and Rayleigh, as well as his battles with Whitebeard and the Golden Lions. He would finally be a hero here. Sables. The wet sand moved slowly, but the men who were charging were pushed back by the weight of the sand as it flew and clung to them. Izuku swung his sword to clear the path and charged at Crocodile, darting through like a fish. His first slice almost removed Crocodile's nose, and the sand fell. The earth split as the warlord's hook fell. With his heel just missing the hook's tip, Izuku leapt on it and slammed his fist into Crocodile's cheek. The warlord fell, then continued to roll out of Izuku's downward cut. Crocodile rubbed his cheek and reshaped his sand, saying, "That move. You're one of them." Izuku experienced a brief moment of terror. He had gone too far, and if he didn't stop it right away, everyone here would suffer the consequences. Under Crocodile's protection, Izuku charged and slashed the sword at his thigh, risking only a slight contact with Soru. Before Crocodile's blade touched the ground, his leg dropped away in a pile of damp sand. Izuku lost his balance and leaned too far forward to avoid the claw that was swinging up at his eye. He leaned sideways without breaking any bones, just enough to feel the hook graze his ear through the cloth. Crocodile chuckled darkly and strode over to Izuku. "Soru and Kami-e, you might as well take off your mask if you're going to be throwing around Rokushiki like that." Izuku clenched his jaw, but he was at a loss for what to do. As Crocodile's sand moved aside, his second punch only received a fleeting hit after his first slash was languidly deflected by the claw. He saw the sand getting drier. He wouldn't have another chance because the surprise attack had depleted the rebels' water supply. When the other rebels finally caught up, they charged with swords, clubs, and wet spears. As they approached, Crocodile was obscured by a gust of dry sand, and they paused. They were knocked off their feet by the sweeping sand, and Izuku stumbled backward a few paces. With its sand guiding it faster and faster, Crocodile's hook swiftly arced through the air as it lunged out of the sand. As the hook drove dents and scratches into the cheap blade, Izuku held the sword in front of him like a shield, lowering it backwards one step at a time. The hook was smashed down by Crocodile. Izuku was struck in the eye by one of the shards of the blade as it broke into pieces. He nearly got a hook in his stomach due to the distraction, but the hook only scraped his stomach without scratching it between a terrified Tekai and leaning back. Crocodile snarled, "You're the kid with the lightning, aren't you? I heard about what you did to my men at Whiskey Peaks. Impressive stuff. Why don't you really cut loose? Think about it. A Logia with your power, what's stopping you from taking out all the Marines by yourself?" Though the weight of the sea prism around Izuku's wrists kept him grounded, Crocodile's words were a siren's call for the sparks dancing beneath his skin. Izuku wet his fists and punched, forcing images of broken buildings and charred bodies back into the back of his mind. Izuku dropped his sword handicap, and some of Crocodile's blows went through despite Crocodile's quicker dodges. However, Izuku could see that their advantage was eroding with every second that went by. The rebels supporting them became anxious as the air felt dry once more, with Crocodile's sand removing all the moisture. Izuku needed to change the situation once more. Armament Haki would expose him. Using more Rokushiki was too dangerous, and he couldn't use his devil fruit. With the sea prism on his wrist, he was unable to use it at all. Izuku's gaze expanded. The prism of the sea. Crocodile launched him into the air with a backhand. Izuku unlatched the cuff as he rolled on the ground. A glimmer of concern passed over him. Crocodile's attack could go straight through him, or he could lose control. However, Izuku found his resolve after witnessing men fall with missing heads and dried-out skin. He charged at Crocodile, palming his manacle. Luffy's pipe swings kept him occupied. Luffy nodded and increased the intensity of his attack upon noticing the sea prism glimmering in Izuku's hand. Izuku struck after Crocodile threw a sandy arm at him without giving him a look. As the sand touched the sea prism, it solidified. Izuku clamped the manacle around a hand that had formed in the cloud of sand. The sand dropped. Before Izuku felt a clean lungful of air, he had no idea that it had penetrated the air and was gradually drying them from the inside out. Crocodile frowned as he looked down at the sea prism on his wrist. That was a cheap shot. Well played. The men resumed the attack after recognizing a change. Despite suffering some cuts and bruises, Crocodile managed to repel them despite being weighed down by the sea prism. A kidney was pierced by Izuku's fist, and Crocodile's hook whirled. Luffy behind Izuku swiped his pipe, shattering the golden prosthetic as he ducked. Despite having a blade underneath the hook, Crocodile was not very effective against Luffy's attack with the concealed weapon. After Crocodile blocked several blows, Izuku's distraction allowed Luffy to land a forceful blow to the warlord's jaw. He rolled his eyes back in his mind. He stumbled to his feet for a few seconds before falling forward due to a rebel's spear behind him. The rebels shouted in joy as they celebrated the fall of the warlord, frozen where they were. In order to outfit a fleet, they brought out rope and bound him in it. After waking up from the harsh treatment, the warlord was hog-tied and bruised, and all he could do was glare as Izuku forced a gag into his mouth. "Your pet warlord has fallen," mentioned Koza. He shook himself and looked at the Marines, but his eyes swept solemnly over the fallen men as their comrades carried them away. "Are you going to send anyone else at us?" Hina frowned. Hina gave Crocodile no orders. "We have wasted enough time here, and Hina must find the Straw Hats before their log pose resets. Provided you haven't been sheltering them, we will withdraw." Izuku released the breath he had been holding without realizing it. They succeeded. Without letting the other Marines know who they were, they defeated one warlord. They preserved Vivi's nation. They have yet to come up with a plan for their departure, but with the king's assistance, they ought to come up with something. "Hina asks that you return the warlord to us." Izuku felt sick to his stomach, but Koza sneered, "And let you send him again." "I don't think so. He shall face trial for slaughtering the people of this country." Crocodile attempted to yell, but his words were incomprehensible due to the gag. Nevertheless, Izuku experienced a chilldown. Overhead, a warning dangled like a noose. He looked at Crocodile more closely, but the warlord could hardly move with all the rope around him. His prosthetic had been broken off, and the manacle was still securely clasped around him. Hina's face grew serious. She nodded and continued, "The Marines take no responsibility for his actions on Alabasta. You may do with him as you wish. So long as you submit to a thorough inspection of your base and your members, which is strictly for the purpose of apprehending the Straw Hats, we shall not interfere in your rebellion." Koza went on to say, "You will have the other warlords leave. They will remain in the country until our investigation is complete. They come anywhere near my camp, and I will kill the princess. They must leave immediately." Cobra stiffened. After glancing at the king and his army, Hina remarked, "They will wait outside. Once Hina is certain the Straw Hats are gone, they will leave." Even though their plans went exactly as Vivi had described, Izuku was still anxious. While the others will be wearing disguises and making up stories, Luffy and Izuku are too familiar. Fortunately for them, Vivi had the ideal disguise. In order to blend in with the other survivors who were tending to cuts and missing limbs, Izuku approached Luffy and pulled him toward the medical tent while pretending to have a head injury and a limp. They could lie in bed without anyone noticing once they were completely bandaged and pretending to have throat injuries, which were all too real with the sand flying everywhere. Izuku felt the noose tighten as he approached the medical tent. Izuku's neck was sliced by a string that was both strong enough to cut and thin enough to avoid detection. Izuku's body parted around the string, and he felt himself crackle and fizzle. The bandages covering him weren't so fortunate, but he stayed upright as though nothing had happened. His wild green hair flew like a Jolly Roger, and a breeze carried the dried cloth away in scraps. Thousands of eyes were on Izuku. Vivi watched in horror as her plans fell apart all around her. Death descended upon Koza's rebellion. Hina, whose eyes were as sharp as steel from across the battle lines, gave him a determined look that promised manacles and prison bars, while Cobra turned pale and Garp closed his eyes and silently lamented the impending deaths. Izuku heard the Marines outburst from outside the medical tent, where he was hiding. Over the sounds of panicked rebels forming firing lines, Marine infantry charging across the sandy plain, and cannon fire booming from both battle lines, Doflamingo's laughter lingered like a vulture. Chopper gave Izuku frightened glances while wearing enough scrubs and protective gear to outfit a hospital. "Your hair, what happened?" Izuku felt at his neck but found no scratches, so he said, "Someone attacked me with string." As she peered around the camp, Robin closed her eyes and said, "That would be Doflamingo. The path is clear to the river, but they'll soon encircle us. We need to leave." Luffy gave a headshake. "We still need to help Vivi." "We defeated Crocodile," exclaimed Usopp. "Aren't we done already?" Just then, Koza and Vivi both rushed in together. "We can't fight off the Marines. Even if you did, they would simply attack the country with greater numbers," Vivi said, observing the Straw Hats' facial expressions. Koza responded, "We will take to the sea, but we need help covering our retreat. Straw Hats, we will be in your debt if you engage the warlords and captains while we make our retreat." Luffy rolled his shoulder and removed his manacle. "Got it. Izuku and I will take them all on. Everyone else, get to the Mary." "Like hell you will. Mihawk is mine." After glaring at one another, Sanji and Zoro nodded to one another. May said, "I can help too. There's enough spare parts here I can make an incredible new baby," after witnessing them step up. "If it helps us get out of here, I'll help." Usopp gulped. Nami asked, "Then who will help me get the ship moving?" After surveying the area around her, Robin allowed hands to blossom. "Many hands make for light work. I've sailed bigger ships on my own before." Nine hefted his bat and nodded. "I'll keep the Mary safe for you guys. Give those Marines hell." "I'll keep the princess safe," Agarum declared. "We will remain with the rebels." From the tent came the 4 Straw Hats. They found themselves in a tumultuous battlefield. Marines charged at the entrenched rebel firing lines, charging headlong. While some fell, others managed to escape the awkward volleys and tumbled among the rebels. Hina bound entire groups in iron bindings, while Smoker used his jeet to blow through rebels like a thundercloud. The warlords waited behind the firing lines, far from the action. Kuma put his book away, Mihawk drew Yuru, and Jinbei cracked his knuckles. Zoro pulled out his swords as Sanji took one last drag from his cigarette and flicked it into the sand. "You sure you don't want to trade, Mosshead? I cannot fail my captain again." Sanji let out a grunt. "Fine, I'll take Kuma." Luffy uttered, "The giant fishman's mine, don't die, any of you." Izuku gazed down at his adversary. Doflamingo looked him in the eye and smiled, a savage grin with too many teeth and more hate than any villain Izuku had ever witnessed in his native country. Doflamingo threw back his cloak like a pair of blood-stained wings and giggled. "Well well well, I get to play with one of Roger's little brats. Try not to die too fast on me. I want to enjoy this one." The challenge caused a flash of lightning to pass through Izuku's chest. Izuku repressed his anger and declared, "I won't let you hurt my friends." Doflamingo gave an eye roll. He slashed with a string, and Izuku barely avoided it. "Really? That's the best you could come up with?" he asked. There was a gash in the ground where the string broke through solid rock. "Let's hope you have some more entertaining last words," Doflamingo chuckled.
I will continue this story in next part. Till then, bye bye.